should still be able to get in. Okay, one person is waiting.
That's me by phone.
All right. Okay, I got you.
Just a test.
I got you. What other web browsers do you have on here? I guess we can use this. I always go to it from the web because you've got more properties on it. Is it CCT dot?
Yeah, it's cct.zoom, I believe.
I'm gonna have to go look up the password.
Here, I might be able to get it here. Hang on. I took a picture of it once.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it in my other phone. I didn't. Got to figure out some way to keep these glasses from getting fogged up. Can't do anything.
I know it. What time is it?
8:32.
8:32.
Morning.
Good morning.
Same drill as last week.
Okay, now,
Here it is.
Oh, you got it.
Maria, Michael,
Six.
What you breaking now?
Well, we're trying to get Zoom in the proper mode, so we don't have to grant host to
The other person.
right. Here you go.
There's a microphone on.
I've muted everything.
No, there's a green one though.
Yeah, we got it. You want to drive,
No.
please?
No.
Okay, so, so we got the participants now. They're in the waiting room.
You want to test with me? Well, I mean,
Do we want to admit all these yet, or?
first up is going to be Mike Bailey, and his phone. He hasn't joined.
He hasn't joined yet, okay.
No, I'm just saying your microphone is on.
Tyner, can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Tyner,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you hear us now?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Okay, so, Mike, are you going to be the main presenter? I'll let you do an introduction, and then I can get your PowerPoint up.
Yes, sir, that will be correct. I'll handle the main part of the presentation. Joel will add in periodically as we go through it, but I will actually be, doing the main part of the presentation. I'll just tell you when to go to the next slide.
Okay,
If that works for you. Like I say,
yep.
I was going to show a few drawings, but like I say, I just afraid that's going to create too much stress and issues in trying to do that. So we won't do that.
When you go to more and you assign him as co-host, is there an option for presenter? Oh, okay, I'm still researching then.
So what's interesting, Mike, can you see the screen behind the judge?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. So let me,
Okay. You should have PowerPoint open, and then Zoom, select share screen, and then PowerPoint
and
slideshow.
I don't see your presentation.
Uh-oh.
Always like doing things when there's only 5 minutes left.
Yeah, that's why I said, let's just do what's easy for you and not create stress. Okay. You've got enough going on. You're trying to juggle.
Well, it says it's on here. Why am I not finding it?
What was it? What is it called?
ABM PowerPoint. Is it already open or something?
No. PowerPoint. Well then, yeah, do a copy and tell it to replace, and then, or even open,
So if I put it right there,
tell it replace. There we go. Now you can see it.
and y'all need to understand that the sound is live already, so we need to be careful about what we say, or else y'all can't hear me. Oh, great.
You broke it. No, there it is.
So,
So, you had a question. What was it?
well, so now it's stuck on the presentation. How do I get him back?
Go back to Zoom.
Um,
And I guess that's. No, and you minimize it, right? You may have to close it and open it when he's ready.
there it goes. I'll just have to open it
And
whenever.
then click on that. That should send it. There you go. To the whole screen. maybe that's what you needed to do while PowerPoint was open, so you can try and open PowerPoint. And then, on his picture, do the expand to him.
Okay, do what, I'm sorry.
Okay, open the PowerPoint, and then when it's up and you want to go back to him, just hover over his picture and do the square with the arrow, and that should bring him back. That way you've got the PowerPoint loaded.
I'm just gonna minimize
Time
it.
Okay.
you talk, he doesn't come back
Now,
to me.
oh, no, bring him, and,
What?
stop moving. Yeah, click on that, and that should switch you back to the Zoom
So,
screen.
so Mike, can you see, that your PowerPoint's up?
Yes, sir, I can see it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you're actually an insert, so I don't mind starting the meeting like this,
The
but,
problem is you start the meeting and, okay, never mind. There you go. Yes.
so I'm gonna start with you and then the PowerPoints,
WebEx to get, to participate
hang
in
on.
Commissioners Court?
She needs to go to the agenda, today's date, open the agenda, and scroll down to the bottom, there's gonna be a link. She'll click on the link, and then there'll be another link that says join meeting, and then she'll be able to follow the instructions from there.
Margaret, I left my iPad at the house, and so someone's gonna be bringing it. Maybe just let security know, that way they can call me. Okay. To call you and somebody just bring it to me. All right, my little lifeline.
Okay, what else?
Oh, wow, let me just say you are.
I don't know why it's,
I didn't see what you were doing.
I was trying to open the agenda. There it is.
Okay, now everybody's seeing the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
But whoever it was, someone else called to go, here it is. I know what it was. Hello. So I was like, this is like one little bar, and she was travel.
Now, is this what you want everybody to see when the meeting starts? Or do you want to go back to the control panel and put it to,
No, that's fine.
text me or call me?
I don't understand, that's what I was calling to tell you, is they used to have their own, monitor. And so I was calling you to see if we could all get the phone together, but at the end result was, is I left there with them working with legal. Holler at me when the rest of the stuff is come in. Watch your step, Edwin. Safety manager?
I saw that. My citation.
Hey, and by a lawyer, this is like a double trouble.
No, but here, can I do this for you? It's the mop. You don't know what's the style.
That's the stuff, I couldn't tell you what style it is. I'd like to ask you.
Hey, Albert. Hey, Albert.
Well, I was called, I know, that's what I got, and he said he called and they're not even.
Hi, do we have a pastor in the room? Nope. Would anyone like to say grace?
I don't mind.
Commissioner Gonzalez, would you say grace today? Would you bring us grace, as they say? Good morning, everybody. It's 9:08 in the morning, and we're going to call at this time the meeting to order. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Gonzalez to give the invocation, if you would rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and also the Texas flag.
Let us pray. Lord God and Heavenly Father, here we come again asking you to give us the strength that we need. Pray for this virus to go away. Pray for those that are sick. Pray for our employees that they get the strength to come back to work. Help us, Commissioners Court, to continue to operate and do what it has to do, to reach out and help those that need help. Lord, we're asking you to protect us, give us faith, and give us health. Lord, in your name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So at this time, I'll note for the clerk that all commissioners are present. And we have July 29th, 2020 is the date for today's 9 a.m. meeting on the third floor of Nueces County Courthouse. And the time, I guess, exactly is 9:10 a.m. So, Madam Clerk, we are ready to roll as a quorum is present. Timothy, take us through a safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Commissioners, ma'am. We're meeting here once again on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, located at 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom on the right-hand side. Please note there is a fire extinguisher at the rear of the courtroom as well. In addition, there are 5 fire extinguishers throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, the AED is also located on the third floor atrium level by the HR office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 today will be Tyner. CPR certified participants in attendance today are Margaret and Dale. In the event of an evacuation or egress route, we will go down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom, proceeding through the double doors on the La Paz side and muster in the parking lot. In case there's a need to shelter in place, we'll remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our sheriff's safety topics for today are electronic safety, electrical safety, and safety. Who's my safety brief?
Safety, safety, safety.
That's correct. Something new.
I would agree. Okay, thanks, Timothy.
Judge,
Yes.
excuse me. At this point, may I, we're having a Zoom meeting,
Yes.
and I just want to check and see if there's anybody that might be identified here as public comment.
That's funny. That's exactly what we were going to head to next. That's a good idea.
And so let me go ahead and see if I can find anybody here that may be here for public comment. Once again, is there anybody signed on for public comment? Could you raise your hand or show your face or unmute? Anybody for public comment? Okay, Judge, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. Tyner, what I think I'd like to do is get some important housekeeping with approval of the minutes, and that's on F. And I'd like to bring the court's attention to the minutes of June 25th, 2020, and also the special meeting of June 25th. And there's a third set from July 15th. All need approval at this time, and all have been included as part of the court's packet. May I get a motion for the approval of the minutes of June 25, the special meeting also of June 25, and then of July 15th? Got a motion? Do I hear a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then Tyner, I was wondering if Gerald, I'm sorry, Gerard D'Alessio.
Yeah, we call him Jerry, and I do not see him, Judge.
Okay.
He's been here for a long time and member of the county attorney's office.
And Belinda, we can give him some time. I just thought it would be nice to recognize him at the beginning so he could go on back to work. I can skip to one other small item that I need to take care of, and then you give him a little text? That's nice. Okay, so we'll hold on that. But I would like to go to public comment. It's very, we've brought this up before. People have an expectation that we're going to have public comment first thing in the morning. And so I'd like to call for public comment at this time. And the only thing that I have here are the doctors that have signed up, but they're also here to be a resource. Why don't we give them a chance to make the public comment, and then I'm going to ask them to stay so that we can ask them questions during the COVID-19 number. I think it's number 1. In other words, they can make comment, but they can also,
Judge, theoretically, I guess if it's on the agenda, shouldn't,
well,
what do
I
you
don't
wanna
know
do?
what
I
he's
just wanna
coming
be
to
able to
talk about.
engage.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Yeah.
He signed up, and that's why I
Okay.
didn't know if it was, I assume as well, but I want to double check. Dr. Papanini signed up. He may have just did that because he thought that was important. Okay,
He actually has an agenda item.
yeah, well, good. We're gonna hold then. I'd had to make sure. It didn't say which item. So I have no, public comment, signees, and we have nobody online, Tyner?
Nobody raised a flag
Okay.
or turned off their
right.
video or unmuted.
Well, and if you are having difficulty and you want to be heard, call the county judge's office at 888-0444 and let us know that you're having trouble, and that way we'll signal for us to stop and look for you. Okay, since we're going to wait for Jerry, and we will go into the item that is always intriguing, it's item number 1. It's general information reports, and it's discussing the COVID-19 response. And it also states that we're going to receive an update from the Nueces County Emergency Operations Center. And so I think you'll be able to get all the information you want about our hurricane response, hurricane preparedness from Melissa Munguia, and she is going to join us right now via our WebEx meeting here.
Here she is, Judge, I
Okay.
believe.
Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, very well.
Okay, let me see if I can get my. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why it's not showing my video, but I'm going to go ahead and continue so we don't spend too much time on this. Does that work for you, Judge?
Sure, and if the video winds up coming in, that would be great.
Yes, that would be great. I'm not sure why. Well, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We definitely have gone through a lot here in our community in the last 6 months. As of this last weekend, we now have another hurricane behind us. So those are a couple of things that I want to talk about today as far as the response and the aftermath of Hurricane Hannah. So I'm just going to start with kind of a quick summary of Hannah. You know, it's very similar to the way Harvey spun up. It started as far as when we started to kind of activate and look at the system was a tropical depression in the Gulf of Mexico. It seemed to be predicted to make landfall as a tropical storm. They were expecting it to be somewhere in the middle to South Texas coast. We activated our EOC, a skeleton crew was activated, and the remaining folks from the ride-out team activated remotely. This was a whole 24 hours ahead of what we anticipated the landfall time being. And this was so that our emergency operations center could get set up, start running, and we could start working on some of those issues and getting those resources that we know that we would need for any system. Over time, it began to come closer and closer to the coast, and then we got informed that it was in fact increasing to a Category 1, which, as it made landfall in the North Padre Island area, we did have wind speeds that were almost a Category 2. But the biggest thing with Hurricane Hannah that's very different than Harvey was the storm surge. The storm surge, Hannah was a wider storm. So just like Sandy happened in the East Coast, it was only a Category 2, but it produced 25, 30 feet of storm surge. So it's really about the size and how long that system remains large enough and pushing water ahead of us. So we did see more substantial storm surge than we were first expecting at the beginning of the system. Hold on just a moment. Okay, while I'm talking, I've got help here to try to get my video on. That's fine. So we ended up having Category 1 make landfall with the storm surge that we were not expecting in the beginning, but with the quick spin up, similar to Harvey, that kind of very limited, you're talking less than 30 hours of that spinning up and becoming something larger than we anticipated. Now, we always do plan for the next size up. So we were planning for Hurricane 1. It's just the storm surge that ended up being so much more substantial than we were expecting. And because of that, that leads me to kind of my biggest item here to discuss with you is bringing forward what happened to Bob Hall Pier. And some of that has to do with that storm surge. Actually, most of it has to do with the storm surge. So I wish that my video was working right now. I do have the County of Nueces Bob Hall Pier inspection and final report from Jacobs Engineering Group in my hand, where it discussed the needs and the requirements of this substantial size pier, which we know is close to, I believe, close to 40 years old. So it's almost, it is a historical site here for us in Nueces County, and it is a substantial pier, but it was in need of repair. I mean, it is an old pier, and so repair is expected. It's completely expected. What's not expected is a storm coming in and bringing waves that are close to 10 feet, if not higher than 10 feet. And it puts it just right exactly at the right spot to hit underneath the pier. And that's where that structural damage begins. So it's not a surprise that a structure like this that is as old as it is and has already a history of needing repair, that a structure like this would have a failure. And hold on just a moment. Go ahead. If you'll folks just give me just 1 second, we're trying to get this video on.
I'm just going to say this since we're having this little pause. When we finish with Hurricane, I'm then going to ask the doctors to come in for public comment so we can transition to the COVID-19 response, because I know they're going to want to get back to
You want to do them
to their
first, Judge?
hospitals.
'Cause you want to do them first? just
Well,
since
I'm
they're
gonna,
here?
if Melissa will just finish her report real quick, we'll wait for our questions
There we
on
go.
Hurricane Harvey. Is that, listen to me, Hurricane Hannah?
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there you go, everyone. I apologize for that issue there.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can wrap this up. I just wanted to at least discuss quickly just the Emergency Operations Center and the steps that we took to prepare for Hannah. And then, of course, our most substantial loss here of Bob Hall Pier. We do have teams that are going around, and we've got different groups of people that are working on damage assessments. We provide to the state in a DSO or a disaster summary outline. So right now, and that's a capture of all of the damage and the estimates of the cost of the damage. So we're working with all of our partners and getting those numbers together so we can push that forward and get those numbers to the state. Those include organizations and groups like the Port of Corpus Christi is going to be providing us information, our cities, the fairgrounds, anybody that's the beaches, our coastal parks. So anybody that's experienced damage is coming together to create this disaster summary outline. And Judge, I know we have people waiting. Did you want me to move forward and speak about COVID right now?
So I just, I want to just, yes, we're gonna just have you pause while we bring them in. And then we
Sure.
can also let them listen to your report about COVID, and that way they can be a resource for commissioners who have questions. The two things I'm gonna add that you and I discussed this morning so that we can put the hurricane at least in, well, not all the information, but the information that commissioners really need to know, is that Crowder Gulf is the named company for the General Land Office to do beach debris removal. And there will also be a marine debris removal company because that pier has fallen into the water on the T section. And that's going to be done by the General Land Office. And we have our contact folks, and we met with them. And so we want people to know that the General Land Office will be doing the work, and they will go to FEMA to get the reimbursement. That means, in English, that Nueces County will not be paying money, the General Land Office will, and they'll go to FEMA to get that reimbursement as to that piece. That decision was made yesterday, and so I think that's a very positive decision for our fiscal, either way, it's the same work, right? In fact, we
Yes,
also.
thank you for capturing that
Yeah, I just
information,
want to
Judge.
make sure that's a really important piece of it. And the second thing that I'd want you guys to know that Melissa and I have done is that Jacobs Engineering, through the help of Texas A&M University, ran underneath the pier. We were able to get drones underneath there. There's a particular drone that Texas A&M Lone Star has that is basically, it has a avoidance detection technology. Just think of it as your lane detection in your car. It makes you stay in your lane. It makes this drone avoid things that it can hit and avoid it from falling in the water. That happened yesterday. So I told Melissa, you are moving at the speed of light because it's very hard to explain to people why you have to close off a piece of beach. And the reason is that we're moving very quickly in assessing the damage and getting the right people out there on the site to get the work done. So that drone coverage happened yesterday. Jacobs was, engineering was on site on Monday. And then the last thing is that next week they'll put divers in the water. The report that Melissa's holding, can you hold it up, Melissa? Commissioners, if you don't have a copy of this, would you please let Tyner know? It's titled Bob Hall Underwater Inspection Report. You really need to read the executive summary and also flip to the very back where the schematics are. The big crux of it are tons and tons of pictures outlining the work that needed to be done. So those are the things that I wanted to say about Bob Hall Pier. And then,
And Judge,
yes.
real quick, since we're talking about essentially Coastal Parks Department, I did want to kind of make at least a suggestion or a recommendation at the possibility of closing some of the damaged access roads so that we can keep, one, people safe, and then two, keep the area cleared out so that those repairs can happen. And I just feel like that's something that might be important for us to do to keep things moving forward and to keep the public safe.
Very good. We'll make sure we get the right roads designated. And yeah, the name of the game here is safety, and people have a lot of curiosity, but we think we can limit the area just to the unsafe area where there's tremendous debris. And so I think that's all good. I want you to know as well that I spoke with Edward, who really helps me kind of maintain the rural community outlook. Maggie had the opportunity to speak with all of the mayors as our public information officer, and the conclusion is we had minimal impact to all our rural areas. We did have rain. Edward's going to probably call it 3 inches. But some farmers are going to be unhappy with that because of how it impacts their crops. But all in all, we fared very, very well in the areas that we were very worried about. From the North Beach perspective, Commissioner Vaughn's precinct, there's really devastation in the areas there, and we hope to address those impacts with both a site visit. I'd like to maybe see if we can get law enforcement and Melissa's team to escort us over there so that we can, be safe, Commissioner Vaughn, but really get an on-site look. I've got awesome aerial photos, but North Beach is another area in our county heavily impacted that needs just as much attention as the Gulf Coast beaches. So each commissioner, I think, has impacted areas, some more than others, and I think that's a good place to just pause. I'm going to let commissioners ask you a lot of Hurricane Hannah questions, but in the interest of having our doctors get back to the hospital, we're going to pause, Melissa, and switch to
Sure.
COVID. Okay, would you ask Dr. Papanini and Dr. Vishnu Reddy to come in? Welcome, Dr. Papanini. Dr. Papanini, welcome, Dr. Reddy. We've been talking hurricane. We just now switched to COVID. We want to have you be able to listen to Melissa's report, but first we wanted to give you an opportunity to give us a glimpse on the inside. And also, please accept the court's sincerest sympathies and condolences for the loss of one of your brothers, really, a critical care physician, young, incredibly talented, and his loss yesterday is a great one to our community, and we extend our deepest condolences.
Thank you, Judge Canales and the court. Good morning, and last time we met, it was in April. Things were a lot better back then, but since Memorial Day, we've seen a surge of patients in the hospital. From that Memorial Day weekend onwards, and I'm talking about Bay Area and Doctors Regional and our campuses. So till to date, we've treated about 600 patients with COVID. As of today, we have about 145 patients in the hospital. Between most of them are at Doctors Regional. We assigned that hospital as our hero hospital, but that got filled very quickly. ICUs gotten filled, so we started putting the patients in Bay Area Hospital and a heart hospital, which was initially designated as green zones for us to deal with the other emergencies. But we had to use those hospital beds also to treat COVID patients. 2 weeks ago, we needed additional beds. We were at 110% capacity, so we opened additional floors. We became very creative. We started using our nuclear medicine floors and dialysis floors. So as of right now, we have about 100 patients more in the hospital than normally what we would have. But we are holding in there, and we are what we're doing is we're testing aggressively our patients, making sure that there are no patients that are under investigation. Like that means you suspect COVID, but it's not proven. We realize that if you leave a large number of patients like that, that's consuming our resources. So we've been fortunate to have HCA do an aggressive testing and trying to clear out the backlog and know whether the patient is positive or negative. So once we decide they're positive, we're moving them into our COVID units and trying to reduce the usage of PPE and the resources. And again, thank you so much for sending us additional nurses from the state. That's been a blessing. Otherwise, we would not have made it because we have about 100 of our nurses out sick right now, and several of our doctors too. And we did receive 6 doctors from the state. They've been helping us deal with the additional census. We're holding steady. Things to me, in my personal opinion, we hit the peak, and we should see some improvement in the next few weeks as far as the number of inpatients. The toughest thing has been just because we're having a pandemic, the other emergencies don't stop. People continue to have strokes and continue to have MIs, and so we're still struggling with our census and stuff. But over the last couple of weeks, with our administrative help, we became really efficient in how to move the patients and stuff like that. And our hospital administrative team is opening another site. And they already started putting patients in there yesterday. I believe they put 4 or 6 patients up there.
And that's the Northwest.
Yes, Northwest facility. The problem we're facing is some of our COVID patients, what we call the discharge barriers. We want to send them home, they're ready to go home, but they need either oxygen need to be set up, or some of them need a rehab or a physical therapy for a couple of weeks. Some of the patients are getting really weak, and those patients, the nursing homes are full, so they're holding up a bed, and they really don't need the critical care doctor. So for that reason, we kind of brainstormed and, okay, let's open our Northwest facility where they don't need the acute care, but they need the physical therapy and rehab, so we're sending them there.
And can you remind the court how many beds are there? Is it 34 or 40?
I think it's about, I don't know the exact number.
I think we were teetering somewhere between 34 and 40,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure whatever.
I think it's around 30.
I heard
Okay,
35, I heard 35, I don't know if that's right.
Okay, so that was a perfect 30,
I-
40.
yeah, I think
Okay,
That's what I
35.
heard, but I don't know that that's right.
And also, we want to acknowledge Eric Evans and HCA for all of their good work, and Dr. Deppert and yourself, Dr. Papanini, I mean, Dr. Reddy. I mean, I get goosebumps when I see you guys now. I mean, I've known you for a long time and always admired you, always wanted to be, you know, around you, but it's different now for me. The word hero doesn't even do you justice, maybe angel more like it, but I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. You've had to get so creative. Can you tell the court a little bit about your needs right now, about medication? I mean, we get asked all the time, and of course, I'm lucky because I get to see the star requests, but the court, I'm sure, and you all chime in, what would you like to know from Dr. Papanini? Or tell us about your needs first, and then let the court ask.
Thank you. Again, thank you for acknowledging the work, Judge Canales and the commissioners. Yesterday, we lost a dear friend and our partner. Him and I worked side by side, and he's only 54, Dr. Guzman. He was the residency program director, and we lost him. And it was really a tough day, and we had to move on. We had to show up, you know, within 15-minute break, and then you got to go in and take care of the patients. And that was really hard yesterday working. And not just for me, but he has trained hundreds of doctors and most of our nurses, so those are the battles we're facing right now. But as far as the need, we're good, at least in where I am right now. We have enough PPE, and we could always use some shortages with the remdesivir medication that
Right.
seems to be working.
You're good on the steroid, good on the Pepsid.
Good on the steroid. Pepsid, yes, we are facing some shortages with Pepsid and remdesivir. Those are the
And
two.
remdesivir, okay.
Yeah. As plasma too.
And
also.
plasma.
Yeah.
And we're working so hard on that to get people, we've got a lot of PSAs out.
Yeah. See, the thing is, we have our own experience now. In April, it was theories, but since April, we've treated so many patients, and these treatments work efficiently if you give them early on. So the problem is we could order a plasma, but then we're waiting 4 or 5 days, but then we're losing the competitive edge, like to.
You need it immediately.
Yes. Early on, when we order it, it's nice if it's available. But if you're waiting 4 or 5 days, the effectiveness of the treatment is not as good.
Okay, good.
And Judge,
Commissioners?
real quick, I did just want to say
Yes.
that there was confirmed there were 4 patients that moved to Northwest yesterday.
That's great news to have that step-down unit,
Yep.
and it's absolutely needed, and I know that it's going to get filled because there's so many people that, I mean, for example, all the shelters, I mean, any vulnerable population that winds up in the hospital needs most likely a step-down place to go to. They still need care, but they can't go home, wherever home is.
And my understanding too is that there's the possibility of,
Is your mic on, Commish?
oh, maybe not. Well, it says unmute.
I can
mic.
hear him, Judge.
Can you hear
Okay.
me? Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Melissa?
better
Yeah,
now.
Okay. My understanding too is that, and that's great news about that Northwest, is there's possibly some more beds that could be available out there also if needed. Is that a correct statement? That they have more bed facility if the beds are needed? I know they turned on is not the right word, but they turned on 35 beds and there might be some more.
I think it's 33 additional beds.
Right, so there's possibly some more out there that could be available, is that right?
I do believe so, but I have to check with the hospital
Okay,
administration.
I'm sorry if I'm not asking the right person that.
yeah.
I know you're not I shouldn't have
Yeah,
asked.
I
You're a
think,
doctor, not a bed
but
guy.
I can get it back to you very quickly.
No, it's okay. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. Thank you.
And I'm just wondering, Commissioner, anybody?
I do, I have
Okay.
several, I have
And
several
Dr. Reddy's
questions
available too, either one.
for either one of y'all. First, I want to thank you for opening up Northwest. Eric Evans and HCA have been so wonderful. And if you had seen the hospital before, they went in there and they cleaned it up and got it ready. It's amazing what they've done in that short period of time. It's just amazing. So thank you. I've got several questions. I have never understood these active cases. I don't agree with the numbers, and so the question I want to ask you, when they're in quarantine, how many days are they in quarantine before they're retested, and if they are retested again, because I know you stay home, and you're retested again, is that counted again as a COVID case? And y'all tell me, is it 7 days, is it 14 days before you say, okay, they're out of there and they're well?
I'm sorry, if the test comes back positive, how long do you have to be in quarantine?
Yes,
Current recommendation is about 14 days.
14 days.
Yes.
And then after that, because we really don't know who's following up on this, I know the judge is working on that, but just really don't know. So if they go after the 14 days to be retested, and they test positive again, are you counting that test again as a positive after they've already had the positive at the very beginning?
I don't believe they need to be retested.
Okay.
If they're positive, you're in quarantine for 14 days, and you're symptom-free, that should be enough.
I think some of them are being retested from what I'm being told, but you would know more than me, but that's what I'm being told.
Yeah. They're not going to count, like, if one single person got tested 100 times, it's still one case.
One case.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
that's-
not 100 tests that are positive.
And that's the question that's being asked, because we know that the public doesn't trust what's going on. It's unfortunate.
Ask
but
them to
it's-
step into the hospital. They
Yeah.
will believe.
But no, I think they
Yeah.
believe that COVID is real, but I don't believe they believe all the numbers
Yeah.
because of everything that's been told to us from Nate, from the federal, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask a couple of tough questions here, but I'm hoping I get an answer. And the reason I'm asking them is because the public wants to know. You know, when you're in there and you die alone, that's so difficult for you, the doctors and the nurses, but it's so difficult for loved ones that aren't allowed in there. And I understand why you're not doing it, because it is so contagious. But to me, you're in there with these masks and these shields on. If a loved one wants to take the chance, can they not sign a waiver or something and then have y'all supply them with a shield so they can be there? Because to have to live with that after they die, that's horrible.
I do believe we allow one family member.
You do?
Yes, to come in, to say bye, but I don't recommend it as a physician. Again, that is a highly, highly contagious area. Even when I step in there, even with all my protective gear, I am scared. Because we don't know a lot about this virus. We're still learning new things every day. And to answer your question, yes, I think we're allowing one family member to come in and say bye and stuff like that. That's just, I think, the news and stuff like that, because we do have, if we need a surgical consent or a important decision making, like, for instance, if they're letting go of their loved one, we do bring in that family member and then
Okay.
ask them to go in.
Good
Yes.
to know. Okay, the other question I want to ask is, I know that you're talking about some of the treatments, and, you know, on Facebook, you're seeing all kinds of things that are going on all across the states, and there's some kind of treatment out of Midland that they're using. Don't know what that is. Are y'all using different things other than the remdesivir? It's better than
I
it
think
used to
what
be.
you're referring to is the budesonide nebulizer treatment.
Yeah.
That is a inhaled steroid. That would probably, in theory, work for mild cases. What I'm talking about, the treatment, is patients that are in the ICU or patients that are declining really fast. If you remember my April, when I was here, if there is 100 people that are exposed to the virus, 90 of them will recover without any treatment. Of those 90, 80 may or may not have any symptoms. They probably don't even know they are exposed to the virus. But about 10 patients out of the 100 will experience symptoms like shortness of breath. We admit them once we see they're experiencing shortness of breath, and we check the pulse ox, and if it's dropping, that's a serious sign. That's when we admit them. That's where what we are saying in the last 2 to 3 months is, if you give plasma, if you give all these treatments, a large percentage of them are improving. And budesonide, for those patients that are the pulse ox dropping and people having shortness of breath and getting hypoxic, budesonide alone won't work. What we are giving IV steroids immediately and IV remdesivir. And if they go on to the vent, we are using tocilizumab. So those are the treatments that what we have seen are working efficiently.
Okay. And one last question, and this is just something that's going around. I don't know that I believe it. I just don't know. But they say that in depths, in the middle of somewhere in that CARES Act, that the hospitals are getting a certain amount of money for a patient that has COVID, a certain amount of money for a person that is on a ventilator, and a certain amount of money if they die. Is that true?
I am a physician. You
In
know,
the
I don't get paid a penny.
No, and I know that. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the hospital, so y'all would have no knowledge of that.
No, that would be a question for Mr. Evans, our CEO, or Dr. Blow, CEO of
Okay,
Spawn.
all right.
As far as we as physicians are concerned, you know, I'm not here to represent the hospital or anything. I'm here as one of the frontline physicians to give you an update on the treatments. But I really don't know. I didn't even have time to. I don't even know what CARES Act is.
And I appreciate that, and I hate to ask it, but I thought maybe someone might know that. But we thank you for all that y'all have done. We
Thank
really
you.
do. Thank you.
Yes, commissioners, anybody? Okay, I just, the only thing I wanted you to do, if you had 5 minutes more, Melissa Mugia, who's you see on the screen, is our emergency manager. She's about to give you and the court, or give the audience and the court an update about our COVID clinic. And I think for the rest of the week, we're all gonna be meeting, so we're gonna be talking about it, but I really think this COVID clinic, like your step-down unit, it is really gonna be important. One of the things that we're gonna talk about is also adding to our testing sites a pulse ox reading. So that way, if you test and then you test positive, we actually have a pulse ox on you. And if we see that pulse ox is low, then we know we need to target that person immediately for clinical care. And I think this is really excellent. If we do this, we'll be the first in the state to do it. I spoke with the governor about it yesterday, and Chief Kidd, who's in charge of emergency management. And so I want you to hear about it, because I know from here you're gonna go save lives. And so, Melissa, will you try to give them a brief summary, and then again, I'll be in touch very soon, but please stay safe. We need you. If I get sick, I want you to
Yeah.
make sure you take care of me and everybody else. I have so much faith and confidence that you're on duty. I can't share that enough with you. You make me feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Canales. I just want to clarify to the commissioners, we're not here to represent the hospital or anything. We're just answering your questions as a
Right.
treating physician. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what CARES Act is.
Don't worry, we'll get Eric on it.
Or the beds. But I just want to explain to the public and the people, you don't really need to have a pulse oximeter. If you are tested positive, and if you have a healthy lung, normally you could walk 2 flights of stairs and not get winded, or maybe a little bit winded. And just walk 2 flights of stairs, and if you're getting severely winded, go to the doctor, go to the hospital, or come to the emergency room. That means you're getting hypoxic. Normally, we only need 1/4 of one lung to live. Rest is a reserve.
Interesting.
That's why we don't get winded when we walk a flight of stairs or 2 flights of stairs. But if you're going up 2 flights of stairs and getting severely winded, there is something wrong. That's when you need to check maybe not everybody have a pulse ox. They can't afford. They can just do this simple test. And I test myself, like I hold my breath for 30 seconds. And if I'm holding my breath for 30 seconds, I think, okay, I can go to work today.
That's great. That's great.
So-
That's a good test, actually, holding your breath for 30 seconds. That's good.
Yeah.
Dr. Reddy, I just want to say thank you to you specifically, because you not only represent us on the front lines, but you represent us on the hospital district so well. And you guys have just been instrumental in working with all of the clinics, and particularly Amistad recently on the COVID clinic, and just very, very grateful to your double duty of service.
Yeah.
And we want to let you get back to work. We're gonna visit with Eric and try to get him to, maybe he could visit with us. You know Eric, so we're gonna be able to work with him, but, so, anyway, guys,
I just want to say thank you,
there you
Doctor.
go.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
And,
you.
I really admire the fact that you said that you are afraid, because people, sometimes they don't hear that.
Yes.
And when the doctor tells you that he's afraid, it's gotta be serious, right?
Yes, sir. Every morning, to be honest, yesterday, I just sat in the parking lot. I couldn't go in because my partner just died, and it was for about half an hour. I just sat in my truck and didn't want to get in. But then you got to get yourself together. You got to go in, and every day we get up, and I know the risk. I could get infected, and I'm going to. There is a very good chance I'm going to bring it home and to my family. So the situation is very scary. 2 weeks ago, it was even worse, and things are much, much more organized now. Thanks to HCA being the huge organization in this country, they helped us immensely, pouring resources and educational materials and daily conferences and changing treatments and stuff. But yes, it is scary, and every critical care doctor in our hospital, we can see it in their faces.
Thank you, Doctor.
But we just have to do what we have to do.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Also, Dr. Reddy wants to say something, and I almost called you Dr. Modis. Commissioner Modis wants to say something. Dr. Reddy?
Well, most of everything that we are seeing these days is all covered by my colleague, Dr. Papineni, but I don't want to leave this court without without deeply thanking our judge and you all commissioners and Governor Abbott. I mean, without you all, it would have been very difficult. For our little city of Corpus Christi compared to the New Yorks and the Houstons, you all sending the nurses, they just, I remember in one of our meetings, we made a request on Friday, the nurses showed up on Sunday, right? Wow. So thank you very much, and we'll continue this together and see what happens.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Commissioner Modis?
Thank you, Judge.
Doctors, Commissioner Modis is going to say something real quick for Dr. Reddy.
You're going to tell us that you're not part of.
There you go. One more time, John.
There we go, now it's on. All right.
Here, John.
There we go. All right. So I know that y'all aren't in administration, but I had a question on the issue of, from time to time, we hear of family members who are, there's multiple cases in there having hospital stays. We had a tragedy within our family, close friends of our family on my wife's side. Husband and wife passed away within 3 hours of each other. They lived in the Dallas area. And one got sick, and then the other got sick within 24, 48 hours, and they were placed at different hospitals and never saw each other again, right? Is that something that is in place? I mean, is that in consideration, or since these cases come, they're assigned to whatever bed is available?
Well, Commissioner, the priority is cohorting these patients. It's a highly infective virus. So whether you're family or whether you're a close friend and all, it's the same rules that apply to everybody, even all of us too, as physicians for that matter. The more we wanted to see Dr. Guzman yesterday, all of us go and check on him, we were held by the standards of care and by, this is a contagion and you have to be very careful. So we also believe in some theories that the viral load plays a big factor. So if I may just give a small spiel to this, you're supposed to have about 15 minutes of unprotected exposure, which is about within the 6 feet distance from a patient, for you to have an exposure that is significant enough to cause the disease. So when you have two COVID patients in one room, yes, they are COVID patients. They probably can't give it to each other, but the amount of exposure we will have as clinicians and nurses and technicians going into that room is also not advisable. Thank God thanks to you all and the judge and several emergency managers, we have not reached that crisis to where we have to keep 2 patients in one room yet. But our advice, and Dr. Papnini, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my advice is not to put 2 patients in one room, even if they're husband and wife.
If I can explain, Commissioner, when the cases come in through the ER, we have a immediate triage set up where we decide how sick the patient is. Can I manage this patient on the floor, ICU, or intermediate unit? That's what decides where the patient is going to go. You know, does that answer your question, or?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
COVID-19 is truly evil because it not only kills, but it destroys our spirit in many ways, and like this. And yesterday we had a mother and son die. 3 weeks ago, we had a fiance, 2 beautiful, soon-to-be married couple die. This is just part of its wickedness. And I do believe that it's really important for the community to understand that when you're saying thank you for these nurses, you're right. We would not be able to staff either Christus Spawn or HCA if it weren't for the constant stream of both federal and state nurses. And it's not just nurses, it's respiratory therapists, it's phlebotomists. I see every star request and we push them up. What that means is you request of us, and there's a process through the advisory council, and then it comes visibly to our EOC. And then when I say we push up, I literally get on the phone and I say, there's a request. It's immediate. It's justified. Here's the criteria. It's coming to you. Did you get it? Did you receive it? What can you do about it? Oh, okay, you can send them quickly? Wonderful. 10 hours, 12 hours later. How quickly is quickly? Are we confirmed, right? And then we're not satisfied until I get the call from a CEO that says they're arrived, right? So this is what it means to push. And we even had a request for OB nurses. Why? Because you're short-staffed, because COVID's not just taking patients into the hospital, it's taking staff away from the hospital. So it's double. And I think that when we talk about the viral load, we just have to do everything in our power to not put one more person as a potential patient. And so this is my fear, is that somebody I love will be there and I won't be able to say goodbye. And the reason isn't because I wouldn't take the risk, it's because I'm putting you at risk. You, the very person that is there to help and save lives. Every time we add on, we're compiling more potential hospitalizations. And that's what's so cruel about COVID-19. And that's why I want people to really hear what you say. And it's been super valuable. And then next time, commissioners, I'll ask Christus folks to come in. But those are our 2 treating hospitals that are really doing everything. And I just want to, before you have 145 patients, and on my screen, every day I get the load for Christus. And just to give you a perspective, Christus has a total of 91. They have over 200 patients. So, there's sort of a 2/3, 1/3, but out of our 400 patients, you guys have about 145, and then Christus has the rest. So it's just a tremendous load for one community.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And thank you again for, I didn't realize you guys were responsible for the request for sending in additional nurses and doctors. We put in the request, I put in a request Friday evening. Somebody showed up Saturday morning. That was amazingly fast. And thank you again, commissioners and judge. That was
Well,
really
and it's
helpful.
really thanks to the governor and thanks to Tatum, who
Yeah.
really make it happen. We tried to give our thanks yesterday. I almost wanted to cry.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say except for, and every 2 weeks, we have to renew the request.
Okay.
So just because you get them doesn't mean they're gonna stay. So
Okay.
every 2 weeks, we have to renew it. But this is what's required, and, I just want you to know, we'll keep sending them. You just have to keep asking. Whatever you need, it's our duty to get them for you. And, it's a really, I mean, obviously, all doctors are selfless in one way or another, but, what you're doing now is beyond words.
Thank you.
So thank you.
And one final thing, last time I was here, somebody asked me, does the heat and the humidity kill the virus? I think the virus answered itself. You know, we had our peak in the middle of July. Now, I don't think it's the heat and the humidity, it's the ultraviolet rays outside, so that sanitizes the virus. So the outside risk is a little bit less compared to the inside risk, so thank you again.
Thank you again. Thank you all so much. Melissa, will you finish for us?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Dr. Panini, as well. It's, excuse me, my phone keeps going off. It's, it really is, if the public isn't viewing this as a very serious situation, I think now is the time to start. I mean, we are losing people that we know and close to us, and you see it more now, and our physicians and our nurses are doing their best. And I know it's difficult, this conversation. I've heard it a lot recently, and you think about it, you can't help but think about it, which is, you know, the separation, and not being able to see a loved one if they're gonna be passing away. And so I know that's a very difficult thing to even think about, but you have to also consider the staff that's making the sacrifice to be there. And I think that's important for people to hear. So I'm glad that we did discuss that here today, and thank everybody that's out there, you know, putting their life on the line every day for my friends, for my family, for my community. So thank you for that. On a lighter note, we are coming up with solutions, and we are trying to come up with ways of streamlining processes and making sure that we're capturing data and all of these kind of these gaps that we've noticed in recent times. And so one of those things is the COVID clinic. So the COVID clinic is, there have been several logistic meetings, and the layout and the logistics of the COVID clinic are being squared away, what the needs are, what the resources needed are. And then, of course, also, it's hard not to talk about COVID. It's all interconnected now at this point, so it's difficult to only talk about the clinic. So we also have the isolation facility that's being worked on as well, the same site since the beginning. But now we're creating like a system, and it's a whole program. And so there are alternative places for people to go, other than just the hospital. And so that's the point of the clinic. And then the point of the alternative care site isn't just to take the burden also off of the clinic so they can take more patients, but also to create a space where folks can go that don't want to go home and spread the virus, that can also be monitored through the COVID clinic. And so there's been a lot of work done. Kathy Ardblatner, the judge, they were out there walking around with Dr. Phillips, making sure that the layout and what type of remodeling needs to occur.
Judge, can I just
So
ask
the
real
code,
quick?
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I did have a lot of questions on 12, which is the ratifying on the lease. Are we moving in? Can we moving into that? Are we talking about this now? I want to make sure we're, if I can,
You want to ask?
yeah, can I,
ask
is it
Melissa?
okay?
Just ask her questions.
Well, I don't,
Go into that item, because it's an item.
yeah, I wanted to talk about,
Tell me what, just
well,
want to ask the question of Melissa, or?
well, I don't know exactly because, and I don't know, it's on the ratify lease one that's on the consent agenda.
Right,
Because-
okay.
So I don't want
Let
to
me
get out of order.
Let me get
I'm
Melissa.
just trying to figure out what I'm
Let me
supposed to
just
do.
get Melissa to get her a little bit more
She's
info
talking about
on
the
that.
clinic, so Belinda, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Well, how about if you just, Melissa, I think what he's asking is, do you mind if I butt in here?
No, go ahead, Judge.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a little bit difficult to hear.
I'm so sorry.
From here when there's multiple people
So,
talking at the same time.
and also, Doc, by the way, I see you, and I'm gonna take a pause. I'm just going to finish this train of thought, and then we'll come back right to you. I'm deferential to the doctors because we want to make sure they get back to their work. On the COVID clinic, it's located at 2601 Hospital Boulevard. It is a building called Physicians West Building. It's a building that's owned by the hospital district, but leased as a tenant. The tenant is Christus Spahn. We've been in that building before already for testing purposes, and we had a small lease with them already. We expanded the lease for the clinic. The lease is a reimbursable and appropriate CARES Act item. So it is a lease that has been executed for the purposes of having a clinic 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. It will be run by Amistad Wellness Clinic. That's a federally qualified health center. They have recruited physicians and nurses to be inside that hot COVID clinic. Everybody that goes there will be COVID positive. They will be referred in some cases by hospitals, in some cases by PCPs, primary care physicians, by the health department, and in some cases, the citizen themselves will just give enough information that gets a phone call where they say, I don't have a doctor and I'm not going to go to the emergency room, but I may want to come to the clinic. Here's my situation.
And that was
That's
my-
what that's for.
And that was
Does
my
that
question,
help?
judges. The information that I had received was that, and it's the question on the lease, is that the Amistad Group was able to do this without having to go do this lease in their facility. And so that was what I was trying to get into. I do see Mr. DeLessio here and to be recognized. So if you
Okay,
wanna
great.
pause on
Well,
him,
we'll do a
'cause
quick
It's gonna
pause.
take me a while. I don't want to make him sit here and wait.
That's fine. Let me just finish that thought and we'll come right back to it.
Okay.
You know what I'm looking for though, so I can get to Jerry? I don't have the certificate here. Is it being signed?
Judge, are you going to go back to him? Because I do want to say a few words about Mr. DeLessio too.
I do.
when you're
Don't you
ready.
think we
Yeah,
should-
if that's
I'm
okay
going to
with
take
you.
a pause, Melissa.
Sure.
Would it be okay if I?
Go ahead,
While you're
please.
looking, is
Go
that
ahead,
okay?
please.
Judge, I know we're recognizing Mr. DeLessio today, and I will tell you, I worked with Mr. DeLessio. He was the CPS prosecutor, I guess that's the right term, when I was the judge in that court. And I will tell you that no one worked harder, was more prepared, was more compassionate, yet at the same time knew that he had to do what he had to do. He was definitely a great representative all the years that I worked with him for Nueces County and certainly for the county attorney's office. That's why I guess he lasted there as long as he did. And quite frankly, I don't really even understand how he did what he did for as long as he did, because there were plenty of days where I know he was very frustrated by and I'll say it, he doesn't have to, he was very frustrated by his client, as was I, but at the same time, he was very frustrated with the other side of the aisle too, because he dealt with a lot of people that weren't the best of people. He really did the Lord's work, as we would say, because he was protecting children. That was always his highest and utmost goal when he did his job. Didn't always agree with him. We didn't always agree, but I always had the utmost respect for him. I never had to question his integrity. I never had to question whether he said something if he believed it was true. He never tried to fool the court. He never tried to pull anything over on anybody. He just did his job with the highest level of integrity and commitment, and he will definitely be missed over there. I quite frankly, he trained so many of those people that came and went, because if you think, we hear about tough jobs all the time, but being the CPS prosecutor is a tough emotional job. So I just wanted to, personally thank him for all the hard work he did. I'm sorry to see that he's leaving, but again, he's still a young enough guy to be able to get the heck out of there and enjoy his life and not be so stressed over this. But he was a wonderful guy in that courtroom, and I really appreciated everything he did. So thank you very much, Mr. DeLessio. I appreciate all you did.
Thank you, sir.
And Judge, if I can say a few words.
Absolutely.
So I absolutely have to echo everything that Commissioner Chesney has just said. Jerry has dedicated the last 19 years of his life advocating for children that have been neglected or abused, and he's done it wholeheartedly. He was always the first one in the office, the last one out of the office, working on weekends. Jerry's also everybody's buddy. There's only one Jerry D'Alessio, and he definitely can never be replaced. And so we're absolutely going to miss him. And on behalf of the county attorney and the county attorney's office, we just thank him for all the service that he's provided the county and our office.
Thank you.
Yes, so beautifully said.
Thank you, Judge. Jerry, I was surprised when I saw this. I thought, you would keep going for forever. And so I want to share a story as when I was a caseworker, my first case, you going through training, and they've scaled down the training, but back then you went through months and months of training before you went in. But one of the last things that they really would train you on would be going into court. And so I remember going in, and Jerry told me, it's okay, don't worry, I've never lost a case. I've never lost a case. And so I was worried, but he took care of me, advocating on behalf of the foster children that I had on my caseload. And eventually, when I became an investigator as well, the roles are slightly changed, but Jerry was still there. And still a little horrifying when you would go into court and, what do you mean Jerry's on vacation? I never knew he took vacation, but once in a while he would not be there for whatever reason. And there would be a panic amongst the caseworkers. The supervisors, I think, were a little bit more laid back. They kind of had the process down. But I always remember Jerry saying, don't worry, I've never lost a case, I never have. But I guess also he was a smart enough attorney to know when he might lose the case that we worked something out, right? So we went before the judge, the late Honorable Lewis, and of course Judge Chesney when he was there. But Jerry, thank you. Thank you on behalf of the county, and I'm sure, and I know that all the CPS workers that have gone through, supervisors, program directors, everyone that knew that you were there on our side, and we never had to worry about having a competent, confident attorney representing us, our interests, but also the children's interests, and also working on behalf of families to reunite when there was that need to really bring families back from treatment or other things that were happening. So, Jerry, I want to thank you for that. Thank you for your service, and I appreciate all you did for me personally and for all those other workers for DFPS.
And Judge, he had a great poker face, and when you're sitting up there trying to kind of watch and see if you could pick up any signs, if he just, he was just steady Eddie all the way. And, Belinda did that for a long time over there too, Judge, and I think she had her fill pretty quick and moved up the ladder and is doing it differently. But I can't stress enough, that is a tough job over there. And I really, appreciate it. But yeah, good. I'm hoping he's going to Vegas because he'll probably do pretty well out there. So what are you going to do, Jerry? I mean,
I'm going to stay in the local area, and I'm 72 years old, and exercise by walking at the park, and be retired. I want to thank you all for the honor of serving the local government. And I will not be working. I will be relaxing. I will stay in the community. I stay very close to home, and I want to thank you very much.
Well, Jerry, I think all of the comments are a testament to a life and a dedication to this Nueces County Attorney's Office. You are so valued and treasured and appreciated, and I'm only sorry that I didn't get the chance to work with you, because I would have liked to have had someone at my side that had that kind of work ethic and commitment. And I hope to see you, as they say, just walking around the park, so I can get to remember how many lives you affected. And I just want to thank you personally on behalf of Nueces County. I have a certificate that reads as follows: we hereby express our sincere appreciation to Gerard, your formal name, D'Alessio Jr., County Attorney's Office, retiring after 19 years of service to Nueces County, signed this day, August 31st. Whoops, it's not quite August 31st. That must be your day, the last day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, recognizing that you'll be here with us through the month of August. And it's signed by all of us, and it's a small token of a grateful county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
you.
Gary, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. It's tough working with that population. Takes a special kind of person to do that. You know, and I know you still haven't lost a case, right? Gary? You haven't lost a case yet, have you?
The work requires that we perform our obligations in the best interest of the children and the families. I can honestly say that I've never lost a case based on the best interest of a child. We've always had great trials, great judges, well-empaneled juries. So we've always done it in the best interest of the children. The question of winning cases, 99%. But Judge Chesney knows the law is strict and every child is safe. I can honestly say I did not lose any cases. I can honestly say that all the children are very, very safe where they are because there are children in our community. The service to the community is so important. Maintaining the homes and families is very important. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
need to do it's just okay, never mind.
May I be excused?
Yes, please. Yes, you're
Thanks.
excused.
Thanks,
Thank
Jerry.
you.
Good luck. Hey, Jerry, don't lose a case in that last month, buddy. Don't lose your streak in the last month. That's all I gotta say.
Melissa,
Thank you.
I want to just pause. Dr. Mike McCutcheon is here. Is it relating to the agenda item on COVID-19? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and return back to Melissa. Melissa will finish, and then we'll resume with the public comment. Melissa, when we took our break to recognize Jerry, I was talking about the details of the lease. Commissioner Chesney's comment in response basically indicated that Amistad could take care of these folks at their place. Let me elaborate because I've had the opportunity. We've had to divide and conquer, commissioners. That's the only way you can prepare for a hurricane and create a COVID clinic at the exact same time. And so on the COVID clinic, Amistad does have a mobile medical trailer, kind of like ours, Commissioner. It's got 3 bays, but it is not suitable for 750 patients a week or 10 different physicians. It's certainly not available to do social distancing in the proper way. We cannot put the safety protocols in place. I've had the opportunity to take the health department and Amistad and I'm trying to think of who else has been over there, but just everybody who would be a major stakeholder with both the county and the city's EOCs, and we all agree that this clinic, of course, it's great because it was a clinic. It's not that we're reinventing it. It literally was medical offices and a clinic. It's just that it's not being used. There's nobody in the building, so there's a safety net that's there. And again, this is with so many active cases. Every week, we've been averaging anywhere from 1,700 to, the average range is 1,700 to 2,600 cases in the last 3 weeks. So when you take those cases and recognize there's a 14-day period, you're going to have thousands of people that potentially could need attention. We've never had this many people die in their home before. So this clinic is in an effort to decompress our emergency rooms. It's also in an effort to get the right treatment. So is the right treatment you just need to be educated and you stay at home? Or is it I need to use my telephone and have telehealth? Or do you exhibit the symptoms that require you to be evaluated? And so those were the protocols that we went through. And this was the way that we thought it was the safest and the best. Imagine you have a loved one who is a nurse. Would you want to have them work where there is adequate room to don and doff? I learned those new words. They're now in my vocabulary. Didn't know them before. Do you know what donning and doffing means? It means donning means I'm going to put on the proper PPE. I'm going to doff, I'm going to take off. I have a biohazard bag. I maybe have a shower. All those things are available at this space that are not available at Amistad. And so this clinic, we believe, will be a great clinic to come way into the fall. My sincere hope is that we can create stabilization, but at 250 cases a day, the only reason that looks good is because, quite frankly, 600 looks so god-awful. So does 250 come down? Sure, it makes you feel much better, but 250 is still too many. I remember the days where I was worried about 25 cases a day.
And Judge, I think I'm not questioning the need for a clinic. I have just been given information that I was just recently given, and I would like to hear from Amistad, because obviously, if Amistad has, and I understand that you say you don't feel they do, but if Amistad has the infrastructure and the staff to do it at their facility, I think the court ought to at least listen to them before we just ratify a lease that and I know you think it will be reimbursable, but there's no guarantee on anything being reimbursable. And so if someone already has it, and if Amistad, it sounds like they're going to run this clinic anyway, is what I think I heard you just say, wherever we do it. So all I was going to suggest was that, and I'm not 100% sure we're on this agenda item yet, but I was just going to suggest we table the consent agenda number F and let Amistad come back and tell us, and then when the court sees that they don't have it,
Right.
then we could.
And I don't
move
know
forward with
if I should maybe allow Belinda to explain a little further, but this lease is already signed by me and my emergency powers. So the ratification is just that, it's a ratification. And we are opening this clinic with Amistad in a matter of days. And Amistad is 100% in agreement and on board with this. I don't know where your information is coming from. I wouldn't mind at all if you shared it with me so that I could vet it properly, but I'm letting you know that I've been working with Dr. Phillips for the last month on this particular clinic and on this particular site. And so Amistad can still see patients and test patients at their clinic, but everybody has been working. This is part of our COVID-19 emergency management response. We're still under that disaster declaration, both federally and by state. And
then I guess my question is, why do we even need to ratify it? Because my understanding of a ratification is it can't be done unless we ratify it. If we don't need to have it on the agenda, Belinda, then get it off the agenda, because I'm not comfortable voting on it based on what I know. But if she's correct that she has the right to do this and we have no say, then why is it on? Why are we putting stuff on the agenda that doesn't need to be on the agenda? And again, so if she's
Right.
if she's right, then let's get it off the agenda and go forward. But if I'm supposed to vote on something and I'm getting information that says differently.
what's really odd to me, I'd like to know what the source of the information is, because I have to be honest with you, I've never lied to you or to this court. And I'm certifying to you as not only as the judge, but as an officer of the court, that Dr. Phillips, the health department, the doctors from Christus Spahn and HCA and Driscoll are all sending staff to this site because they think it's in the best interest of the community. And I'm wondering where your information comes from, because you have no background. I mean, you have no, what is the background for it? What is the person that's saying it?
Can I say something? You know,
Well, I'd like him to answer the question, if you don't mind, and then I'll call on you. Who is telling me
I've
these
talked to various
erroneous?
medical professionals. I've talked to
Who?
people at the
Name
hospital
them.
district board. And they've represented to me that Amistad made a proposal to have it at their clinic and to do it with their infrastructure, and that we didn't need to lease the space. Is that not true? Did Amistad not come forward and say, originally, we can do this? In fact, it was a public presentation that was made at the hospital district board, or it was made to the hospital district board that said, we can do this, we have the infrastructure, we don't need to go rent a space. That was what I was told by people that were at the hospital district board.
That was before they saw the space, and that was
it's just
before that we
The Amistad
discussed.
space or the Physicians
The Physicians
Plaza?
West. I'm going to tell you, your information is not the most current information, and it's not accurate.
And I don't
And
think-
Amistad is 100% understanding that this is the very best space for this clinic. All they have is a medical trailer. They were ready to do anything because they're in the business of saving lives. And of course, before we had this opportunity, they wanted to do anything. Dr. Phillips is an incredible humanitarian. But this space is necessary, is needed, and is much safer.
And I know you believe that. I don't think you're lying. Please don't think just because I'm raising questions that I think anybody's lying about anything. I've just been told that a presentation was made to the hospital district board that Amistad could do this without the space that we're spending money on. All I asked was, can we have Amistad come forward and talk about it? If she has the ability to do this without us, Belinda, that was my question to you, we can stop having this discussion. But if it's, when I see it on the agenda as a ratify, that tells me, in my experience as a commissioner, that we can't do it without ratifying.
I talked
Hold
to
on,
Ken.
can I just get?
I'm sorry.
No, I just want Belinda to answer my legal question, because it doesn't need to be on here. I don't need to argue about this for 30 more minutes.
As you know, Commissioner, the authorities under 418 are written very broadly for that very purpose, so that they can react immediately to the needs of the public. And so the county judge does have authority under 418 to enter into agreements. We can certainly look into that further. And if we need to put it on the agenda, just as accepting it into the record.
Then this doesn't, are you saying this doesn't need to be on the agenda?
Like I said,
I
I haven't
think
looked at that
Yeah,
issue
I think the issue
specifically,
is that you all wanted everything to come as part of transparency and making sure that you knew what we were doing in emergency management, and that it would be a good thing for you to have a say-so in that you were saying, hey, I ratify what emergency management is doing. If you don't want that, we can just do an acceptance, but
I think whatever you know.
I think you don't want to take a record vote, but if
Well,
you
I'll be
want
happy
to
to take
take
a
a,
record
well,
vote.
let's take
No,
it.
wait, what I'm saying
Because
to
you're
you,
getting
Judge-
information that's erroneous.
No, what I'm saying to you, Judge, is the same thing I said to you the last time this came up. I don't think it's either all or nothing. I mean, if you remember, we had this discussion on one of the other items, I don't remember what it was, and it was gonna be on, you wanted to potentially vote on something, and I said, hey, look, I don't wanna vote on piecemeal things. If you have the authority to do it, and I'm saying if in a manner of not questioning, I'm saying if the law says she had the authority to do that, I don't need to come back and vote on certain things and not other things, because where's the line?
Yeah.
If you have the authority to do this, I'm not trying to usurp your authority, but I don't need to argue about items for 30 minutes that don't need to be on here. So I'm saying if she can do this, and the legal opinion is she can do it, then let's take it off the agenda and move on. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not, I just find that odd that a court wouldn't want to discuss something so important as getting people,
You know, and I.
basically
That's what I
clinical
said I
health.
did. I wanted to discuss it, but I did. That's why I said it. Can we bring Amistad in and discuss what was presented? And if something has changed, then let Amistad tell us. But that made you think I was accusing you of lying, which is not what I was accusing you of doing. I was just raising questions. But what I'm also saying is, if you have the authority to do it without us,
I'm saying that Amistad has already agreed that this clinic is the best location for this service. And we have been working diligently with the city of Corpus Christi, with City County Health, with HCA, with Driscoll, and with Christus. And everybody has been spending, my goodness, I mean, weeks of worth of time. And so that's what I'm trying to bring forth to the court, is that Amistad
And you have,
is
you've
a
been
part
transparent.
of this. And actually, COVID clinic, I think, has probably been mentioned in the last 4 courts.
Yep,
And,
agreed. Nobody's accusing you
right.
of not.
And I want to
bringing
also
something
just
forward.
quickly address the CARES Act. We will get reimbursed. It is a reimbursable expense. We have discussed it with Tatum. I've discussed it with the governor. I've discussed it with Chief Kidd. I've discussed it with Dishes, Dr. Cuevas, Dr. Pro. Again, we're going to be proactive people. I want to be proactive so that we can suppress this virus.
And Judge,
Uh-huh.
what this is this is the long-term management of COVID-19, which we've already identified as something that's going to go on past beyond what we thought, right? Whether that's seasonal or it's just here until
Right.
we figure out a treatment. So this is super critical for us to set up right now, before we get to that place where we are trying to find a new norm and it's here to stay until a treatment is discovered, to get this this COVID system set up and the Accenture so that we can have the data input, the hospitals talking. The whole issue at the beginning of this was the separation of all the operations. Now we find ourselves at a place where all of them are coming together and we're creating this very great fluid system of keeping our hospital count down and still providing assistance to our community, still keeping the spread down, still running the testing, and having a way to manage all that data at the same time. So this is just one of those things that have been in bits and pieces throughout the disaster up until right now, where it's all coming together. So I know there's a lot of questions about leases and contracts and things, but as we bring it right here to the public, this is our opportunity to explain this long-term system, this thing that we're putting in place to keep our community safe and to manage COVID over time. So I know that there's details that need to be talked about and questions, but this really is a great opportunity right now for us to celebrate the coming together of this long-term process for handling COVID-19.
And Commissioner
for our
Gonzalez
community.
has a question.
When you said long-term, I really care for long-term. Like you said, the key word that I like to hear is long-term. But I talked to Ken yesterday, and I asked him, was there a proposal y'all submitted, about this program that you'll have, a turnkey operation, the COVID, testing COVID, the patients that are going down, they don't have to be in the hospital, so they can get them out of the hospital. And I understand that there was a program, that was already a proposal that they had that was submitted to the hospital district. At one point, I guess it was put on hold, or whatever it was. Is that proposal we're talking about that it's a great proposal. I saw it.
Yeah,
It's a
and
3-year proposal, 4-year proposal. They cover everything. Is that the proposal that we're gonna do at the clinic?
no, that's not,
This
no.
is what I think we need to compare.
Okay,
That
well, but-
proposal with what's gonna happen at the clinic.
Right, let me try to spend another hour on this, because clearly that's what we're going to need. Number one, Amistad is a part of the service that is the COVID clinic, but not all of it. Amistad, for instance, will provide the medical services and also will be using their EMR or their electronic medical records. But there are logistics that are tremendous that Amistad is not going to do. For instance, Amistad is not going to be in charge of the call center where the phone calls come in, or the portals for integrated technology so that you can get all of the appointments
Well, I understand that
funneled
they
to the
would.
right place.
I
So
understand they would.
emergency management is at the head of the food chain, and we are going to contract with Amistad to provide the medical services. The reason that Amistad made the proposal to the hospital district is because I had asked them to go to the hospital district to see if they could assist with COVID supplies, COVID clinic supplies, because at the time, Dishes was no longer wanting to receive requests.
This is a 4-year project, Judgment. It's a heck of a project. I don't mind
Right,
spending
this
money in
is
it.
totally different.
And this is something we should have right now. They're ready to go.
Right.
I mean,
So-
why are we not working on that one?
Okay,
I mean,
just so you know, Commissioner Gonzalez, this is completely, the clinic that we're doing, we're working with Amistad.
I know you are, but
100%.
I got a program right now that can hit the ground running right now.
Commissioner, it's opening on August the 1st, and we've been working diligently with Amistad. I think there's confusion. Amistad is working with us
That's why-
100%.
And that's why I
100%.
just asked for Amistad to come and tell us about all this
I put it
because,
in the agenda for
sorry.
next meeting, so.
because
Okay,
my
well,
understanding
thank
was
you.
they put together a plan to be able to use at their Brownlee Clinic. Is that not correct?
Okay.
You said the
Yes,
mobile
it was a mobile medical, just so you know, Amistad has been testing at their Brownlee Clinic for a long time. There is no disconnect between Dr. Phillips and myself and the health department. We've been working together. If you have heard differently, you have heard incorrectly. We are working together. The reason the hospital district came up is because we believed at the time we would need a funding source. Since then, just so you know, there is a funding source, and it's the 1115 waiver program. And also, since then, Maria, because she's fantastic, has been working with our team to help identify a funding source for hospital districts to be reimbursed through the CARES Act. This is what emergency management response is doing. And there is nobody that is not taking advantage. I promise you, if there is something that someone can do for us, we go and grab it. And Amistad is working 100% with us on the opening of this clinic, which will be a soft opening in a matter of days. So the reason this lease is on your agenda is not only to give you situational awareness, but we've been talking about it for 4 weeks. I think it's important that you see everything that we do. That's what you asked of me. From the day that we created these workshops and put it number 1 on the commissioner's agenda, you said, we want to know what you're doing. Now you're saying, we don't care what you're doing.
No, I'm not,
You just
Judge. I'm
do-
saying, can you please bring Amistad and let us discuss it? And then you accuse me of saying that
I'm
you're
happy to
lying.
have Amistad come, but I want you to
Okay,
know that we're opening the doors to the clinic.
Okay, then you don't need, that's what I'm saying, then you don't need us to do this. You've already done it. All I asked was, can we bring Amistad in to hear this proposal? And you then accuse me of accusing you of lying. So that is
Hey,
where
Brent, you
it
do a
gets
good enough
difficult.
job all on your own. I don't have to make any accusations. Your implications are
God.
always
No, it's not,
very
Judge.
evident.
You,
All you have to do is
it's evident to you
rewind
because you
the
get
tape.
mad at anybody who
No, I'm not
questions
mad.
anything you do. You do. You get mad at me
No,
all the time.
I'm mad that you
can't-
want to come in with a ghost and
With a
say, I've
ghost?
heard this.
I talk-
Someone told me that, and
I
I'm
told
telling
it was a presentation at the hospital district, Judge.
Okay.
It was a public presentation.
Right, and I was a part of that presentation.
okay,
So
so then
I
how is
know
that-
what it is that they're doing, and I know what we're doing, and I'm certifying to you that we're working hand in hand with Amistad to open this clinic. There is not a disconnect between Amistad and this plan.
But the disconnect for
I wish
me,
you could have seen the proposal a long time ago, you know.
the disconnect for me is we're
You
spending
did, you
money.
had, that's called an open meeting, Commissioner Gonzalez, and you go to every hospital
Johnny Hickman
district
was the
meeting.
one that had it. You didn't pass it out.
The disconnect is that we're spending money, we're being asked to ratify and spend money on a piece of property where I have been given information that we possibly didn't need to spend the money on that location. We could have used.
Name the person that gave you the
Amistad
information so that I
in
may
the
contact them,
in
and
the
I can let
Amistad
them know
clinic.
that they're wrong.
I got a recap from the hospital,
that,
from the
Judge.
hospital district presentation. You just
What,
said you were
Commissioner?
there.
Why'd you want to do that?
Why?
Tell them
Because
that
I
they're
want to
wrong.
know who the person is that's giving misinformation to a commissioner.
Tell us
Wait, wait, wait,
everybody
no.
you talk to either.
What, sir?
Tell me everybody you talk to either, when gives you information. So, I mean, what, I don't know your point here. What, I mean, you go and you.
The point is that you don't know what you're talking about, and I want to make
Other
sure
people,
that
you
you
make
get the
them
right
like-
information,
Go to
sir.
the meetings, you.
I
talk
want
down-
to make sure that the court
talk
gets the
down
right
to them.
information.
Well, I do too. That's why I think. we
Well, I
should
think
look
that
at it.
innuendo is not information.
Judge, may I say
If you have
something?
information,
Well,
you
I
need
think
to
it's-
bring it
it's in
forth.
It's in the agenda. I'm gonna put
I
it
tell
on
you
the-
what I'm going to do. We'll call Dr. Phillips, and we'll make certain that she has an opportunity to visit with you so we can talk about how hard we've been working together
We
so that
should've
you
heard this
can
a
make
long time
certain.
ago. We should have heard it before he ratified it, before he did something, you
Well,
know?
that's called emergency response. When people are dying, sir, we're making decisions as an emergency team. And it's been on the agenda for 4 different times. If you've chosen to ignore it and just pay attention to it now, I can't help that. But COVID clinic has been on our agenda for the last at least 4
We care just as much
agendas.
as you do, Judge, believe it or not, believe it or not. You know, I mean,
Nobody's-
I want long-term services here. I don't want short-term
Okay,
services.
there's no short-term service here with what
Right.
we're doing.
I want long-term, that's what I want.
Okay, we all want the same thing on that. The COVID clinic is a fantastic clinic that we should be talking about how important it is for the community, but instead you're making it a different conversation, and that different conversation is not good for the community. Because
Judge,
what we should be talking about is how Amistad is working together with the city county health to provide an incredibly needed service. And you've taken that conversation and made it something else.
No,
And that's
Judge,
so
we-
unfortunate,
we-
Commissioner Gonzalez.
I would just make a
Commissioner
motion that
Vaughn,
we,
excuse me, I'm recognizing Commissioner Vaughn at this
Thank
time.
you. Look, we can't have it both ways. I remember sending an email to the judge saying that I wanted all the information. I still want the information. We don't get to make the decision, but we get to hear it. I wanted to hear it so I could communicate with the public on what is going on, and I think that's important. It is obvious that she has the power to make these decisions in her capacity. I don't have a problem with that, because if you have the power, then you ought to be able to do it. You know, I was on that line the other day when the hospital district had their meeting. I don't know how long their meeting went, but just on one subject, after 2.5 hours, I got off. Because this is ridiculous. When you are in an emergency, you almost have to make split decisions sometime. If this is what we have to do, Judge, I'm going to support it. I don't have a problem making a vote, because we've been told you have that power. You've already done it. You've already signed it. The only question that I would ask is this. It's my understanding the hospital district owns it, and they lease it to Christus Spawn. So right now, Christus Spawn is paying the hospital district something to lease it. Was this $12,000, I think is what it was? Was that reasonable for the space that you got?
It was. In fact, we're required by law to make a fair market value lease, and I worked with the county attorney's office, and they worked with Krista Spawn's attorneys. But the one thing you should know is that we have had very good discussions with Johnny Hip, and we said, hey, look, if Christus isn't using the building and you own the building, why don't you guys, since it's an emergency, we're going to execute the lease, but why don't you guys try to work immediately to try to find a way that it can be part of a comprehensive, agreement, so that way you get it back in your hands and give it to us at the best rate possible. Maybe even a pro bono, in-kind donation. So having said all that, they're fully aware of that, and we need them to do that. But the law requires that I execute a lease with the person who has the proper rights to sublease, and that, in this case, is Krista Spawn. And like I said, this is not the first time we do this amendment. This is this lease. This is the second time. And if you want to know, you all ratified it the first time. So again, I brought it to you because this is the process. I'm a process person, and this is the way you wanted to see it, and I'm happy to change it, but I think this is the right thing to do.
I'd say, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Y'all had been discussing the COVID clinic just generally and all the aspects of it, amistad and all, but now if y'all are discussing the actual lease terms, if you can go ahead and call consent agenda item 3F.
All right.
So that if y'all can discuss those terms and take any vote if y'all wanted to.
And then, Judge, I just had a question on Accenture, and I heard Melissa mentioning that, and just wanting to know what their role in this is and what their cost involvement in this is as well.
Sure.
That was my next line of questions.
Sure. Let me do this. I'm going to take a quick pause because that's going to take some time. And I'm not actually wanting Dr. McCutcheon to be here if he needs to get back to work. I'm going to take a quick pause. He did call Tyner Little, and he asked to be placed on public comment. And this is why I'm choosing now to reopen public comment, even though it's already concluded, to allow Dr. McCutcheon the opportunity to speak. And so, Doctor, I'm going to, for the clerk's purpose, I'm moving off agenda item number 1. I'm going to come into public comment at this time, and then I'll close it again for the duration. But I do appreciate you calling Tyner that let us know that you were coming.
And thank you for recognizing me and allowing me to take a little bit of time. I did not want to come down here, but, and I also thank you for not asking me to weigh in on the Amistad Clinic stuff. I know a little about that, but I'm not gonna, not gonna weigh in on that. So the issue that brought me down here may seem small, but it's really, it's about two things. Number one, it's about from Friday through the end of Monday, I think, the ability to go surfing in Corpus Christi was restricted. And that kind of seems like a small thing, but it's really not when you consider that your order and the mayor's order was that for the least amount of time possible that beaches were to be closed. So Friday, I was told by a police officer that if I were to go surfing, I'd be ordered out of the water and issued a citation. The waves were about this big. So I contacted you and the mayor, and both responded to me. And both stuck to your guns and said you have a duty to protect. And when that storm came in, it went away. The next day, the waves were small again. We're still told for a few days no, you can't go in the water. We have a duty to protect. That's what I'm calling into question. I can't think of a single other place in the world where the government says we have a duty to protect you from going surfing. I mean, California, big swells come, people paddle out, people get injured, people die. The government doesn't have the duty to protect people. It's akin to saying, gosh, there's been a heavy snowstorm. We're closing all backcountry skiing, you know, or no, you can't climb that mountain face. That's too dangerous. It's perplexing. And this came up before, I can't remember if it was when I was on city council or after, but there was a long line of prominent citizens that came forward and said, you know, this just isn't right. These are conditions that we really wait for. Now, the conditions weren't very good the past few days, so you haven't seen as big a response. But we have another storm potentially reaching the Gulf this weekend. There's going to be another storm swell, and so I just wanted to get this clarified. What's the response going to be? Are we going to be ordered out of the water for days on end when there's a storm swell? It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. It's really perplexing to me. And so I'm just asking you, and I tried to make it to the city council meeting yesterday. I wasn't able to. I know they received a whole lot of letters and public comment. Those were just not even read. They were accepted into the record. So I have to kind of come down here to kind of raise the level a little bit, because I sent all y'all an email yesterday, and you may be planning to get back to me, but I hadn't received a response, so I thought I'd come down here. I really do want to address this before it happens again.
And normally in public comment, I didn't know what you were going to say, so typically the rule is that we don't speak back, but because, and
I
I'll get.
understand you can't take action.
Right.
We discussed this with the county attorney.
Right.
But you can talk.
Right, but because it's part of the hurricane preparedness on number one, I can close comment and return back to the item that we're on, but jump out of COVID and go back to hurricane preparedness with your blessing, Belinda. Okay, so I'm going to ask you just to leave the mic and maybe just sit in the audience so it doesn't look like I am responding to your public comment. Thank you for the public comment. I'm closing public comment. Tyner, if there's anybody else, will you say so now? Okay, hearing none. Going into, just to allow the doctor to hear a response, I always think it's nice to hear one if you can get one. I had the opportunity to visit with Cliff Schlabach at Surfrider Foundation, and I took that measure. I don't know if he visited with you, but I did call him and had about, I don't know, pretty great 45-minute conversation, I guess, with him. And during our first stay-at-home orders, I specifically crafted that order along with the county attorney, but I'd like to say that my hand was on it specifically when it came to certain elements, and surfing was one of them. So while there was perhaps a lot of areas that were not considered essential when we were on stay-at-home, for me, we were one of the first in communities that were coastal to specifically list surfing, fishing, windsurfing, kayaking. The idea being is that I supported, as an emergency manager, the wellness aspect and the exercise aspect and just the whole composition that brings to people who love the water. That was the first way we treated surfing and surfers, and I thought that was a very positive. I received very positive comments from surf riders. The second thing that you addressed was the Friday at noon pedestrian access restriction. There was no blocking of surfing. It's just that surfing gets affected. I would not have any issue with anybody in the water. It's just that the only way to get to the water is to walk to the beach to get to the water. And what we needed was time. And you can see that the storm changed its nature in a matter of literally 10 hours. And we needed time because we are also, like so many other workforces, struggling and strained. And we had a million things that needed to get done. And Coastal Parks asked me for the time, and I gave it. I did have to put their needs and the needs of this community, so when I call upon a duty to protect, agree with you. I don't have a duty to protect you legally in the water. I don't. I would tell you Barbara Canales cares about you. I do. You may not care, but I do. It's just me. But having said that, my duty to protect was confined to that area that was coastal parks that really needed time to berm up, and that meant a restriction to pedestrians. And subsequently, post-storm, I want to say that the reason we've blocked that off is because it's been deemed to be unsafe because of all the marine debris, including huge concrete structures that are out there in the water. They are 16 feet wide and 150 feet long, along with telephone poles, rebar, electrical lines, tubing. And until we can get some sonar survey out there, what we needed to do was there's 3 people that need it imperatively, and that's our damage assessors and really the debris removal companies. And the General Land Office agreed with us. I did not make this decision lightly. I went to them. It's their water, technically, so to speak, not mine. And I went to them and said, what do you think we need to do? And they said, for a very limited amount of time, there's a very small, I wish I had my map, but it's basically northbound of the parking lot to 6. It needs to be restricted. And so there are access to the beaches that are open, in many other areas, but there is an area that has been deemed to be unsafe, and we're gonna do our very best to get it opened as soon as possible. I spoke with the GLO yesterday. They already have a contractor and a team deploying. I don't know if they arrived while I've been here this morning, but that's what I can tell you as an update. And so I want to agree with you that it's terrible that we have to restrict pedestrian access, but again, I'm following what I believe to be best practices, and that's not the only place to surf. A lot of beach was open to surf. I know Port A had their, Cliff told me he surfed I think, in Port A.
So we're not under public comment, we're under hurricane preparedness.
Yeah,
So
you can go
I'm gonna
ahead.
go ahead and talk now again.
Oh, is that, okay.
Through the end of Monday, on the seawall, people were being ordered not to enter the water. Okay? I'm not talking about Bob Hall Pier. That's a
Okay.
dangerous area. We know better than that. We know when it's safe and when it's
Okay.
not. So the order existed for all the beaches, city and county, through the end of Monday. So I just don't understand. And, as far as the pedestrian thing, if you're gonna, you can allow surfers to walk across the beach and go surfing. And I included in my email, the Outer Banks has dealt with how to differentiate. I know you and Cliff had a discussion, well, if I let the surfers go, how do I tell the other people that they can't go if they're not surfers, if they're not up to that level athletically? And the answer is, in the Outer Banks, is that they only allow people who are with a surfboard with a leash attached to their ankle. They don't even allow boogie boarders. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
reach a resolution so that the next time you feel the duty to restrict to this degree, that it doesn't come to a head again.
Right. Well, and what I can tell you is, and what I told Cliff was that I believe you can be my best messengers and helpers, and I wanted to work with surf riders. I've always been very much a part of that group, to be honest with you. I don't even know if you remember that, but I have a tremendous amount of colleagues and friendships that are there, and my job is not to butt heads with people, it's to bring people together. And I told him how much I wanted to work with him. I can't speak to the windward side, because that was really more from the city order, not from the county side. But what I do know is that I think that the only promise I can keep is that every emergency is a different emergency. And all I can say is that I will work with you to be as proactive and as communicative so that we can work together to build a good order. But as you well know, this county has put a huge amount of effort into rip current, awareness. And so much so that it becomes, we've changed all our protocols, even reverse alert now has a rip current, warning. And so what I know is that when the National Weather Service tells me high rip, storm headed your way, take care of everything you need to take care of, I did what I thought was prudent as the emergency manager. I have to tell you, even knowing that you're not happy with me, I still think I made the right call because we barely, and I truly mean this, barely had enough time closing down at noon, getting all the front end loaders there, and we just needed that. I am sorry that it disturbed because I would love to make people happy while I'm also trying to save them. Sometimes the two don't coincide, and all I can say is that I want to work with you to be more communicative. If there is a way that we can get you to do what you love to do and for us to be able to react appropriately, I'm all for it. And that's what I told Cliff. And I will say that I don't want to see surfers getting tickets on the beach because they're leaving at 8:03 and curfew is 8 o'clock, let's just say. And I've addressed that specifically with Chief Merkel, and he agreed there should be a reasonableness factor, and that's not reasonable. We give warnings, and the goal here is not to be punitive. And I think that we agree that that's not a good way to treat each other. And that's, I don't know if commissioners want to, Commissioner Chesney, it's your precinct. What do you say?
Judge, I feel, and I did respond late, Dr. McCutcheon, I apologize for that. I certainly, I appreciate those comments. I do feel, if anyone knows that it's the Surf Riders and the Surf Riders Foundation and those who have been out there. You are correct. I mean, most places do allow for people to be able to go out there and surf and do the things that they're able to do. Maybe there should be some sort of, when the storm's coming at 7, you got to be off by 2, or I don't know. There's got to be something. But I also think you know what you're doing. I think you're safe. I think you're going to go out and do it. I would not have ticketed surfers, and I would not have hassled surfers if I were out there doing it. So, I mean, I get that it's a tough job, and I've tried very hard not to, and I wasn't going to weigh in because I'm trying very hard not to weigh in on things that she has to make decisions all the time on, and they're her decisions, and I don't want to be an armchair quarterback, but on that particular case, I don't know that I would have probably prohibited surfers from being out there. And
I appreciate that, and I really don't think there ever has existed in the United States. It's too dangerous to go surf, you can't go surf.
And again,
It's
let's
just
be clear,
ridiculous.
let's be clear that there was no prohibition on surfing.
There was. There were police officers ordering
Okay,
people
I'm not
out
in
of the
charge of
water.
CCPD, and the prohibition was, my order had to do with pedestrian access. And so Commissioner Chesney, if you would not have ordered pedestrian access, that's fine.
surfers.
But, I
I
know,
just
but
said
there
the
was no
surfers.
order regarding surfing.
And
There was
you
a
just asked me.
consequence of no pedestrian access. The reason that CCPD did what they did is because we had our arms full in getting ready for hurricane. And that's why they wanted to make sure that people were not there, because they knew that both the city and the county had asked people to be off the beach. That's it. That's the simple fact. And again, it's a consequence of the action. But let's just say this, if anybody, had we not had the proper time to move the things that we needed, to bring in heavy equipment, I have to be worried, it's my job to worry about getting that beach and that beachhead protected. Those berms saved the park office. They saved access roads. They saved you as a taxpayer millions of dollars. And if surfing on that one day was a consequence,
4 days.
well, on that particular day was Friday.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Well, I'm sorry, but Saturday I was in EOC with a storm surge of 6 feet, and it was unsafe to
Nobody
be out
wanted to
there.
go out there.
Right,
There were no
so that's
surfers
day number
entering the
2.
water.
Right, that's day number 2, and then day number 3, the order ended. And day number 3, around Bob Hall Pier, we did have to assess storm damage. And again, I think that you've made yourself clear. I understand your heartache over it, and heartburn, I should say. And like I said, the best I can tell you is that we're a surfing family ourselves. We love it, we get it, and, this was what we needed to do. We all wear different hats, And in the hats that I'm wearing right now as emergency manager, I'm gonna make a lot of people unhappy. But I'm gonna err on the side of caution and lives every single time. And I promise that what we can do is the next time we have a storm, which will be the next issue, we're gonna work together.
Okay, that's all I ask. Thank you.
Judge, could I don't know if we're going to go back to them. Could I ask Belinda my question again? And I just want to get a clarification on my question on that.
Of
back on that
course.
agenda item.
Belinda?
So, and let me again say that I appreciate the information we get. I am just unclear on the process, and as Judge said, she's a process person, so am I. My understanding on a process is if something says ratify, then that means we are required to vote on something. I'm not saying I don't want the information. I'm saying I want to be clear on the process. If we don't have to vote on something, then I don't, because she has the ability, then I think we should either put everything on or nothing on and not pick and choose which ones to put on. And I'm not, please don't take that as a negative. I'm not implying anything. I'm just trying to ask a question. So do we or do we not have to vote on this based on her emergency powers? That's the question. I want the information. I appreciate the information. I crave the information. I just want to know what the process is so that if I do have to vote on something, I will. If I don't have to vote on something because she has the ability, I'm fine with that too. So that was my question to you. That didn't really, I get an answer for.
Commissioner, to the extent she signs something under her emergency powers, then it would not require the full court vote on it. We would still recommend that y'all accept it into the record so that it is with the county clerk's files and it can be tracked.
And that's where I have a hard time because I don't know where to draw the line on that. I don't want to micromanage the judge, and I'm really trying not to imply things, or I've worked on that hard. I really do not want to micromanage the judge. If you as a county attorney tell her she has the ability to do something, I have not challenged that one time. But when it gets on the agenda, then it confuses it for me. I know you would rather that be the case, but legally, we don't have to do it. Is that what you're saying?
That was my discussions
Then
with the
based
county
on
attorney, yes.
Okay, then based on the legal opinion, I would move to table this and get it, and not put anything on the agendas to ratify or not ratify. If she's got the ability to do it, let her, I'm truly not, I'm truly saying, let her do it, but don't put this one on and then not the next one on and this one on. I mean, it just, I think it confuses the process, but I want the information and I appreciate the information, Judge. So, but if it gets on the agenda, then I also feel an obligation to ask questions that I have about it, and that elongates meetings and changes the demeanor and gets everybody mad, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to clean up the process just like she is. So I think what you're saying is we don't have to vote on anything she does as her emergency powers, and you are advising her as a county attorney what she can and can't do. So I am comfortable with your advice. I am comfortable with the judge being the emergency manager. I'm not comfortable with picking and choosing which ones we do and don't vote on.
I just want to point out, though, that up until now, you have ratified every single contract that we've signed. And so you just going forward, if that's the case, I find that the court maybe should have a weigh-in, not just one person, as to whether or not you should ratify. You can vote against it if you don't want to ratify. Your choice is to ratify it. I don't think you need to table it, just vote against it. And if you need more information, then you can table it to a next time. But to take it off the agenda seems, quite frankly, for you not to weigh in on something that I think you said initially was very important for everybody to weigh in. You wanted to be able to have these discussions. If they don't get on the agenda, then you don't really have the ability to have these types of meaningful discussions.
But we do under that agenda item that's the catch-all. That's why we put the catch-all on there, was for us to be able to.
Okay, well, then I'm just gonna
right?
have to basically remember all the contracts that we sign. I think it's important when you see the ratification, you're getting a checks and balances on the things that we're doing. Quite frankly, we've got 20 projects that all have important things, and I use county attorney to check on each and every one of them. I use procurement to make sure that the contracts get signed and that they're appropriate, they get negotiated fairly, that they have opportunities to have DIR state contracts where those are applicable. And I try to bring you situational awareness.
And that may be the process, Judge. Maybe the process is that any contract gets put on for ratification and anything else, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to.
Well,
I don't
that's what
wanna
we've been doing.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I think that, if I could interject a little bit, I believe the county practice has been over some time now, that we do ratify contracts when the judge has to sign them, even when we're not in emergency situations.
not
where we've
emergency, for
authorized-
sure.
Where
Yeah.
we've authorized the judge to sign a contract, that we bring that back to the court for ratification by the court. And in the cases of using emergency powers and when we're seeking reimbursement, Melissa, you can chime in as well, but I believe the ratification of these emergency orders that were taking place goes a long way towards helping us in achieving those reimbursements later.
Michael, was that done when Judge Neal was here and
Yes.
previous judges?
Yes.
And anytime we can push anything through a formal process that we have in place, that goes towards the validity of the process when we're trying to get reimbursed as well.
And that's
So
a
anytime we can
reasonable,
prove
and that's a reasonable
a
explanation.
process, right, like Michael was saying,
Yeah,
like
Michael, that's
this
a reasonable
item not
explanation.
only was approved under the emergency orders, but collectively, the court agreed also that it was the right move to make. And then moving forward, it helps with reimbursement purposes.
And I think we're just saying that the judge has made the decision and that we trust the decision that she has been given the authority to make. I don't have a problem. If we need to ratify it, I will vote to ratify. It doesn't matter to me because she has the authority anyway. And if you don't, I guess, if we don't like what she's ratifying, I guess you can vote no. But to me, I think we're just saying we trust her. She has the authority to do
Yeah,
it.
I think the ratification terminology is probably more like a legal term of I will stipulate to the fact that the judge had this authority.
And yes.
You know, and I
And
don't,
a stipulation's a little different than saying you're for or against.
and I
It's
don't
say you
care if we
recognize
get
that
another
authority.
clinic or not. I'm confused on the Amistad proposal versus the clinic, Amistad involving the clinic. I'm confused as how this all gonna work, because maybe we need both of them. I don't know. I mean, and I don't care if we have both of them, if we need both of them. But I think that proposal that Amistad has is an awesome proposal, and it's
I
for
think the
3-4 years.
proposal is what we're doing. That's what I'm trying to express to you, is that we have been working with Amistad since day one. The minute they had just so you know, this all got started by a Zoom meeting with Nueces County Medical Society. They said they want to help. They felt helpless and they wanted to help. That started a conversation of how we can get doctors to volunteer their time pro bono under the Good Samaritan law. That then transcended to, can Coastal Bend Wellness join us? And they said, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll help. I can't give you doctors because we're so short-staffed, but you can send us some people and we'll treat them here in our bays. And we said, great. Then Amistad said, hey, we can do that too. And we'll send some people here, but we prefer, since they treat pediatrics and behavioral health care there, plus they treat so many people that they thought it best to be outdoors the way they had been testing in their parking lot in a mobile medical trailer. And then we all said, that needs to morph into a real clinic. Because when you go back in time, it's been 4 weeks since our spike, but 4 weeks ago, when we started talking about the clinic, we weren't dealing with thousands of cases a week. Now that we're dealing with thousands of cases a week, that proposal, which was basically to say, hey, let us do a couple of things. Let us use our EMR, electronic medical record format. Let us help do the telehealth. So for example, I can give you a link that comes to your phone. I press that link and I see Dr. Phillips or another doctor from Amistad. So Amistad is the comprehensive medical care and electronic medical record. And for that, we're going to be signing a contract with Amistad. But they're not in charge of the whole program, because if Amistad decided tomorrow that they didn't want to do 100 patients, they only wanted to do 10, they would have, if they were doing everything, they would have the right to cut back. But when you're running emergency management, you know that's your duty to provide a consistent response over time. So we all deemed it in everybody's best interest to make sure that emergency management was the program manager And for that program manager, we have brought in some extra help. And this is a city-county type of help that goes into great depth, Brent, and we could get there, but I would like to put it on our special commission meeting because A, I'd like for them to participate. B, I would need to get you backup data, and I couldn't possibly articulate it in any short amount of time. What I want you to know is that with the emergency powers, yes, I make decisions, but I don't do them in a vacuum. I don't just think of it all myself. I vet it through the county attorney. I work with Michael to see if there's certain contracts, which are the best ones to execute. And then we work with all the stakeholders so that we can make the decisions as quickly as possible and getting enough response and feedback back. And like I said, with the case of Amistad, we've been working on it solid for a month. And the goal is to see as many patients as safely as possible.
Be a 4-year agreement with Amistad?
Well, we don't know if COVID's going to be for 4 years. I don't know what you're talking about, 4 years, but I can tell you that it would be available to us, their services, as long as they could provide it. I don't know if you're aware, but these are pro bono people. They're going to charge if people have insurance, but no copay. So I don't think they would be interested in executing a 4-year document, because a 4-year document for no pay, if we get a vaccine next March, things will change. So I don't believe that.
We'd be supplementing them, we'd be supplementing them.
Right.
for doing
What
it.
we're looking at right now is a document that gets us through December to be extended.
Right.
Okay?
Per
Because
year.
we're
That's the first
looking,
year.
we're looking at the year. And then we're going to reinvent. But remember, Amistad is a federally qualified health center doing business in our community, providing all of the gap funding gap care that we have. And they're already doing it. That we don't need a contract for them to keep doing what they're doing. The clinic, we need a contract because these doctors are working for free. And they're working with nurses for free. And we need a lot of, it's almost like putting together a little hospital. And what I'd like to do is, today was meant to be an overview with the first piece is, hey, this is where we're going to go. Here are our hours. Here's who's going to provide the medical care. And then let us on the special meeting. Tyner, is it too late? Are we within the 72 hours?
To post on the earliest I could do it on a Wednesday would be, we could possibly post something Friday afternoon. Wait,
Okay.
no, Saturday would be the earliest.
Okay, so, well, shoot. Well, look, I will work with you so that we can get the court, the full breadth of the clinic. You know, like anything, we are trying to do this in emergency real time, and I thought the ratification is in keeping with everything else we've ratified. Obviously, I'm here to chair the meeting and to follow the parliamentary procedure. If you have a motion to table it and it's seconded, I can't stop it, but I'm telling you that I think it's bad precedent to pick and choose what you want to ratify and what you don't want to ratify, because, you know, and again, I don't mind answering questions. I welcome them. I know so much about this. I can't wait to answer your questions. But what I don't like, and quite frankly, don't appreciate, is this idea that you get to say, somebody told me, I've heard, bring me the evidence of what you've heard in vivo, and I'd like to address it. But I think it's wrong to say, hey, I've heard this, or I think that.
A copy of the proposal in my office, you want to see it?
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he's heard. I have the proposal. I'm telling you, I was a part of the proposal.
But it was
I
just-
mean,
I think I did. I said it's from the hospital district presentation.
right, you said you've heard that they could do something, and as if somehow the clinic that we've chosen is not the right choice. So I can only surmise that somebody told you
I just heard there
that
was
they
another
don't want.
proposal. That was all I said. I heard, and then you said who, and I said it was made at the hospital district, and
Right,
that's what I
and-
said. So I
Okay, so
wasn't
you
trying
don't
to,
have
like-
any evidence to present to this court that Amistad doesn't want to do the clinic at the place that we've all agreed to do the clinic?
No, I just asked
Okay.
for Amistad to come and tell us their proposal so that we could see it. That was all I was trying
Right.
to get done to start
Okay.
with. And I'm sorry if I implied something that you thought I implied,
No, I
because
think,
I
I
really
think
wasn't.
I think we're good now, because I think you've agreed that you don't have any evidence that Amistad doesn't want to be at the clinic, that we've all agreed since they've been meeting with me every day this week at the clinic, that they
Oh, I
want
just
to
heard
be
They made
there.
an alternate proposal on their Brownsville clinic. That was all.
They made that before we made this one. That, in other words, that was iteration number one. We've developed the clinic over time. The proposal that you brought forth was the first one. And then we got better at it, and we're continuing to refine it.
That's good, that first one is real good. I mean, I like the first one. I don't know, I haven't seen the second one, but I mean, I like the first one, but.
Well, the first one is the second one. It's just a different location. It's a location that's better. We cannot safely put people in a trailer like we can in a clinic. That's the bottom line. And there's a viral, my gosh, I'm having trouble with the word. There's a virality to this virus. In other words, the closer the virus lives, we can put HEPA filters, for instance, in this clinic, okay? We can put plexiglass in this clinic. We can put safety so that the receptionist can let you in. We can put a security guard inside this clinic. I can do things in this clinic as an emergency manager that I cannot do inside of a trailer. And that's why the proposal you saw was iteration number one and not the final result. And that's what I want to share with you.
Wasn't there a clinic across from Mista that was vacant also? Like, used to be PNS Hospital or somebody, I don't know, that's what I didn't get, I read it, but I didn't remember what it said about that clinic, but.
All I know is when Dr. Phillips, who's running the program for us for the COVID clinic, saw this clinic, you know what she said to me? She said, "I wish this could be our clinic." That's how much she likes this clinic, thinks it's appropriate, thinks it's the best thing in the world. And I mean, maybe if the hospital district gets their act together, maybe they'll rent it to Amistad, because they seem to really like the idea. And so, given the fact that we're getting it, set up for a clinic atmosphere, maybe it has wonderful long-term potential for Amistad itself. But I am here to tell you that Amistad is that Dr. Phillips, who represents Amistad, loves this location and thinks it to be, and this is what we've been working on. And not once in the past 10 days that we've been really working like crazy to get it open, because we need it so badly, has anybody from Amistad said, "Wait, let's do it somewhere else," or "Let's go back to our original proposal"? That has not been the case, and that's what I want to be absolutely clear about. This is the location that Amistad and the health department and myself and the city agree is the best location. Melissa?
I'd call the question, Judge.
Well, I want to make sure Melissa's finished first. Melissa?
Yes, no, that's fine, Judge. I just think, we have the most make-ready building in the one that's been identified. And so this is a really, I know there's some issues here, but this is a really good place for us to be in right now. And the difference between even a week and a half ago and today, with just the evolution of the clinic and getting to where we are at right now, it makes me, as the emergency management coordinator, feel substantially better about the future of our community and the future of COVID and what it's going to look like. So getting this as quickly as possible up and running is a huge priority for many of the members of my team. And so I just wanted to say that us being able to put all of these different projects together, it's just critical at this point. I know we're getting different messages about peaking and things like that, but we really don't know what the future looks like. We really don't know what seasonal is going to look like, and we really don't know when a treatment is going to come down the pipeline. So having people in agreement right now to help us, especially in the way that Amistad is, it's invaluable. I mean, we have doctors and nurses that are essentially volunteering to run this clinic with us, and so whatever we have to do to keep moving forward is our priority in emergency management when it comes to this long-term plan for COVID-19. That's really all I have, Judge.
Okay, thank
The
you.
last question, Judge, is, so the players, the only players here is Amistad County, the city, and of course the team that they have, the doctors or whatever. Is that the only players involved in this clinic?
Well, at the clinic, the only people that are doing, well, the truth is that Nueces County Medical Society is also involved. I mean, all the doctors
Yeah,
from
yeah,
all
I
the
understand that.
hospitals, it's possible that they will send some staff, right? It's kind of like an all-call. But the other component is that there will be a STAR request for additional personnel to be utilized. Again, you might need an RN. There's going to be X-ray technicians. There's going to be ancillary services like pharmacy. There is a lot that goes into a clinic, just like there's a lot that goes into, treating anybody at a hospital. So,
Gustavo will pay
And
for
those
that?
those same services that the
Hold on, I
clinic
got-
is
hold on, I got a
capable of
question. Hold on.
She
covering
doesn't hear
are
you.
the same
I'll
services
tell
that
her.
we were having difficulties with the isolation facility. So in being able to open the clinic, we're also able to open the isolation facility because some of the needs are covered by the clinic. And because you have more of a program set up, our ability to get a STAR request filled rises tremendously because it's not just a request for one isolation facility, a team for a facility. It's not just a request for a medical team for a clinic. It's requesting teams for this whole long-term management program, and it puts us higher up on getting those requests filled because it's not just helping this singular clinic or this singular isolation facility, and it's helping the whole system, but it's a system that can help beyond just Nueces County if it's successful and we can keep it running. So there's some potential here in just getting this set up and getting the kinks worked out and getting it running that's going to actually help us because we are doing more than one thing. That it would help us in our STAR requests and getting those approved and getting those
Melissa,
teams that we're
there's a
wanting sent
question.
down. Go ahead.
Amistad would be the one that, whatever we need, Amistad would be the one actually provides, because in the proposal, they also talk about nurses, they talk about doctors, they talk about, the calling center, they call. So whatever is needed there, it's gonna go through Amistad?
No.
And then we
No.
reimburse them?
No, the procurement of all of these supplies are being worked with the city's procurement office. I've been working with Kim Baker. We've been having calls every day on status of all the supplies that were identified that we need to get the clinic up and running. And so, the city is taking care of that because historically they have been
And
the
staff?
provider of these same type of medical supplies for the
staff?
city county health
How about staff? How about staff?
staff.
Staff in it,
Yeah, no, I
No,
mean.
not staffing.
There's
Supplies.
about 20 different components, and give us a chance to spend time not only with you, but giving you a written, detail, okay? Because, we have it, but we're also building it. And there is 20 things that Amistad is not doing. I would say almost you can't do it without Amistad, but there's 20 things that are not, they don't, for example, get involved with the IT portion of it, okay? The integrated technology. They're not in charge of the website or the portal that people can utilize to help make themselves a clinic. They're doing a tremendous amount of it, but they're just one layer of it. It needs to be integrated in multiple ways. We need to have a portal for hospitals, a portal for urgent care clinics. Again, I could go forever, the whole day, talking about the details of the clinic. I don't want you to think that because you could go get Amistad, if Amistad went to do this clinic, then it would be an Amistad clinic. And it would be run in the way they run anybody that comes in to see them. We are doing this at a very different level, and so that it can be a comprehensive resource for this entire county. For example, if you have insurance, they're going to take your insurance. If you don't have insurance, they're going to try to qualify you for some kind of insurance. If you're NCHD, we're going to try to get you in that program. If you're a GAP, there might be a bracketed amount part of the proposal to the hospital district was, hey, what if we identify there is a gap group? Will you help cover that gap group? Okay? I mean, again, these proposals were formulated because of many, many meetings that came forth where at first glance, we thought the hospital district would be the best source of funding. Then we realized that the CARES Act would not reimburse us. And so we said, well, the hospital district is not the best source. That's why you keep referring to a program that the hospital district, a proposal that they saw. Then the hospital district says, well, even if we don't get reimbursed, maybe we still want to entertain it, which is their prerogative. So again, what I'm saying to you is that what we're doing now regarding the clinic is the best, it's the result of many, many meetings with hospital district and city county health, and we all believe that we now understand who's doing what. But there are many groups that you need to, we would have to identify for you, including staffing. Staffing would be needed from the state of Texas. We would need people the way we star request for Christus or we star request for HCA. So, no, Amistad is not going to do everything.
And I think that's the point here, Judge and Commissioners, is that for COVID-19, where we're at now and what we're needing to manage it cannot be done by any one entity or organization. It's too big, it's too complex, it requires too many different players to be involved just for one patient. So this is needed, and this is coming together at just the perfect time. So I think that the real thing here is to know that there's not one single player that holds any card higher than anybody else. Otherwise, they'd be running these types of facilities already. The point is that it's a whole community effort right now in order to put these types of long-term.
And we're going to spend money. We're going to spend
Yes,
money.
we are.
We're going to spend
And
money
time.
and time.
And time for nothing
And just so you know, our burn rate is about 1.8 million, Dale. About 1.8 million. The city's is a little over 2, okay? And we have about 18, 19 million total to spend, okay? And right now, it's December 31st. Use it or lose it. And we are going to get in place the things that we need to get us through the season in the fall. And yes, we're going to spend money. And get ready, because we haven't spent anything compared to what we've been as frugal and as mindful as any emergency management in any of the 254 counties. And it's time that we get more sophisticated. Every time Carolyn asks me a question that I can't answer, I feel bad, because she's right. People need information. They need data, information. If she wants to know how many 5-year-olds who are type 1 diabetic that got diagnosed for COVID in 78412, I ought to be able to tell her like that. And that's what we're going to get to. And why weren't we there before? It's very simple. Because we were right here. At 25 cases a week, we were like, Now we're at 2,000 cases a week, and the same system can't operate. It's like having a county road in the middle of Houston, Texas, trying to get from downtown to Sugar Land. It doesn't work. So we're having to create systems that will allow people in masses to get tested, to get seen in clinic, to be tracked, to be followed up, so you don't have this question. I don't want you to, honestly, when I hear, and I know you're right, when you say to the court or to the public, people don't believe there's that many active cases, I got to be able to show through a positive, data-driven system that when you see that number, you know that's the right number. That doesn't happen because I guess people think that, that it should be available because you just think that what's the song say? You can't always get what you want, but you can sometimes get what you need. Tyner, you should at least say, that's the Stones. The point is that we're going to get you what you need. But it's not because I'm going to poof it out. It's because we're going to hire the right people to put the right tools in place. And let me just tell you something. We did not have it, and there's nothing wrong with us because we didn't have it. What's wrong with us is when your leader doesn't know how to go get it for you. And so I'm going to be the leader that goes and gets us what we need. I can't always get what I want, but I can get what we need. And if we go back into this system of you want information or don't want information, you just let me know. You let Tyner know, because I'm happy to talk about it any day, anytime. But I would like to also suggest that, that we not table something that doesn't need to be tabled. Because, you know, because maybe we can get it on a special. I mean, I don't know what else to say, except for that Melissa and I and the county attorney has reviewed this lease. And Belinda, it's in order, it's been signed. It's no different than the lease we executed with them before, other than the square footage, which was, again, necessary. Your doctors, you heard Dr. Papanini say he's afraid. Well, I want to make sure he has a secure entrance in, a secure entrance out, a place to shower, and a place to put his biohazard gown and PPE away from. And you explained to me how we're going to do that in a 3-bay trailer. It's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen while I'm the emergency manager. So if we don't want to vote on it, that's cool. And if somebody wants to blame me later, you know what? I'm just about the point that that's okay too. Because as long as I can look myself in the mirror and know that we're making the right decisions in emergency management, I have no problems, none whatsoever. What bothers me is when we're not ready to be courageous and say, hey, make the decisions that you need to save lives and bring it to us so that we have knowledge, information, and that we can ratify it. But if we don't want to do that, let's do that across the board, because it's unfair for us to be able to have to guess which ones you think are okay, that you feel good about ratifying, and which ones you don't feel good about and you don't want to ratify.
Maybe
You
we can
just vote
Maybe we can do
no.
both, Judge. I mean, would be, you know, we need all the help we can get. I mean, you know, I'm still like to see what, besides what they're doing now, has to offer.
And we're happy to have them. We'll call Dr. Phillips and we'll see when she can leave patients to come and explain it.
With the court, the soonest I could possibly meet the 72 hours would be, could probably get something filed with the clerk before noon, but that would be like a Saturday
Well,
noon
and I'm gonna
meeting.
have to check my schedule because, you know, we obviously are,
So why do we need to do that? Can we not just vote? I mean, if we want to hear later, but why can't we just vote? It's done, it's not going to change anything. Let's just call the vote and vote on it. That's
well,
my
is there a
opinion.
motion to table? Because I have to call, if there's a motion to table,
I called
then
the
I need to
question.
call it.
I called the question 30 minutes ago, I thought. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I
Okay.
apologize.
All right, so what number? I've got to go back to my agenda.
It's F on the
So we're
consent.
taking this out of order to go to
EF,
E,
F.
letter E. No, I'm sorry, that's wrong.
That's not right.
3F?
3F.
Oh, my gosh, no wonder I'm looking the wrong one. Okay,
3F.
3F on the consent agenda. And is there a motion to ratify? Motion and then a second?
Second.
A second, okay, a second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye, and then nay, clearly nay. Aye.
Aye.
I'm just abstaining.
One abstention. Commissioner Gonzalez? Abstention or?
Abstention, yeah.
2 abstentions and 3 yays? Okay. Was the copy of the document provided in the packet? I believe it was. Okay, just want to
In
make
there,
sure.
Judge, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Melissa, can I assume that, do you have anything further? I know that there's other things. Shall we just open up to the floor for the commissioners for Melissa before we let her go?
I just had one, I'm sorry, Judge, I had to go get something to eat. This is more of a comment than a question. My frustration, and I know yours is, well, I don't know yours is, I take that back. I have heard repeatedly that the National Weather Service has these great tools and abilities to project and predict and do all these things. I remember someone telling me, and I thought I sat in a hurricane conference once where they were kind of bragging about the ability that they had to really pinpoint these storms better and do things. And so it's really more of a comment. I think the frustrating part for me is that they don't seem to be able to project these things very quickly. Now, I know things change, I get it, but in the world of technology today, it would certainly seem that their technology should be better. Like I said, it's more of a comment. It's nothing anybody, I'm just very frustrated because, I don't know, Thursday afternoon, Thursday night, it was this low-grade tropical storm with a 1-foot surge, and then, boy, Friday morning, it just all of a sudden turned into the surge from you-know-where. So I don't know how to even address that, but it's just, I hear that constantly in the community from people saying, how can this National Weather Service be so wrong or so behind or not be able to? And so I don't know it's just more venting of frustration. I don't expect an answer or a response. I'm just very frustrated by the whole situation because, and I know when you're in an emergency situation and you're trying to plan and you're trying to evacuate or not evacuate or advise the community, it's got to be frustrating for you guys sitting in that EOC as well. So I don't know what can be done or if anything can be done, but I'm just really frustrated with that weather service. I think they really missed it on this one.
Well, actually, the European model called it perfectly. So there's two things.
Okay.
What the Weather Service does brilliantly in today's modeling with currents is they predicted coming to the South Texas coast very early on, okay? When it was over Cuba, we actually knew that it was coming towards the Gulf of Mexico. What they're not good at, because they can't predict this, is the intensity and the speed. And so the intensity is what changes. But they knew the projections based on the trade winds and all of the different currents. But that's about as good as we can do at this moment. Having said that, when it kicked 60 miles south, we wound up on the northwest quadrant, where you don't want to be. And that's where, like in Katrina, and I think that it's very, very important to realize that there are things that are in our control, there are things that are not in our control. And, but the European model nailed it as far as the Gulf of Mexico, just like they nailed it on Gonzalo dissipating. And I thought to myself, how could they possibly know that it's going to dissipate? And then it did. But there is definitely pieces of it that are question mark, and then pieces that they're very good. So they knew the track, but they didn't know the intensity profile.
And that's a good clarification. That's what I meant. I mean,
Yeah,
they're very good on tracking, and I appreciate you clarifying that. They're very good on
And
tracking,
then
but it's
another thing that might be helpful as well is that when you do get those predictions, because they are just predicting, when you get those predictions from the National Weather Service, when they are saying 30% chance, or they're saying there's a 60% chance of development or strengthening, that's only ever on a 60%. What's the word? Judge, you probably know the word, but it's based on only 60%. They will never say that they have more confidence than that because nobody can, right? Nobody knows what's really happening. So when they say 30% chance of strengthening or 60% chance of strengthening, that's 60% out of 60, or that's 30% out of 60, not out of 100%. So it's even a lower percent if you look at it that way. But I can assure you, Commissioner Chesney, that those folks that are working at the National Hurricane Center in Miami and those folks that are here at the Corpus Christi National Weather Service office, everybody is equally as frustrated. As emergency management planners, we're frustrated. There are just certain elements that we don't know, and there's so many little minor changes, like you going from being even in the eye of it, now you're actually going to be in that, what we call the critical quadrant, where you're expecting more storm surge and other types of hazards. So we really just don't know enough about it. At least on this one, we knew the track and we knew that we had to activate. We just didn't know to what level. And in this case, you have many decisions to make also to consider, the safety precautions and practices for COVID. So this was really dynamic. And the last minute spin up, I mean, gosh, I really wish we had a crystal ball for those things. It is incredibly frustrating when it does spin up at the last minute. But I think now that for sure we've had Harvey that's kind of spun up at the last minute, And now here, 2 years later, or excuse me, 3 years later, we're having Hannah spinning up just the same way. I just think it was a little bit closer to the coast. Had it been farther away, when it did start spinning up, we could have seen something very similar to Harvey again. So now it's up to us to make those decisions when we do have something else that's predicted to come into the Gulf, but only as a tropical depression. Do you then, get trigger happy because you know that when it enters the Gulf, it's going to just speed up right before it gets to us? We can't make that assumption that it's going to happen every time. But now that we've had it, it's been 47 years since something really hit us, and then we had Harvey. Now we have two systems within a 5-year period that we can compare and see what they did. So we now have something to base our decisions off of that we didn't have before, because we didn't have anything really to look at except for something that had occurred, half a century before.
And Melissa, we didn't
Go
get the
ahead.
chance, Melissa, we didn't, the court did, you were not the emergency manager during Harvey. Chris Boyce
No, I was the deputy.
Deputy. But we did not have the opportunity to develop a resiliency or a report, right? In other words, we didn't do a sort of a final follow-up report after Harvey. And I think that now.
So we did do an after-action review,
okay.
but it's not as comprehensive as it could have been. And so now.
So maybe we can.
At the backside of Hannah, we have the opportunity to do an after-action review that covers a lot more components that I just think it was not knowing exactly what we should have covered before that I feel like isn't really captured. And it's the difference of focusing more on what we were missing just right here in the county and maybe our EOC and exactly what we experienced, and including things more like our communications with our partners and just things that are outside of your limit of your jurisdiction and things like that. So on the back of Hannah, I can see more that I would include in the after action review that wasn't in Harvey's. So we will be producing an after action review. It will come much later, but this is when we have the opportunity to do lessons learned and those things that we need to make adjustments for.
Yeah, I think the court's going to really like that. And I even think that, developing kind of a protocol, if you are not here or I'm not here, whoever the next people that replace us are, can learn from the experience that we've had. And I think that every storm is a unique storm, but I think whatever report we can put forth of the court is going to be a great one for them to see. And I'll give you one final closing thought, is that we needed a front-end loader and we needed it quick, on Friday. And, it started on Thursday, the request. And it was very clear that not having one accessible to us quickly was a unique concern. And even though we did a STAR request and we knew that that was not ever going to be fulfilled, that's a lesson learned for me, and that there are certain pieces of even equipment that we now know after 2 storms back to back that this county either needs to get prepped for owning because you're in too much of a jam when you got to go borrow or beg for one, and you know that you're not going to get one from the state. And so I think that those are the types of real specifics that the court's going to want to know about, because then they can make a good decision, we can make a good decision about how we want to make investments going forward, or putting forth pre-positioned contracts for, hey, just like we go get ourselves generators, we're going to go get ourselves front-end loaders or whatever the case of the equipment might be. Those are the kinds of things that this court is going to probably find very, very important.
You need those equipments.
And
Because we
Judge,
didn't
can I
have
just
it.
say that I think it's also, we haven't been in this situation where we're having a disaster, if you will, occurring in the middle of a long-term disaster where we've kind of already found ourselves not really getting what we're requesting from the state due to just shortage and need. So it really has kind of redefined how I think about writing our plans, and we really need to be developing. I think a lot of our plans really say, and then ask the state, or then the state's going to come assist us. So it really makes me want to revamp all of our plans for them to be written for that self-sustainability, that self-help, that that local response, and not really kind of lean on asking the state for assistance. And I kind of want to see that removed from our plans. We know it's there. We know that we have that ability, but what's our real plan? What's our local plan? Because I think that we could see ourselves in another situation like this at some point in time. I hope not, but everything's possible. And that we would be working simultaneous disasters, and that resources could be strapped across the nation and things like that, like we found ourselves here this time. And so moving forward, I really, really want to see our plans written differently, and I want our thought processes to be reshaped to look within ourselves and our own community for our answers. And so that's kind of the approach that I'm going to be taking as we start updating our hurricane plans and our annexes and things like that. And that was the only comment I wanted to make.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Melissa. I mean, there's always so much to talk about when it comes to emergency management. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think this court needs to prepare itself for me signing a third, disaster by the end of this year. The way the storms are looking in the Atlantic, it is completely foreseeable that we could have 3 disaster declarations at the same time. We already have 2, and you better just go ahead and get mentally prepared, because I have mentally prepared myself, and for being in the middle of 3 disasters. And so that is very, very much a part of what we're living with. And, we just have to accept it as our reality, and that we'll know that things will get better someday. Thanks, Melissa, very, very much. And thanks to Kathy and to Brenda.
You're welcome.
And to everybody in the EOC team. That was just incredible, really incredible. I'd also like to take the commissioners up, or I'm just going to invite you, since we really probably shouldn't make like reunions up there, but would you guys maybe think about going up to the 5th floor on, one at a time, and checking out the multi-purpose room so that you can see for yourself that we were able to sleep up there, we were able to eat up there, we were able to work. It was a great opportunity to function in a way that we had not functioned before. And I think it's just a tribute to Public Works and Michael and everybody who made that possible. We went 48 hours almost without much sleep at all, maybe a few hours. And what makes it possible is that you can move around, because remember, we're still living in COVID-19. So thank you for the multi-purpose room. I know it's not done, but everything you did made it feel home. Okay, let's go to the consent. Wait a second, let me double check that. That's wrong. We're going to H. I guess the consent is right after that. Okay, so this is an H1 item regarding capital improvement projects, facility improvements, energy performance contracting, associated financing, and including all the opportunities that you can when you say that word. Financing, including options, cash, lease purchase agreements. And to do this, Tyner has set up a WebEx with Lockwood Andrews.
This is actually designed for the ABM item.
Okay, I just know that we have Lockwood Andrews on too, I just see them.
We do,
Okay.
related to the medical
Okay, so
examiner
who do
item.
we have for the, who do you have for capital improvement program for ABM?
Hey, Judge, could we?
Mike Bailey,
could we
Mike
just do-
Bailey?
and there's Mike right there.
Hey,
Could we
Mike.
possibly do the consent agenda just so we
Yeah.
can get some stuff knocked out too? Would that be okay? I think that's gonna be, unless somebody has something to pull, I think it's gonna be pretty quick. Just make me feel like we got something.
Well,
If you don't
I'll
want
tell
to,
you what I tell
if
my
you don't want
children
to.
about time. We can do it now or we can do it later, but it doesn't change the clock. I'm happy to do it. Let's do it. Hold on, Mike, give us a second.
Yes, ma'am.
How about number 3? Do you have any commissioner items to pull out, A through L? I do want to say something about
Are you gonna be able to weigh in? Oh, yeah. You need to?
L.
Just a listen. You can see.
Okay, we need to mute, guys. Be sure to mute. So hang on 1 second. So A through L, please, A through L. Anybody?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, just,
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Thank you.
Tyner, I just have a question. Did you want to say anything to the court about the boards or not at this time? The Nueces County Advisory Boards?
We're going to post them, Judge.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
I guess you all knew that, but it's good for the audience to know that on L, we're going to post these
Might want to say,
application.
Have animal control,
Hospital district and special task unit. So if you're interested in serving on animal control, hospital district, special task unit, I invite you, in fact, encourage you to apply. This is a great way to serve your public, and the purpose of this consent agenda is so that Tyner lets everybody know they're going to be on the website. Is that correct?
do we know how many openings in each one of them?
I'll need to look that up, but yes. Like, for example, the hospital district has a number that expire at the same time. I can get there.
So if you're interested in serving on the hospital district, there's going to be multiple openings. And if you're interested in serving on animal control, I think all of them would be available online to know how many, though.
We're going to post those, and I would like to foreshadow that we're about to implement online software. And we will be showcasing that in probably the next couple of meetings, that everybody in the community, including the court, can get online. And it's going to be real easy to use. It's a Granicus product. We've been looking at it for months. And so we hope to showcase that next court or the one after.
Right. Yeah, we've really stepped it up with our communications lately, and it's really nice to see. Okay, Tyner, I'll just let people, just make sure on the website, there you go. It shows for folks who want to know when terms expire, you'll just click on that particular board, and it'll show the members, it'll show the term and the expiration.
For example, the hospital district, you can see that Sylvia Tryon Oliver and Pamela Brower expire September. So we're going to go ahead and it's going to be 2 positions there. And then for the special task unit, all those positions, you have 2 vacancies, but all those are going to expire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is they all going to expire, Judge? Can we stagger them or something? I mean,
You cannot do anything with regards to the hospital district without
No, I'm saying that-
statutory.
but the
Oh,
other
for the other one?
yeah.
Well, I'd have to look at how the composition is
All at
and
the
how they're
same time.
created statutorily.
Yeah, that was a new statute. I remember when that
Yeah, I mean,
came about.
We are going to, in our legislative, when we put our agenda together, and I know that they're meeting with you now, bring that up, because there are other boards that we have that have no staggered terms, that need to have staggered terms, because otherwise, it's not good governance. So, wherever there's non-staggered terms, we need to address that comprehensively. Wherever there are not term limits, we need to address that comprehensively. And we need to decide as a court, do we think 9 years or 12 years is appropriate? Some people think 9, like RTA, other people think 12, like the port. So, those are the things that we're gonna get unified on, and then we're gonna go to the legislature and ask our local delegation for their help.
And then again, Judge, a reminder for animal control, there's 2 vacancies, and we still need a veterinarian.
And I know we've made the call. I know we've made the call so many times, but once again, if there is a veterinarian out there, please know that this consent agenda item opens up the opportunity for you to apply. Okay, can y'all help me? Did we already voted on the consent? Yes, so we're good. All right, Tyner, that was good update information. Let's move back in time to the workshop, please. And Mike Bailey, you're standing by.
Yeah, and Judge, for purposes of this, I'm going to let Mike give the background, but as you know, Judge, that ABM has has been consulting with commissioners, with you, Judge, with various department heads, Juan Pimentel. It's been a number of months, and the idea was for ABM to take a look at, to see if they could do some CIP projects and to actually do performance contracting whereby they guarantee that a certain amount of energy savings will in fact be used to actually pay for the project. And so to start the workshop, and I just for y'all's information, bond counsel's on. I think Noe's going to join. And Joel is down in the Public Works office right now. And if we need them, we can call on them. And there's Joel in your upper right. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mike Bailey with AVM. If you'll do an introduction and let me know, and I can run the slides for you.
All right, Tyler. Yeah, if you'll go ahead and be loading the slides, I appreciate it. County Judge Canales, Commissioners, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present an overview of all the scope development work that we've been doing over the past several months. Before I get into that, again, I'd like just real quickly introduce the team members who are with me today. Of course, I'm Mike Bailey. I am the Senior Account Executive along with Joel Lopez, who for Business Development with ABM. Additionally, we also have Lisa Luke, who is our Vice President for the West Region of Sales. And finally, we have Larry Harshaw, who is the General Manager of our Houston office. You know, over the past several months, we've had our whole engineering team, which is quite a large number of staff that have been either on site or working behind the scenes to develop this project. They have, in the process, developed over 100 engineering drawings for the work in the scopes that we're going to be presenting today. In addition to them, our ops team has been involved as well. Their goal is to work directly with the development process to look at each scope to determine how is the best practice is for this turnkey delivery to occur in the most efficient way. As Tyler mentioned, throughout this process, we have had many meetings with staff, many meetings with commissioners. In those meetings, you know, we have continued to show them the scope that we are developing, that we have developed, and to discuss that with them to make sure that those scopes are, you know, in line with their goals. Additionally, we've done a lot of listening, and as part of that process, through that listening process, we've learned that there have been a lot of items, deferred maintenance, park improvements, things like that, for which there has not been funding for in the past. And so looking at this as a funding mechanism, they were very interested in adding to that scope those projects that needed to be addressed at this time that have not been addressed. And you'll see that as we get into the specific detail of the scopes. Tyler, you want to go to the next slide, please?
There you go.
Thank you, Tyler. So as we, you know, obviously the starting point for this was the county CIP. In that CIP, we attended those workshops. You know, understand there's $150 million. We obtained a copy of that. So what we did was we went through that CIP and we looked at anything that was HVAC, electrical, plumbing, building envelope or roofing, because those items form the core scopes for a performance contract. And so as we looked at those, we identified those, and that was the starting point for our development process, is developing detailed engineering drawings and pricing around those. As we mentioned, in addition to that, as we met, had meetings and presented, you know, the base concept, there was additional deferred maintenance items that were addressed by staff that they would like to have seen provided through our contract. Funding for improvement of county parks was a big issue. You know, there was projects out there that were needing to be completed, again, that were not moving forward. And so this was an opportunity to be able to move forward with those. The fairgrounds was another priority. The fairgrounds, obviously, we're looking for ways to enhance that facility, to increase the revenue that is generated from the rents that occur out there. And so we have done a lot of work and development and design in that area as well. And obviously, as we talked, this is about, providing quality community, and a community that attracts not only businesses, but attracts new families. And we saw the amenities that we're adding, whether it be the fairgrounds or the parks improvements, those things as being ways to really provide that incentive for people to want to be in the community. Tyler, you want to go to the next slide? So our focus with Nueces County, obviously, it is a turnkey solution. We're doing the engineering, we're going to do the delivery. Obviously, at the core of it, it's about improving efficiency. How do we take your existing M&O spend, your maintenance and operating budget, general fund spend, and reduce that spend and capture those dollars to be able to pay a portion of these capital improvements that we're going to be presenting today? We want to look for ways to be creative in the funding, work, with your FA, to be able to address that funding mechanism. We want to obviously find the best interest rates that are out there. We don't provide the financing, so, that is worked out through a third party. And so, but we do want to be actively involved in making those decisions in the best interest of the county. Obviously, the other part is that we looked at this as an opportunity to provide some stimulus in the local economy as well. I mean, obviously, COVID has hit us all, and y'all spent a lot of time this morning talking about that. But of our project developed to date, 70% of it will be delivered by local contractors. And we see that as very important, since that is going to have a tremendous impact on your local economy. And again, the amenity issue. Tyler, next slide, please. So procurement, this project is under Texas Local Government Code Section 302, which authorizes public entities to enter into performance contracting. The goal of this section is to provide counties and public entities another funding mechanism to be able to address significant capital improvements. There's obviously other ways to do this, whether it be bonds or whatever passages, but this was put in place to be able to allow, to look at ways to use existing dollars in the budget to be more efficient and to provide funding to be able to make the facility improvements required. It requires that ABM provide a guarantee for the energy savings that we have quantified. That is part of our contract, that we do that. If there are shortfalls on an annual basis, we're required to make up that shortfall in the form of a check back to the county. And so the other part of that is, under the statute, it requires that there be a third-party engineer review our savings calculations and our overall design and deliverability of this project. That review has been completed. I believe there was an opinion letter issued yesterday by the third-party engineer that supported all of our calculations as being accurate and even conservative. So we're very pleased that was put forth. I plan to be able to pull up a copy of that and show that to you. And unfortunately, in this with the way we're doing this today, I can't.
I passed it out, Mike.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And we actually have the engineers online.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Obviously, as we already said, this is about a turnkey approach. There's a lot of work to be done here. And when we get into this, you're going to see that. It's a lot of complicated work. And so, for us to be able to deliver this on a turnkey basis takes a tremendous burden off of your staff. It provides a single choke point. The other key point is, because this is a turnkey solution, there are no change orders. We will not come to the county with a change order. The only time a change order can occur is if the county requests additional scope be added to our project that was not originally included, then a change order could occur. But if it's anything that we are touching, then no, there will be no change orders. The other big thing is, and this is where the very important point is, under section 302.004-A-1, it allows the county to bring additional scope to the project to be delivered under this turnkey solution that is ancillary to the projects being done, that allows, but it does not have to be funded through energy savings. It has to be funded by the county's own funds or by, third-party financing that is to be provided. And so that is a very key important element as we look at this. So let's just real quickly go through how we got here today. Back on December 4th, the county, with a unanimous vote, approved a letter of intent with ABM to begin detailed project development. Over the past 6 months, we've been in that process of developing that. As I say, there's been ongoing meetings throughout this development process with staff and commissioners to explain the scopes, to explain exactly what we're developing. And so as of June 24th, we had completed that process and had provided contractual documents to the county for review. The third-party engineer, as I said, completed their task on the 28th. And you can see the next steps there, and that's where we are today, is presenting this in this workshop and moving toward, the approval, development of financing strategies, and moving forward, with the implementation of the project.
Mike, I'm just going to interrupt just for a moment. You're doing so great, but I want to just underscore that when you say you've done a lot of work, regardless of what this court decides to do, it's been I want to highlight how much work. Almost every project has a design associated with it. Whether or not we decide to pursue it is another matter, but you all have brought forth actual renderings, design, in some cases, structural and or mechanical engineers when it was coming to boilers for the jail, or I just wanted to bring forth a little bit more detail as to the extent of your preliminary work, all of which has a value associated with it that I've been sucked in this vortex that's COVID-19, and I had not had a chance to say publicly what high quality all the people that you brought to the table, added to this discussion. I don't think I would have been able to get excited about something like this unless I had seen the quality of both subcontractors, partners, and or engineering folks and architects. It wouldn't have meant as much visually to me. And so I hope that, and I think since you've met with commissioners, they know what I'm talking about. But for those people at home, I wanted to highlight that you did a great job with regards to that. There were tons of dollars expended in order to get to this point at no cost to the county, and I wanted to say thank you.
I appreciate that very much. And again, I have, renderings and things like that I could be presenting, but again, we'll have to save those, I guess, for another time or in-person meetings. Just to highlight a few of the audit findings, and as we look at these again, you look at this list, and a lot of these are associated with the energy conservation measures that we looked at. So obviously, LED lighting still has tremendous savings potential. And so we've looked at an LED lighting solution in the facilities throughout the county, at the parks, both interior and exterior of facilities. We've looked at, using at the fairgrounds color tunable LED lighting solutions to enhance that environment out there. You mentioned, like the boiler plant within the jail and the courthouse. That design, obviously, we're looking at efficiency there. How do we bring, the right holistic solution to that, but still, provide the best efficiencies. And when you look at efficiencies, it's not just only in energy savings. It also has to be in the operation of it ongoing. You have to provide a solution that the county staff can operate and maintain appropriately. DDC controls was another one. One of the things you'll see is that in part of the jail facilities, you had pneumatic controls. Pneumatic controls, they're about as old technology as it gets. They're hard to maintain. There are lots of pressure leaks and things like that to create a lot of comfort issues and just ongoing maintenance issues. Obviously, chiller replacements are part of this, again, improving efficiency and comfort of those facilities. Cooling towers will support the chillers, package rooftop units, again, using high efficiency units. One of the things we do is what we call is HVAC armor coil coating of DX equipment. So you have existing equipment which has, and still has useful life in it. Coming in and cleaning the fins on those units and coating those fins, we're able to extend the life of that unit. And so as opposed to having to pay for a replacement of that unit, we're able to extend the life of that. So it's not just about let's come in, rip something out and put something new in. We want to look at ways to, use your dollars the best we can to enhance what you have and provide longevity to the equipment that you already have in place. Building envelopes. Obviously there's a lot of lost energy in the buildings that you have, caulking around windows, door seals. I mean, there's just a lot of things there that can be very cost effectively done that provide a lot of savings ongoing. Also helps with, pest penetration and things like that is kind of an ancillary side to that. Water conservation, we, again, water and sewer and trash garbage rates are expensive. So, conserving water not only is great for the environment because it is such a precious commodity, but it also provides tremendous savings. Transformer replacements, again, just, with new higher efficiency transformers, you get savings and quick payback there. Roof replacements was another one. Again, we look for energy efficient roofing systems to put in so that, again, you're minimizing cost of envelope. And those sort of things. So those are kind of the energy conservation measures. In addition to that, there were some other improvements that were brought to it. Obviously, at the parks, we're looking at building a new dog park, install ADA walkways, replace the existing walking trails with new ADA ones. Paving upgrades was something that was identified by staff. Landscaping was something that was identified at the fairgrounds. An amphitheater is also part of it at the fairgrounds as well. So those are the things that were done there. So Tanner, go to the next slide, please. I guess I better too. So before we jump into actually, what I'm going to do next is go through each facility, go through a detailed, what we're doing a scope. Before I do that, are there any questions at this point that we might stop and ask before we jump into kind of the scopes themselves?
Just
Anybody
a
have
little bit of homework, housekeeping. This, just so you know, for the audience, it's a presentation. There is an item that we will address, but for right now, you're listening, you can ask questions, but it's presentation only at this time, just to kind of give everybody who's watching a little bit of background, and I will ask if there's any questions. It's probably a good time to hop in if anybody wants to. Okay, Mike, go on.
All right, thank you. So as we developed the scopes, what we did is we kind of came up with a color scheme to help identify this for not only ourselves in our development process, but also for the commissioners and staff as we reviewed this on an ongoing basis. So there were things that were identified obviously in the CIP, and those are color coded. CIP identified projects, and you'll see that color code through here. There are things that were identified as deferred maintenance items that were brought to our attention by staff as things that weren't included in the CIP, but needed to be addressed. There are obviously efficiency items that we just went through that are providing the energy savings that can reduce M&O spend to help provide the funding going forward for this project. There was some safety and security things. Obviously, there's like exterior lighting, for example. There are areas where the exterior lighting is so bad that it created an unsafe environment. Sidewalks, there's some sidewalks that are being addressed where there's actually trip hazards, and so this was an opportunity to address those. Beautification, that would be the landscaping, obviously, and some PCMs. Again, those were things that staff brought to us and said, hey, while you're doing this and developing this turnkey solution, will you please add this scope as well and include that in your project? So that is the legend that is going to be used throughout this process. So as you look at the courthouse, the first thing you see there, and this was already being kind of addressed, was, to replace replace a boiler was what was originally identified in the CIP. As we looked at that and we're on site, what we discovered is that we had a system that was not redundant. In other words, you had a boiler one boiler that already failed, the other boiler was somewhat suspect, and you had a very old, inefficient boiler that was serving as a backup. Additionally, throughout that system, as we inspected the whole hot water system, there was a lot of leakage there's steam trap leaks, there's leaks at the exchangers, there's all types of things. So replacing one boiler would be very inexpensive, but it wouldn't be the right holistic solution. So we developed this holistic solution to address the entire hot water system. We presented that to Public Works. We also had Sheriff Hooper come in and along with his deputies and presented that to them. And so, obviously the scope of work increased tremendously as we went forward. You can see some of the other things. Obviously, installation of a tower treatment system is an efficiency item. The county is actually going to replace that tower, and y'all are going to do that. We're just going to provide the efficiency measures to make it even more efficient. Air curtains, where there's the one entrance that doesn't have the vestibule, obviously coming in the courthouse. We're looking at installing an air curtain there. So in those events where both ends of the doors open, you don't get that suction out of cool air or in hot air coming in. So it is a way to improve efficiency. HVAC armor, again, is being used here, replacing some pumps. Obviously, LED lighting, as we've said, throughout these facilities, you're going to see that. The building envelope modifications, you're going to see that throughout. And transformer upgrades, you're going to see that throughout in a lot of the facilities. So I won't continue to address those, just do the specific ones to that. At the jail, again, as we talked about, this was in the CIP, you had pneumatic controls. And again, those are very inefficient, high maintenance, so we're replacing those pneumatic controls. The air handlers within that support the chilled water system are extremely old. They're in extremely bad shape. They're pretty much the original ones. So, that was part of the CIP, was to replace those. So we have developed a plan. This is a very technical replacement. The areas that some of these air handlers are in is very tight, very hard to work in. And so when you talk about ops coming in and understanding the delivery, it's very important when you're looking at these sort of things, because these are difficult installations. The other part as we got into that, though, was, there was, like smoke purges. When you touch those air handlers, you got to make sure that you're still addressing the smoke purge that's required. And so we had to do upgrades to the system to be able to ensure that the smoke purge requirements were being met. Also, as we got into it, we found out that the existing fire panel was so outdated that it couldn't even be upgraded with parts. So we've had to replace the fire panel. So again, as we've gone into this, we're not only looking at doing, one thing, we're looking at the holistic view and trying to provide the right solution for the county, not only that just band-aids something, but really addresses the need. So again, so those are the kind of the highlights there. We also doing water conservation and some ozone laundry systems, again, which is a water conservation measure. Go to the next slide, please, Tyler.
Okay, just at McKinsey is at the top.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So McKinsey, we're doing a lot of extensive HVAC work there at McKinsey. There are two 200-ton chillers there that are very, very old. They're at the end of their life. And they also do not operate in a redundant system. And so, which means if one goes down, you can't still maintain cooling at that facility. So the plan there, and this was in the CIP, is that we're going to remove that entire chiller plant, bring in a temporary chiller system. We will repipe that plant, install two new 200-ton chillers and control systems on that that will provide both efficiency, comfort, as well as redundancy. And so that facility will be operating going forward in a manner that you can have dependability and comfort. There's also some DX, or one DX split system over there, rooftop unit that needs to be replaced, including that. And again, you can see the things that were added there. Going down to the last item, which is blue, that item is the parking lot replacement slash repair there at the McKenzie building. Again, that was one that was added by staff for us to address while we were on site doing the other work. Going to Galahar, or the juvenile detention area, again, the cooling tower there is in extremely bad shape, so we're going to go in, repair, upgrade, and refurbish that. We're going to do a lot of roof replacement. We're actually doing roof replacement on both buildings there. And so that is a very large, significant project to provide the roof replacement there. And then again, and that was, again, you said that as a blue, that was added by staff. And another blue there was the parking lot replacement slash repair there as part of that facility as well. Next slide.
Okay.
So the Bishop building, again, doing some work there. The biggest thing that we're doing there obviously is the main electrical service panel there needs to be upgraded. That was in the CIP. Again, LED lighting and building envelope are there as well. Aquaduce, roof replacement there. In the original CIP, there's actually 3 separate facilities at Aquaduce, and only one of those was identified. We have included and have discussed with staff that the inclusion that all 3 of those facilities should be re-roofed at the time so that we get efficiency as far as, mobilization of one time and doing that as cost effectively as possible. Calderon, one of the things, originally the chiller and the cooling tower was on the CIP for this. As we looked at this, we did evaluation of the chiller. It is well within its useful life. We felt that, it really should not be replaced at this time. And so that was our recommendation to staff, was not to replace it. The cooling tower, which is located on the roof of the facility, is in extremely bad state of repair. And so, it needs to be replaced. And obviously that bad cooling tower is part of the whole chilled water system. And so it was contributing to the issues with the chiller. So we feel that the replacement of that cooling tower is a better use of money and will provide the opportunity for that system to operate more efficiently going forward. The other thing is, there is a roof replacement there at that building. And also because there's a lot of power issues out there, there's a lot of spikes in the system, there's a lot of outages. And so we're installing a TVSS system out there that will condition that power better and provide more dependable power going forward, which again can impact the operation of your equipment there. And so that's a fairly cost-effective thing, but it can really provide a lot of savings and for you on lost equipment. So next slide. Fairgrounds. So when you look at the fairgrounds, there's an extensive amount of work that's being done at the fairgrounds facility. We've already replaced the 70-ton AON unit there. That unit had failed. It needed to be replaced. So we've already actually implemented that work through a statement of work that was approved by the court. We're installing some large fans within the facilities to circulate air to provide greater comfort. LED lighting there. Lighting is a major component to this facility. We are adding lighting to the existing parking lots. We're replacing all the LED lighting within the facilities, and all facilities located there at the fairgrounds will all receive a lighting upgrade. In addition to that, because we were looking for ways to improve the aesthetics of this facility, we've actually installed some color tunable lighting in this area in the walkway that is in the main walkway, and so that will allow the spectra to be able to control the lighting and kind of for event specific things that are occurring out there. Again, to improve the revenue stream there and the rentability of that. We're going to be replacing the roofs. All the red tile looking roofs will be replaced. We're going to do a standing seam roof on that will be installed on those facilities. That is a major roofing project there. Landscaping is being addressed again because this is more of to provide better aesthetics. We are looking at installing landscaping and with the ability to maintain that. This is the area where, was a safety issue, that the main walkway actually has some heaves in it. And so we're going to go in and repair those walkways to remove those heaves. So that takes the tripping hazard away. This was another facility. This facility overall, exterior lighting levels were very low. And so we're doing a lot of additional exterior lighting again, as a safety measure. We're doing carpet replacement throughout the exhibit hall. We're painting that again, which that has not been addressed. Those facilities have been there quite a while, and it's just time to do that. One of the added features that was brought to our attention by staff was the idea of providing an outdoor stage or amphitheater. And so our design, and I wish I could pull up the rendering for this, actually includes an outdoor amphitheater. Again, for activities and events to be held outdoors, and again, to enhance the rentability of the facility and drive greater revenue.
Quick question, sorry. What did you say on the roof that we were replacing? I can't see him, there he is. There. What are we replacing with the roof?
We're replacing all the red roof areas with new standing steel seam roofs.
Sandy sealed.
Standing seam.
Sorry.
Standing seam.
Standing.
Standing seam. Standing seam. Because that's a.
As opposed to the interlocking ones that we have now that allows for water to come underneath it.
Okay.
And move it out and allows the water to come in, so.
It's one groove.
So is it?
The way we did the roof before was not.
Is it metal?
It's a metal roof. It's called a barrage roof. So what happens is that those tiles are interlocking, as the judge says, and the wind kind of pulls them out. So once those tiles are compromised, they may not look like they're up, but the wind and water come in underneath. We had this problem with Hannah, ripped out a lot more of those tiles just this weekend. We got it.
Obviously, that takes away, the look, which of the building. So we just feel like the result of taking away the look is more important. I'm trying to say, in other words, I know these are hard roofs to maintain. I get that. So we just think it's better for the long haul, for it to be a metal roof than it will be for what I would call Spanish style, if I'm right.
Correct, like it's
Those
Spanish
actually
tile.
metal. The tile that's up there looks like a tile, but it's actually metal now.
Yes.
Oh, it is metal. Okay.
But the standing seam will it'll be the same color, it'll look similar to it.
Oh, okay.
It's more secure since we use that for our evacuation and everything else. It'll be more secure, more.
We are getting water in there now.
Long
so
grooves.
like
Oh, okay.
the
So
sites
it'll.
that come show, they actually get water in there right now.
So basically, it'll still look the same. It'll just be a different material.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And it won't look, this is the nice, it'll look the same, but this
Nicer.
is a wonderful look.
That's a
It's
nice-
just that it's interlocking, and that's why you like it, because it does this effect, but it doesn't work for our terrain.
Okay.
But it is the subject of a insurance
Claim. Okay.
Yes. The Keach Family Library doing some, again, LED lighting over there, HVAC armor on some of the rooftop units there. Next slide, please. So now we kind of move into the parks. And again, this came from working with Edward and working with the individual commissioners for upgrades that they were looking to be able to fund and get implemented at these parks. Again, we see this being done under that section 302 for A-1 as ancillary to what we're doing. Obviously, we're looking at adding LED lighting for safety and security at those parks. At the Amistad Veterans Park, we're redoing the concrete parking lot. We're redoing the walking paths. We're resurfacing and upgrading the basketball court that is existing there, providing a new basketball go system, and then providing ADA access walking paths to the various amenities at that park.
Sorry,
Hazel
one,
Bay-
my bad. One more roof
Uh,
question. How long was that roof on there? How long has it been on there? I'm sorry. How long has that roof been
It's
on there?
original.
So that's what,
2006 or 7.
so it's a 14-year-old roof, and so would it have been guaranteed longer than that? Or,
No, typically, this roof should have lasted us a good 20 years, but
Right,
it's
that
not
was-
going to because someone made a decision that wasn't the best one way back when.
There's an underlying roof underneath there. When they installed that decorative stuff on top, it actually punctured into the subroofing. And so every time it rips out, you leave 2 holes that are where the water penetrates into the sub.
okay,
So
thank you for that answer.
Having said that, it's certainly on the 3/4 life of its life.
Well, we've got a claim on it too. It sounds like we've still got an insurance claim
We
on
do.
that too.
We do.
Okay. And at some point, it's going to be replaced, whether it's the
That's
not
true.
so good decision or the claim.
That's true.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before I move to Hazel Bazemore?
No, sir. Go ahead.
Hazel Bazemore, we're again doing LED lighting there, new ADA access sidewalks. The dog park is an addition to that to provide an amenity. This is obviously another beautiful park, and so it's just adding an amenity there. We're providing a portion of the playground equipment that is being funded jointly there, adding some canopy and picnic areas in close proximity to the dog park area. Where we're going to refurbish the Hawk Watch area, and by refurbish, it's really in pretty good shape. It appears there may be a few boards that need to be replaced, but overall it just needs freshening up with cleaning and restaining. And so that's part of that. There's one area that we're putting a privacy fence around to kind of again shield some storage areas out there. And then finally, we're going to refurbish and repaint all of the picnic tables in that area. I believe there's somewhere around 38 or 40 of those. Ortiz Park, again, LED lighting. We're redoing that walking path. Both Amistad and Ortiz have existing mile-long walking paths. And so those are both, in both of those cases, that's what we're redoing, is those mile-long walking paths with replacing those with ADA walking paths. I know I heard somebody earlier talking about, the gentleman who was retiring was talking about taking a lot of walks in the park, and I thought about this, as being part of that, providing that amenity for him to do that. I thought that was really, really interesting. Some new cover access walk to the community center. There's a walkway there. People drop off right there and have to walk into that facility. It's not covered currently. And so that was one of the things requested by staff, is that we do that to be able to, provide shelter for those people in inclement weather. New cover, resurface the tennis courts that are there. We're going to redo those. Also, as we're doing it, we're going to correct some grading issues that are around that court as well. Basketball court upgrades and new basketball goal system. So next slide. So dollars. Always the fun part of the discussion is the dollar part of it. So what we've done here is we've actually gone through and, based upon all the designs, developed walking contractors and receiving bids, we have put together a pricing schedule by complex. And so that's what you see here for the court to review and discuss. The scopes have all been, as I said, throughout this process, we've listened, we've included all scopes. So obviously that's been our, we haven't tried to filter that. And so we've taken all those and we have provided pricing for that. And so you can see.
And Mike, this represents what I'm going to call the universe. If everybody picked every single item, this is what it would be. It doesn't indicate that all of these will be chosen. It just indicates we can't begin to discuss until we understand what the universe is, and that's what this is.
Exactly. That's
Okay.
why I wanted to say we listened and we included everything. So you're
Right.
exactly right. So that's the pricing. So go to the next slide, and I'll have to kind of explain this slide, and this may be my accounting crazy mind here. I'm sorry. And if it doesn't make sense, tell me it doesn't make sense. You won't hurt my feelings. But obviously, we have the project cost, and we're bringing ECMs or energy conservation measures that are going to save energy and reduce the cost. And so, over the term, we're generating about a little over $7.5 million of energy savings that is helping to fund all to reduce the cost of this project. Let me put it that way. In addition to that, as we said, the county had identified in the CIP $11,731,200. We've discussed how, some of the solutions were maybe, once we got into the scope development, the scope of the work was a lot greater than what was identified in the CIP. And then as we looked at, again, back to doing this, what Judge Canales has called the universe, we kind of totaled up all the ads. And so when you look at all the stuff that was added and requested, including and I threw in all the parks at the bottoms, you're over $18 million. So, the question is, okay, we started with a small CIP. How did we get to, this price? And so I'm trying, hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of how this project has grown to, $38 million, because again, as we're saying, we've listened and we've included everything.
Right, so just so that we're clear, because, people might be seeing this at home. So project cost is what you estimate based on everything that you've heard, both identified in the CIP and then those that were added on. And then you have your project, your expectation of project energy savings. And that's which is guaranteed, and that's $7.5 million. And then you say, okay, and this is what the county identified, that was $11.7 million. Then the last column is, and this is the additional dollars that have been added, if you will, by deferred maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, deferred maintenance, yes, that would be the correct, deferred maintenance and projects identified.
Okay.
All right.
Go to the next.
All right, let's go to the next slide if we can. So, I mean, we obviously the next portion to this is how this all gets funded. And it's obviously the final funding solution is based upon what gets included and the final pricing and final scope. So, this is somewhat preliminary until those decisions are made. But obviously, in part of our discussions, there are some sources of funding that are potentially available to as a down payment to this project, and I've identified those as well. And using that down payment, we're looking at a maximum interest rate of 2.25. We're again. Your FA is looking at ways to reduce that interest rate. We're just wanting the best interest rate that you can get so that, it reduces the annual cash outlay. The construction period for this is 18 months. So that's where we started, where we are right now. If you go to the next slide, what this next slide does again is it shows how this project gets funded under a performance contracting solution and under the statute and what's allowed under the statute. And so obviously there's utility savings, and we identified that already at that $7.5 million, and that's guaranteed. You're able under legislation to claim operational savings. There's lots of operational savings, and we feel like this is a fairly conservative number. We've discussed this with staff. But again, you're not having to, you're putting in light bulbs that have 50,000 burn hours. You don't have ballast, so you're able to reduce the maintenance cost as associated. You're putting in new chiller plants. You're putting in new rooftop units. You're upgrading water systems. You're doing all this work with the idea that it's going to reduce your annual outlay in your operating budget to repair and maintain those, because this is being done as new work. The other part that we've looked at is the potential proposing, let me put it this way, not doing, but proposing a lot of work at the fairgrounds. Obviously, the reason you're proposing that work is for an increase in revenue out there from that being rented, that facility being rented. And so we feel like we've put a fairly conservative starting point for revenue increase. That's been escalated at 10% per year over the term. The last component, obviously, is that, you know, a lot of the stuff, when you look at that 18 million that was added by staff as deferred maintenance, you know, we picked up about $1 million a year that said, okay, you're not having to budget to do these deferred maintenance items and do these upgrades in your ongoing annual budget. And so we took $1 million over the next 15 years as capital cost avoidance, because you're not going to have to pay. We're doing that $18 million of work up front now, and so you're not going to have to, you know, be coming out of your budget on an annual basis. And then obviously you have the debt service and that is associated with that, and then you have a balance. And so when you look at an ESPC contract, that under the statute is how that project gets funded. And that's kind of the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Mike. That was thorough. And I'm sure people are going to have lots of questions. And the first part of the presentation, of course, is all driven by identification of need. And the one thing that I want to point out, no matter which project belongs to your precinct or which project you think brings value to the county, it's very clear that any engineer, including those that identified the needs in our capital improvement plan, this county, countywide, I wish I could just say, we just need to concentrate here, or we just need to concentrate there. But when you literally look comprehensively, it's almost, it bears noting, without judgment and or opinion, that this entire county needs investment in its infrastructure. There is failure everywhere. And what I mean failure, I mean infrastructure failure. Chillers, boilers, roofs, parking lots, ADA. I mean, it's shocking, but then not. I can explain it when we actually have our budget workshop with the public. I'm going to explain how we got here, because we got here, and there was a reason we got here. It's not necessarily germane right now, but there's a reason none of this got done over time, and it needs to be done now because it's costing us tons of maintenance every year, tons of human capital, and you know, you have to address. You can't allow your house to fall around you if your house is the jail or the courthouse, because you're providing other services there, or the annex, or the juvenile detention center. So there's going to be priority projects, and I just want to acknowledge that you took a holistic, comprehensive approach. You were proactive. I didn't know you, but I know that you've been involved with the courthouse before in some of these, you know, assignments and projects. And so sometimes it's just time, right? Sometimes you just fall in the cycle of the roof. It's a 20-year roof and you're in year 19, you know? You're going to have to deal with it. But it seems that there is a systematic need, not want. Some things are wants in this comprehensive universe, but overall there's a tremendous amount of stack on the need side that I think you've brought to the court. And that's what presentation and workshop's all about. It's being able to see everything and then being able to use that data to make good, solid decisions. So let me ask commissioners if they have any questions about the presentation. I'd like to focus on Hazel Bazemore Park while we still have you, because there's an agenda item that that's involving that particular project and its funding sources, and that's item number 8. Wait a second. Yes, C8. And then there's an overall agenda item, Tyner, just regarding the ability to work with ABM on such a energy performance contract, but it's all contingent upon something happening in the future. So step 1 is, does this court have a desire to engage with ABM for energy performance contracts? And it doesn't commit us to any particular projects at all, just the idea that we could engage with them and contingent upon a financing. Is that correct?
That's correct, but we do not have a contract per se in final form. We're almost
Okay.
there.
So table number 4?
I think we tabled, but we might be, if we know what the court wants to do, we might, be able to get that on the August 5th agenda.
But is the
in the format.
but is the intent of item number 4 to say we wish to have the opportunity
If the court's willing,
to
yes.
engage with
Yes.
ABM? Can we make that decision and then you can bring back the contract? Can we
Ye-
make,
yes,
can we do
Judge.
that?
I think, yes,
Okay.
we can get it done like that.
So I'm going to take out of order then, because Mike needs to be able to answer questions. And also, Mike, I'm going to ask you to even do more homework. By the time we meet again, there are thousands of jobs that can be established by working on some of these projects, okay? Sometimes it's hundreds, sometimes it's thousands, depending on how comprehensive this court gets. But there's going to be jobs created. There's going to be local contractors that are getting hired. There's a tremendous need in our community for economic development. You made mention of something earlier that I want to highlight. This court cares about local jobs. This court cares about how many subs you're going to use, locally in our area. So I might have you address that the next time we meet, to the best of your ability, right? But that's going to be critical. We value that here. But this time I'd take a motion for item number 4A4 to consider the approval to be able to have the opportunity to engage with energy performance contracts through Allied States Purchasing Cooperative Contract. And then, of course, this is contingent upon the contract being brought forth. It just gets us to the first step. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. So we'll look for you, Tyner, to work with the county attorney to bring it back.
Hey, I don't know what here we go. Patrick Mabry has been on the line, and I would like to allow him as engineer, miraculously at about 3 p.m. yesterday, we got this, and I gave you a copy, and he's an engineer. He's been on the call.
I'm sorry, I didn't
But-
recognize that.
But the third-party review, I'd rather you hear from them, but they confirmed that all their analysis is correct and good, and in certain cases, it exceeds, it exceeds and is conservative. It looks like Patrick is unmuted, and I would ask Patrick to go ahead and talk if you would.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to have a chance to give our 2 cents, as it were. Again, my name is Patrick Mabry, and I work for a company called Highland Commissioning, and we are sister companies to Silber and Associates, who is actually the engineer who provided the report. Travis is not able to make the call today, but I am here in his absence. And we did do an extensive assessment of the report and the proposal, and we're able to come to the conclusion that, yes, the findings were valid and reasonable, and the math checked out. And again, I'm not an engineer by any means, but I did go through this proposal pretty extensively along with Travis. And so I'm not sure exactly what else I can say other than we do find that this proposal conforms to the Texas Local Government Code 302 and is reasonable and is a valid proposal.
Okay, thank you for that information as a resource, and we'll have ample time to look at that data collection. So that's required. There's a lot of bells and whistles, aren't there, Belinda, when you do an energy performance savings contract, and you might want to just address some of those right now.
Yes, Judge, and as the judge says, this is something required, but this is actually going to be required at the time that we enter into the contract and to make sure we're all comparing apples to apples. And so we will have this third-party reviewer actually sign off on the contract before it's brought before you. And the contract is kind of in the, initial stages, so to speak, of review. Certainly, I don't know if y'all are going to be wanting to move forward with all the CIP projects that were presented in this workshop. And so I don't know if that's something y'all want to clarify under item number 4.
Yeah, I thought I did, but I want to make sure, yeah, look,
Uh-huh.
what they've brought to us is the universe. And now we're going to figure out which planet we want to land on, okay? And the idea is here is to understand what your choices are, because there are priorities, and there's going to be electeds that are going to weigh in. I see the sheriff's on the line. I know he's muted, but he's probably going to want to weigh in on things like boilers and some of the needs that he has at the jail. So what I want to do is be able to know that we have the mechanisms to engage in these contracts. And that's the process that I'm talking about. So I'd like to see us to understand and qualify that the item is so that we can engage with them, but we've got a long way to go.
And I just wanted to make sure we
Yeah.
kind of clarified that.
And I don't mean that long, but,
Right.
you know.
But we're still, trying to hone in on this. And so, yes, there's that portion of it, and I think there's probably still some more presentation on some of the different financing mechanisms.
Correct.
So that we can also kind of dovetail that in also.
For instance, there might be some, and we're about to find out, there's one coming up, that has at least 50% funding source from one particular arena. You might say, I have an old CO. In fact, Mike, if you could bring that slide back where you see COs on there, I assume that we can shore that up and say CO 2019, that your $8 million suggestion in the financing mechanism, when you say existing COs, you mean 2019.
Slide 14, Tanner.
Slide 14, yeah. So when it says existing COs, I'm assuming you mean 2019. And then when you see Commissioner Vaughn, that might be a CO she has from CO in the past, or Judge Canales, it might be from a CO that I have in the past. And then there might be a Spectra contribution that has to do with dollars that are already in-house that they have given that we haven't spent. And then there's roof insurance proceeds. These are basically our FEMA roof insurance proceeds, Dale, that we've kind of been holding back on. And then you'll see something like additional sources, and you'll see that that might represent ADA. So to the extent that there are ADA accommodations that have been represented that they would fix, we know that from previous COs, there's escrowed money that are just focused on ADA. So I want you to know when he says sources for down payment, that those actually have a reality base to them. Having said that, it's still our choice as to which projects will advance and what the funding mechanism would be. Theoretically, I told Mike, I could take a pen, I don't have this dollars, but if we did, we could take a pen and write, checks for all of these, right? But there's, even within projects, there's prioritizing what's important inside, let's say, the jail. I think pneumatic controls are very important, but let's say the court didn't, for instance. Then you could take that piece out of it and adjust, everything's going to adjust. So what we're doing is we're working with our financial advisor, we're working with ABM, we're working with the county attorney to make sure that we can really bring you the choices in a way that we can act upon them. And step 1 was to receive this presentation. Step 2 is 4A, I've already lost the number, 4A, 4, where we're actually saying, yeah, we'd like to pursue this. And the court authorizes this next step to take place. And then step 3 is when you see an individual project, in the case of Hazel Bazemore Park, where we actually going to promote one project at this time, okay? So that I just want to kind of give us a little bit of a step, a blueprint, a roadmap of how we're going to tackle this.
Yeah, Judge, I know we all want a little piece of the pie here, and because we're all, but I think, to me, although I want my project, but I think the most important thing, and it should be to everybody, I guess, is that we need to take care of the buildings, because we need to.
Courthouse and the jail.
Courthouse, the jail. We need
Annex.
we need to give them life, to continue.
To live again.
To continue living, right, and not have to come back again and be more expensive next time, but, and I think the other ones can be kind of prioritized down the road. But I think that we really need to take care of the infrastructure that we need. That's why
So I haven't been able to say this in a couple of hours. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think that the courthouse and the jail and the annex and the juvenile all need to be considered priorities. I think though for Belinda, what she's comfortable with right now is just saying let's engage with them, and then we're gonna bring back to court what we choose to be priorities. I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's fair. Can I ask a quick question? I
Yes,
should have asked a while
Mike.
ago. On the juvenile center, you talked about refurbishing the towers, the cooling towers. I'm just curious, how old are the cooling towers, and what's the difference between refurbishing and a new one? Because I think in the past, a lot of money has been put into a lot of old things that have already reached the life of the system. So I would just be curious. You may not know the answer now, but just come back with it later is fine.
Yes, I can get that answer for you. I know, you're looking at the casing. If the case is in pretty good shape, a lot of times you can replace the fans and the pumps and the fill material, and it's more cost effective than doing a new one. But again, let me get with my engineers and verify that for you. I don't want to give you an answer I'm not confident on.
And when they were done, how old they are, too. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that'd be good to have actually across the board.
Hey, I just want to make sure I heard you right when we talked. You guys are responsible for if something is not done right, you're responsible to make it right, right? That's what I
Yes,
like, that's what I
correct.
like.
As it relates to, for example, on the guaranteed energy savings, to be able to achieve the guaranteed energy savings, we have to guarantee the performance of whatever is being installed. And again, as it relates to the overall project, there's no change orders. So we got to, so we've got to ensure that, the design that we are presenting to you and the scope that is outlined in our contract in detail is completed and delivered to you without, in its entirety. The contract is very detailed in scope. Our project development agreement is our project agreement is very detailed in scope. And so, we have to adhere to that. And again, with no change order.
That's a good deal. I mean, you guys do very good. Appreciate that.
And Judge, if I may, by way of background, ABM's been trying to get this on the agenda for a while. And when I initially found out they were coming with a package that had a deal for financing at a rate of 2.24%, and what happened, county attorney review, it turned out that we could not rely on that past RFP for the financing. And that struck me, and as a precaution, last court went ahead and authorized Michael to go out for an RFP. But what that caused me to do, and over the course of the past 6 or 7 days, I've been a pest with Blakely and Noe, who are on this call. And so I pulled in bond counsel and our financial advisor. And Noe suggests that there's more competitive ways to finance. So while if it's the will of the court to go ahead and commit, I think that there's going to be a lot of viable options for financing
Right.
Going forward. And I think Noe is about to run out of juice on his phone. So I'm going to, Noe, can you unmute?
You mean I need to buy my financial advisor a charger?
You don't have two phones?
We don't pay him enough for him to have a charger? I mean, right?
I like to give him a hard
Is
time.
that you, Noe?
He likes to give me a hard time.
I'm not charging. It's my phone that needs to be charged. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Noe. You and I have had conversations about this very subject matter, about the muni market and whether or not 2.25 versus, for example, a county rate at 1.65. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that that's a differential that could save this county money. But we've also talked about the fact that when you're dealing with energy savings, you're going to go to the muni market, you're not going to get the energy savings unless the reason these guys come in and do what they do is because there is a mechanism, if you will, called energy savings, that brings back dollars to the county to help you pay your debt that you have to incur in order to do this work. And so there is a trade-off, I guess, if you will. And so the suggestion was made by you and bond counsel to allow the opportunity for the court to say, we look at everything, and now we're going to get some choices. And so does that accurately represent what you want us to at least consider as your recommendation? To consider choices for financing, and to work with these folks to see how we can best get these projects underway.
That's correct. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for coming to you by phone. But as the judge has stated in Tyner 2, about a week or two ago, I was pulled into this process, and representations were made that maybe a list of about $38 million, totaling $38 million, could be improved, and that the company would provide lease purchase financing. We asked a question about, what would that cost be? And the cost came in somewhere around 224, 225% over 15 years. A similar rate or a similar credit under your direct loan, in other words, we sell an obligation issued by the county, we get it rated with all the costs included, we should not be over 165%. In fact, we just saw a deal today for the city of Arlington, about $40 million, pretty similar to your credit of AA. Actually, I think they're AAA, but you're right up there with them. And we saw it at 150 over 20 years. So I suspect that you'll be getting that kind of a rate at least. So the spread between a lease purchase financing or a lease financing and a direct obligation by you is at least 60 basis points. So when you borrow $38 million over the life, over 15 years, it's going to cost you more in interest by doing a lease by about $2.3 million, $2.5 million. Well, the issue here is it's not about only the cost of finance objective, and that is to bring in assets that you currently have not improved in a while, I guess, to bring them up to standards of more cost efficiency, energy services or energy uses. And the representations being made to you is that you could have some savings, some energy savings, as the judge alluded, in some of these assets being improved. Well, when I looked at the list of $38 million in change, I basically suggested, what if we tried to select out of that list of $38 million, the assets that we would get our most bang for our buck, and maybe do that through a lease. And basically, after visiting with them yesterday, I don't know, Tyler, if you have that list, but I think there were 4 assets that will get us the most bang for our buck in terms of energy savings, and that will be the courthouse, as you would expect, the jail annex, and the fairgrounds. And I'm sure that we can work with ABM and their financier people to get us a more reasonable borrowing rate, not the 225, and see where we land. That was our observation. That's been our observation thus far. The other projects, I think, can be funded through current COs that Dale can probably share with us. There may be balances on, or the bonds that we sold, the obligations we sold last year. One of the concerns we have on a lease of this size is that the rating agencies are very gun-shy nowadays in that they want to see us disclose, even in our audits now, if we have leases, outside of the traditional conventional financings that we do. And the judge asked me, if we do this, could it affect our ratings? And I don't think anyone wants to see the ratings affected. So we would have to make a little extra effort to be more transparent in disclosing, this is consistent with our CIP that we presented to you guys last year, meaning to the rating agencies, and this may or may not be inside the CIP. These improvements are on this list of $38.3 million. So that was our biggest issue. Having seen all that, having evaluated this with the judge and the judge's staff, I'm pretty confident that you would not get a downgrade on ratings or anything. The issue is more transparency and behaving as the good credit that we are, a AA credit. And this is part of the process. So I was invited to be part of this meeting, and I'm sharing that with you. Those are my thoughts, Judge.
Thank you. And that's exactly, I concur. Just want to say that. I concur with the analysis, with the concept, but again, you know, there are steps that need to be taken, and today is our first chance to take that step. And again,
And we
the
don't have to
only-
do all of it, right? I mean, we could.
No, like what
right.
Noe suggests, the only thing I might need to look at, Noe, is the juvenile detention center, because I consider that also like a jail. And so I don't know if that makes it number
Yeah.
5, but that would be
Yeah,
my only.
that is part of it.
Okay.
Yes, that is part of it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I failed
Okay. No,
to not mention that.
worries.
But
And
it's
that-
part of the analysis, yeah.
Right, so we think that's good, so thank you, Noe. So at this
Yeah.
time, Court, we have a motion and a second, and again, Belinda, it's sort of needing a little of your touch, but we think that the court's will be right now to vote as to whether or not we should proceed, and that we will look for your guidance to bring back, as they say, step number 2.
Proceed based on, and I think the motion is contingent upon acceptable financing. and-
Absolutely, we
and
said,
Priority by the court.
correct, and I think we
So,
said that. But
Very early phase, okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
in other words, we gotta step in before we even get to the next one, right?
Put your toes in, I'm okay with, not my whole foot.
It's hard to swim that way.
No, I'm not ready to swim yet, I just want to paddle.
I'm gonna get you some floaties.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just want some-
let's go ahead and, I called it, I think Commissioner Vaughn seconded, Commissioner Gonzalez motioned for the clerk, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. It is contingent upon financing and on prioritization. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so,
Just want to clarify, because we're going to get to maybe Commissioner Vaughn's item, but I think next court, and I'll worry about how it's worded, but I think we can contract contingent upon, actually contracting next court contingent upon
I understand.
financing, and then that lets other projects
I understand,
move forward.
particularly if the projects already have their own financing.
That's
Okay,
correct.
if they don't need outside financing, like Noe referred to, if Dale says, sure, you can do this through a CO 2004, 2015,
Yeah, if we've got a-
2016.
If there's already a funding source, those projects
Right.
can go on their own.
Right, yeah, he just means it'll be a work order. that
But
we
in
would
order
approve.
for it to be competitively bid, we do have to contract with AVM.
No, I'm just saying, but we don't have to hold back on any projects that are already funded. If they want
Right,
to go forward
right.
with a project that's already got a CO attached, then I'm not, I'm just.
Right.
You're not
right.
gonna hold back there.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
because Belinda still wants to look at it. Okay, that's fine. So let's take the next one, because everybody's still on, and we might have questions, and that's the Hazel Baysmore Park. Now here comes a scenario where you do have a particular request, and it's number 8. And so, Commissioner, this one is discuss and consider a cooperative contract, and Michael can help us out here. It's for the installation of park improvements at Hazel Baysmore. Commissioner Vaughn's been working diligently on this, so she could probably lay it out for us, but this is it right? Number 8? Yes, number 8? Do you want to?
In the Public Works section,
Okay, so
C8.
Juan and Commissioner Vaughn, do you want to take us through this? Come on up, guys. As I say, tell us all the great things.
Which one was this? I'm sorry.
We don't have a visual?
Public Works.
Okay. Go to number 8 on C.
Here's a visual.
Yes.
There we go.
So as you look at that, that's the entrance to Hazel Baysmore Park. We're actually taking down a building that's existing right there. We just ran through the abatement process, and we're getting ready to tear that building down. The green portion that you see there is the dog park there. There's, as you see the Hawk Watch over there, that's they're going to make some improvements to the Hawk Watch in that it needs to be washed and some boards need to be replaced, and they're going to reseal all the decking and all the wood there. The trail that you see there is a trail that's going to be added to allow ADA access to both the facility over there, which is the new one, which is the dog park, and then the area over there where we're going to put in some new playground equipment, which a portion of that is going to come from the health department's funding of that. The tables throughout the facility, which again, there's 38 to 40 of them, are going to be improved upon. They're going to be brightly colored, and they're going to be painted and just redone, so to speak. There was additional features that we took out of this that were interesting, but didn't see the overall park as one whole piece of deal. It didn't connect everything together. This will allow not only the people that use the Hawk Watch to be able to rest and relax, but allow other people to come in and also be part of the Hawk Watch. I like to call it a process. You go out there, you enjoy it. The first days of the first weeks, they have events out there, and it's more of a family type affair. So this adds to the whole park feeling. Correct. The covers are going to be.
They're going to be different colors because we want to make it welcoming. One of the reasons I want to get this done is because you have that plan and sitting coming in, the steel plant. Those people, that's going to be a lot of jobs. They're going to be looking for homes, and Calanteloso is the perfect place for those because of the school district. In this area, to me, it's the most beautiful park that we have in the county. Of course, I'm prejudiced, but you have the river right there, and it's just underused because there aren't amenities there. So with the lighting and all the things that we're trying to do, and hopefully eventually we're going to do a splash pad, we can come up with those monies. So I think it would just really help when families are looking to say, I have this that I can go to. So many neighborhoods over there, the only place you can walk your dogs are in the neighborhoods, and no one wants that to happen in their yards. So I think a dog park it's a perfect spot for it.
And really, it's just an overall recommitment to the community that the county is providing upgrades to their services. I mean, that's what we pay taxes for, is to be able to say the services are worth it. The community is, has these types of amenities, and it does make a big difference for economic development. And the subdivisions are coming, and they're going to choose where they want to live, whether they're going to want to live in one county over another based upon what is available for them. So I think every precinct needs major attention to focus on how they can upgrade. For the ADA, it's absolutely a necessity. So some things are really important here. Can we identify at this time the total cost for this and then the funding source, Tyner, please? Because this is a discuss and consider authorizing action item.
Yeah, it was identified as 548K.
Thank you, Michael. 548,000, and then the funding source is a combo.
The funding sources is combo of funds that Commissioner has.
Correct.
In association with the project that y'all were speaking of earlier with ABM.
Right, so.
What does that mean?
And so we need to break that down. So the 548 is from, Dale, if you don't mind, might put you on the spot to do a little research here. It's an old CO. Is it 2015 or 2016? 2016. I always get those messed up. So it's funding source 500, can you identify how much of the 2016?
She has available $437,000.
So out of the 578, 434 is CO 2016.
Yes.
And then the remainder, Michael, would come from a future, call it financing, or it can come from CO 2019 if necessary. Go ahead.
One of the possible fundings, and later on you'll see it, we've got a TIPS contract for the re-roofing of the facility there. We had $1.2 million to re-roof the entire Hilltop facility. So as we work through it, and one of the processes that you have, judges, that eventually we'd like to replace that building.
Correct.
So we weren't going to use the total of the 1.2 million on that building itself. So what I had recommended to the commissioners that maybe we could use some of that funding. The total cost, if you look at the TIPS contract, is about 400,000, and then the engineering is about 25,000. So that's 425,
So you
maybe
have
450.
Quite a bit left over.
So you have quite a bit left over that could be used towards this project.
So we're short about 150,000, and we have two funding sources if the financing doesn't come through.
And that's what we want to use, the 1.2, that we can use
Right.
that.
Could we just,
Yeah.
would it be okay just to use that, because to put that little bit amount in that ABM
I'm fine
thing-
with
I
that.
have no problem with that
Okay,
either.
I'm not trying to get anybody's business.
Okay,
but-
hold on. So.
It's
in
one
or-
package deal.
In order to use ABM, we're awarding under the Allied States contract, which is an energy savings performance
okay,
contract.
Okay.
That's the only way that I can contract, as I understand
see.
from Mike Bailey, that we can utilize ABM to do this work.
I
And
see.
if we were to go and try to pay straight to someone to do this work, they don't have a contract that we can award on
I see.
for that. And so if we were into that scenario, we might have to pay the engineering work that ABM has done, and Juan can hire them as an engineer to provide those drawings, but then we would have to have a separate construction contract with maybe a job order contracting vendor
I'm with you.
to do the construction work. So
So it's
for
part of
Commissioner
the-
Vaughn's, it's better to package it with the ABM, but we will need to come back and contingent on the financing solution that's selected. So to award today without having knowledge of how it's going to be funded fully, it would be a little premature, because if for some reason y'all were to,
And I thought that legal had determined, the reason I saw it on the agenda didn't blink is because I thought legal had determined that if it was just one work order, without financing, that we were okay. So I
Well,
think
I
it's
thought
okay
too.
Judge, may I interject?
to authorize the work
I
order.
think the assumption is that we're going to do some of these projects because we've already done the Aon unit over there at the fairgrounds. So if we've already done that unit, then I think we need to, or a portion of some of these projects are going to be done so that we could approve it today, I would think.
I would think it could pending,
Yeah.
I don't see why not. If it's pending.
I thought that's why we delayed it, so that we could approve it this time.
Right. I think what Michael is saying is that the DIR, the Allied States contract requires energy savings. And in order to do energy savings, you have to have a financing mechanism. But your financing mechanism could be that you pay cash. You're still getting an energy savings.
Right, so that's what I'm not.
But I don't
that's-
know that, I mean,
That's the part I'm not following is,
She's got the money though.
Yeah.
well, one, why does, okay, I'm not trying to cut anybody out, but one, why does this have to be through ABM? And two, thank you, and two, what the judge just said on the cash portion, what would be
so
the
my
reason
understanding,
we have to
and
finance?
the finance folks can correct me because I'm not a financial expert on this, but my understanding is that the funding coming from this energy savings performance contract is the umbrella that we need to have to be able to do all of these side projects. And there's a
You're saying
paragraph.
we have to finance some portion of it to get the contract?
I'm saying y'all need to
That's the simple
agree
version.
to how you want to finance the whole project in order to do this one, unless you're going to call it something different separately and apart from the ABM.
If he's right, and we have to finance part of this, which I'm with the judge, I don't know why we would have, I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I don't know why we would have to finance something if we have cash, but if he's saying we have to.
Well, I'm not saying you have to finance it. I'll be clear, what I'm saying is whatever this arrangement's going to be as to how the ABM energy savings contract is going to be structured, and it will include some portions that are cash paid.
What you're saying,
And this portion might be 100% cash paid under that umbrella.
well,
That's where I need to.
I
That's where
understand.
I need some input
I
from.
understand,
we did
but let me just
100%
say.
cash pay it, we should. If we have to finance, then let's just go for it.
Right,
Whatever.
I think I understand it. I do want to say that the reason we should move forward with ABM is because ABM's done all the work.
And I didn't mean it like that, right. I
They've
just
done
meant-
all the work. It's their work product, it's their, but having said that, I think what we need to do is, I like moving the ball forward. If there's something that legal says, hey, you need to come back and redo, but I think what I want to provide direction to the legal is that it's the will of the court, if a motion and a second is made, and there's enough ayes, that you know that for Hazel Baysmore Park, that we wish to procure with ABM to do this work, and to make certain that whether we pay 90%, 95%, or 100%, that we can be under the umbrella of ABM.
Correct.
Right.
That's well stated.
So
However we
moved.
can do that. If we can do 100% financing, I think we have the money to do it, we should. If we have to finance 5% of it to get it under the contract.
Right,
I'm
whatever
fine with
is
that, too.
required.
Whatever.
I'll make a
Okay,
motion
it'll
to
be
that.
under the umbrella, Mike,
Just as long as what y'all are all agreeing to today is that the park work that we just presented here has to be part of the package. If
I
y'all
agree.
try to pull that
Right.
out later, that's not gonna work.
I agree.
That's my
You
motion.
can't pull it out. It has to stay in.
I,
We won't pull it out.
we agree. It just might be a very small percentage.
So that's, yeah.
Because
that's
it's
the motion
already in a
second.
package, which is the Aon, oh, hello.
Thank you.
It's already inside a package. It's already under an umbrella called Fairgrounds Chiller.
Okay, we've got a motion and
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and good luck on the clerk on that one, but I'll help you later if you need it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Good
And
project.
It's gonna be a great
Good
project, and,
project.
and the only thing I'm gonna say is, this is a little bit of experience, is from Mike. When we do start these projects, I really believe the signs that we've put out that say coming soon with the rendering and the information is so great when you can have it on premise with your name and the whole thing. It makes people go, wow, that's coming. And then as we get things completed, like I'd like to see our banners downstairs. We've done the chiller replacement project. Someone get me a little red Sharpie or get a, and say, check. Jail elevators, check. So that people know you've made progress with your commitment that you've made, the promise you made them.
Can we
Okay.
get a signed one, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, all that was approved is that you're instructing us to try to move forward and try to get this under the ABM project. But right now, there's nothing before y'all for approval as far as contracts or anything of that nature.
Right, there hasn't been a contract signed, but we wish we wish that work to be contracted with ABM, and we wish it to be under the umbrella. What is question marked is how much will be financed. The contract financing, that element is a question mark.
But the paperwork still needs to be.
Absolutely, the paperwork
get
needs to be
moving, though.
done. And I think that we're so far along that this is a very short timetable, for the Hazel Baysmore. At least it should be, and I would encourage you to make it short. Okay, let's go back into the realm of the regular agenda, please. And I bet I don't know if he's like been hanging on or we're gonna call him, but if you wanna give him heads up, Creston Cook. And if not, we'll do number 2, which is Dale's
I
quarterly.
believe he's on.
Is he really?
He was earlier.
What a trooper. Well, if he is, we'll take him. If not, we'll do the investment report and get right back. I didn't see his name.
He was earlier. He
No
may.
worries. Give him a text. Oh, here he is. He's on my corner. Hey, Creston.
Oh, there we go.
Judge.
Bless you for hanging on. I hope that you had great work to do while you were on mute.
Got a lot done. Thank you.
Creston, good to have you. Creston Cook is the Executive Director of the South Texas Military Task Force and the former, head civilian at CCAD. And he is going to visit with us about the economic impact of our military bases because there's been a very important report. And Creston, tell us about it.
Happy to. Tyner, you want to do the slides?
I'm opening it right now.
Okay, good. Well, good morning, Creston Cook, again, Executive Director of South Texas Military Task Force. On behalf of our Chairman, Alan Wilson, and I, thanks for inviting me to present the economic impact of our area military installations. And thank you, Nueces County, for your continued support to the South Texas Military Task Force. Some of you may not be aware of what the task force is, so I'll start with a short introduction on our mission and our members, and I think my presentation will last less than 10 minutes, so I hope that'll be helpful.
It might make you a hero.
Okay, good deal.
Actually, this is important, though. Don't rush.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
The purpose of the second slide, Tyner, the purpose of the military task force is to communicate the value of the military facilities in our area and ensure that they continue to perform their critical missions in our community for years to come. I will also note, as you probably know, all of our area military installations are fully operational in these challenging times. One visible example are the Navy training plans that we continue to see flying over our city every day. Next slide, please.
Got it.
Here is a list of the members of the South Texas Military Task Force. We formed in the 1990s as a nonpartisan group. when the possibility of base closures became a real threat to our area. Today, as our task force is one of the most influential groups of military, business, and government leaders in South Texas. I'm sure you'll recognize many names of our members, including Judge Canales. Thank you. We continue to exist today because military installations still need our support as they continue to be challenged by workload, budget, and mission decreases. One example, Corpus Christi Army Depot workforce, when I was there at one time, had a workforce of over 6,000 people. Today, because of workload cuts, they employ about 3,600 people. Still a large organization, but you can see how things other than base closures can affect our economy and area employment. Next slide, please. Putting some faces to the names of our members. Here's a group photo that we took at our quarterly meeting held last February, pre-COVID times, of course. The economic impact of our area military installations is one of the driving forces of our task force, and I'm going to continue the presentation on the data we received from Governor Abbott's office. Next slide. And this is the bulk of the presentation. Last month, Governor Abbott released the latest economic impact figures for the military installations in Texas. The full report is available, I believe, as an attachment on today's agenda. According to this report, our military installations in Texas contributed $123 billion to the Texas economy and supported more than 630,000 jobs in 2019. To give you an idea of the scope of this impact among other industries in Texas, agriculture in Texas, for example, contributes between $100 and $115 billion to the economy. So the military is actually higher than agriculture. And according to the figures in this report, our military installations ranked second only to energy in Texas in overall economic impact. You might not have known that. Next slide. So what are the military components in our area? You probably know them. There are 4 of them. And I'll limit the economic impact discussion to the first 2, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi and Corpus Christi Army Depot. But for your awareness, Naval Air Station Kingsville provides advanced training for strike pilots for the Navy, Marine Corps, NATO, and allied countries. Kingsville trains half of the Navy strike fleet and provides air traffic control for much of South Texas. Coast Guard Sector Air Station Corpus Christi provides multi-mission support, including search and rescue, law enforcement, waterway security, drug and migrant interdiction, and marine and environmental protection. And finally, the Port of Corpus Christi, you might not know, also has a military component, as they periodically are designated a strategic military port of embarkation. Next slide, please. Looking specifically at our area's 2 largest military installations, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, established in 1941, was once the largest pilot training facility in the world. Today, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi has 41 tenant organizations and contributes over $2.7 billion each year to the Texas economy. NASCC employs nearly 5,000 military, civilians, and contractors. These are people that live in this community. Take into account the direct and indirect impact, the multiplier effect, where one job creates other jobs in the community. Naval Air Station Corpus Christi affects over 15,000 jobs in our area. Next slide. Corpus Christi Army Depot is the world's largest helicopter repair facility, public or private, and it's one of the largest employers in South Texas. CCAD contributes over $1.7 billion a year to the Texas economy and employs over 3,600 highly skilled and highly paid workers. Now, you might not know this, but the average salary and benefits for a CCAD worker is over $96,000 a year. Adding the direct and indirect impact, CCAD creates nearly 11,000 jobs in our area. Next slide. Again, that was a really quick overview of economic impact of the military in our area. We appreciate the county's support and all of these organizations who continue to support our area military and the military task force. And Tyner, last slide. So that's a very short presentation and economic impact on Texas and our community. I'm happy to provide additional details to any of you or anyone in the virtual audience. My contact information and Chairman Wilson's are available on this slide, and Tyner can probably get you in touch with me as well. I'd like to add also, as part of the area's military commanders' missions, is community involvement. And I'm sure that any of our area commanders would be willing to provide a more in-depth presentation of their respective facilities to the Commissioner's Court at your request. I know Colonel Atkins did a presentation to the City Council last year, and it was well received. It's good to know more about the military in our area. Again, thank you for your interest and your support and your time today. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Creston, you serve our community so well, and in particular at the task force. I've enjoyed working with you. I think it's important to note that Gary Bradford, is also a member of the Governor's Military Preparedness Commission. It puts us in the driver's seat, if you will, for our region to be able to have that kind of input. Just so you know, the task force was instrumental in helping me in my office as emergency manager to really say we really need to help identify federal resources. Our medical personnel in Texas from the Army side is phenomenal at Fort Hood and really Joint Base San Antonio as well. So we are just very, very blessed to have the right kind of access, if you will. I know you're very close to working with Keith Groff in the governor's office. We're a pretty mighty force down here. You have been on the forefront of making sure that radar, well, I will say this way, that we don't have wind turbines too close to military bases because of their impact to mission. So we've been on that front, and you've been helping me with intergovernmental support agreements since day one. So I want the court to understand that when we're in budget season and the value that we give to you is so small compared to the value the military installations give back to our community. And so I wish we could do more, but I'm proud of what we have done to support South Texas Military Task Force. And are there any questions of Creston? Just keep up the great work, and like I said, thanks for always being helpful and supportive when we need to reach out. And it's too bad we haven't been able to take our annual trips this year, but I hope that they return early next year.
Thank you, Judge. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate the support.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, Tyner, we'll let Creston go on, and then we'll go to Dale's quarterly investment report.
Yes, good afternoon. This is the quarterly investment report for the period ending June 30th this last month. If you turn to page 1, you'll see a summary report of all of our investments. The very top of it, you'll see a summary of our cash and cash equivalents and investments. For the period of June 30th, 2020, we had a current value of $143,422,302. Now, it may seem surprising that it is a decrease of $31 million from the prior period, prior quarter, I should say. Now, that is a large number, but if you remember, most of our revenue comes in at the very beginning of the year, and normally our expenses and our transactions monthly is around $15 to $17 million. So a drop of $31 million is not surprised. So the amount of money that we have available is correct. If you look at our compliance measures, our weighted averages are currently 11 days, and that is a decrease. And the reason why it's going down is because a lot of our funds are invested in our Texas class funds, which are our pool funds, and we'll talk about that later because of the interest rates that God Noe had talked about, where our cost is going down, but so is our investment income coming down. And you'll see that towards the very bottom of the report, where we show our quarterly earnings of interest of $286,000. But as you see from the prior year, that's $480,000 less. That's a large amount, but our interest rates going down. You'll see that later on in the balances. If you turn to page 3 again, you see our total balances is 143,422,302. And you'll see it's broken down between our operating funds, our capital project funds, debt service, and other funds for the total amount. And you'll see our cash bank is 21%. Our Texas class, which is our pool funds that I mentioned before, is 75%. Those total is over 90% of our total investments. And you'll see our broker dealers amounts as well. Page 4 and 5 just shows you each of our particular funds for the period and from 1 year ago, and then any increase and decrease in some of the funds. And we did see a good increase in our general fund of $8 million, which is good. Some of them went down, but not a large amount, and we are spending some of our funds out of the special revenue, but it's not as a large amount as could be. On page 6 and page 7 is where we talked about our portfolio diversification, our liquidity, as well as our interest. As you see, our balances for cash equivalents, which includes our Texas class, is 96.3%, 36% of our total investments. That's above our maximum, but we'll talk about that later because we kind of need to be there because it's hard time to finding any investments that pay more than Texas class at the moment. Again, our liquidity is 11 days. As we showed on page 7, at the very bottom of that, you'll see our interest calculations. You'll see that for the comparison of the quarterly investments, we're down $480,000. For the year to date, we're down $595,000 from last year to this year. Now, our interest rates are going down for several reasons, COVID being one of them, and that's where we'll have to continue to review our investments. Several of the next pages just deal our ladders and our listing of all of our investments. And if you need to, I can go through those if we need to, but I'll go to page 14. 14 shows our portfolio holding by fund. As you see, our operating fund, which includes the general fund, is 26.56% of our total investments, with the general fund being 21.46% of that percentage. Our debt service is 5.17%. Our capital projects, because of several of our bond issuance that we've talked about, is 43%. And our other special revenue funds, including our self-insurance, is 24.92%. If you look at page 15, you'll see a distribution by our broker dealers. We do have 4. At the moment, the ones we're missing is Wells Fargo, and that's because the ones we had with them have recently matured, and we just have not been able to find investments so we can work with them. And I know Lorenzo from the Treasurer's office and my staff is constantly working with them to try to get some more investments. Now, the key issue I want you to look at is page 17. 17 shows you our comparison to a U.S. 1-year Treasury note. And you see the 1-year Treasury is at 0.16. And you see our projected is 0.79, so we're above the 1-year Treasury. And we've been that way since going back to December of 19, which is very, very promising. We are making a little bit more money in the Treasury. Now, the key point is on page 18, where we compare it to a 2-year Treasury. And for many, many, many years, we were constantly below a 2-year Treasury. However, now we are above it because of most of our funds are invested in our pool funds, because the U.S. Treasury is down to 1.79, and we're projecting 1.94. Why is that? If you look on page 19, 19 shows you our interest rates we earn. If you look at the third column, that's our Texas class, which is our pooled funds we mentioned before, and we go down to June. Right now, June for 2020 is paying 0.57% interest. That's very, very low if you compare. That's if you look back in 18-19, we were 2.63%, and now we're paying 0.57. That's why we're seeing $500,000 less in interest revenue. If you see our bank depository, which is Frost, is at 0.01%, which is almost no interest. Again, if you look back in March of 19 or even June of 2019, we're at 2.1. So that's kind of why some of our interest is going down. We're constantly looking at and trying to make sure our investments are where they need to be. We're constantly working with my staff and the Treasury staff to make sure the money's doing the best it can. That is the quarterly investment report for June 30th, 2020. I'll answer any question you might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding the investment report that was presented to the Investment Committee and approved for recommendation? Commissioner Modis does. Dale?
Yes, sir.
Dale. So I had a question over on page 4 of the report. So you said we have a decrease from last year for the Stadium and Fairgrounds Fund? About around 200,000 or just under 200,000?
Yes, we compare last year, this year, yes. A lot of is some, it could have been it depends on how the calculations come in. It could be that this is just, we didn't report a transfer at the moment in time. We do transfers quarterly. We don't do them all at once. And it could have been it just didn't get in at the right time, where the last time it did because of days it was run. So yes, it is a decrease, but is it a problem? I don't see it being a problem.
So next quarter report, we see it down again, then we should.
Well, we constantly review this and we constantly look at it, and my staff, when I get this report, I grill them to like, why is this happening, and we try to review it and see how it works.
But I mean, this still, I guess, is everything, all our numbers still, I mean, it has some reflection to do with COVID, I mean, or does this?
COVID is causing quite a bit of a problem right now, as we saw, as you looked at all the interest rates. Interest rates are tanked.
Yeah, they're horrible.
As Noe said, we can probably get debt right now 1.65%. Well, if it costs us 1.65%, which means if we try to invest, we can invest our money to almost get almost none. So we're working with Texas Class. We're working with trying to get our broker dealers to get either CDs or other stuff. Right now, we can't get an agency that pays anything. So that's what we're trying to do, and that's where our numbers are set. So.
Okay, thank you.
I need just a moment. I'm just gonna have to take just like 5-minute recess just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Where are we at? Where are we at? What the hell, don't you pay attention? Do what? Where are we at? What are we discussing? The COVID stuff? And why the numbers were down? That's what he was asking about. Yeah, he was just asking about why the numbers were down.
I'm liking this stuff, it's like at the hockey games, right, where you just bang against
Right,
the wall.
beat on the thing.
Put your face up against it, just throw your beer at somebody.
Yeah, or something. Man, those
The numbers are down.
I like what I hope they're. It's not bad, it's the bread's kind of strong. It's like hard. I don't care for hard bread.
Too much bread. The sandwich, I just like a plain sandwich.
Maybe I'll just Zoom from my office for the rest of the time.
Come on, man, don't be a party pooper, man. I'm tired, too, rest.
I know, I have to get time to stand up, so I'm walking out.
Commissioner, what were you were asking about the report he gives us about the 4 million, 3 million?
On this one right now, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Okay, that works. Should work. But right now it should broadcast.
Apologize, I had to take that quick break. Can someone let the other two, but I swallowed something wrong and I couldn't breathe. I'm better now. Could you just do a little quick knock on their door, Edward? Oh, thank you, Alyssa. Thing that's very narrow right here. And and I'm hungry, so I was eating maybe just a little too much, but it just stops. And then I go, and I tried to clear it, but I couldn't. But I did hear you, Dale. I heard everything you said. And I was going to try to say something about the interest rates being obviously good for borrowing, a bit bad for investing. And that's why we're seeing these differentials. But what I was going to ask is, okay, we'll come back on the record here in a second. I'll do it on the record, my ask. Okay, thank you. Okay, so. I'm going to come back on the record at 1:58 PM, and I was just apologizing for that quick little break, but I swallowed the wrong way, and I needed to take a quick break. But I'm fine now, and I wanted to comment that that's a good report for investments, and as I said in the break, good for borrowing, bad for investing, and that's why we're seeing those differentials. But I think if anybody's looking at these reports, they may not have that understanding, and I'm wondering if we can get, for next time or even this time, just some paragraph, that just talks about, hey, look, these interest rates are low, and that's why you're seeing our year over last being totally different. And just anything like that to be able to say to the public, and we can do it during budget workshop or
We'll put a narrative in the
just
next
a
report
narrative.
that says what's happening.
Right, because you look back 2 years from now and they're gonna go, see, you really did something wrong. And we're not doing anything wrong. The interest rates are just what they are. So it shows that decrease. So thank you, Dale, and we'll go on now to item number 3, which is receive a presentation, and they've been waiting a super long time. So I don't know if they're ready, Tyner, but we can give them heads up.
I think what we'll do, Judge, is
Just wait,
for the medical examiner, I do have Chris Knorr
okay?
on. I actually have J.P. Grom.
Great,
I actually have Andres on
great.
as well. And I thought we'd start with you. There's Kyle with video
Right.
now. Blakely is on with us. There's
Okay,
Chris.
super. So let me just set the table, and then let's let, maybe, who wants to take, y'all can signal who wants to take the lead, but basically, you all asked as a court for us to bring back possible potential methods of finance for a new medical examiner's facility. I think we've all enjoyed getting to know the Smith Group and making sure that they're, getting a chance to look at their report as to future need, what this building might look like. We went as far as looked at site selection, chose a site selection, got it to the appropriate owners. We've done so much headway, but the eventual $64,000 question is, and how do you pay for it? Knowing what we want and what it should look like and where it should be, that question needed to be answered. And we know that this building, based on square footage and based on what we think the market bears for a building like this, we were looking at anywhere between, call it, it's a $20 million building, but it could be upwards to 25 million, depending on what technology and extra, like if you had a toxicology lab, let's say, for instance. So what we did was we put a team together. We said, Smith Group and public finance lawyer, can you also work with our program managers, LAN, to come up with some opportunities for the court to consider? And knowing what we know, we want to make certain that we can, I guess, afford, right, to do a building like this, and what method would get us the best price tag. So maybe I'll turn it to Blakely, and she can start, and maybe, I know Kyle's here, Talk to us about the meeting you all had internally about how we could get, I'm going to use the word turnkey, because turnkey implies that we understand how much money we would be spending, and that we could maybe stick to that profile of that particular amount, so that we could get a building that we need, but not throw it out to the marketplace to get a building that might overextend our financial capability. Blakely?
Sure.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Blakely.
this is Blakely Fernandez with Bracewell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure can.
Okay, great. Tyner, we've got 4 quick slides on this. Are you able to pull those up?
He is, Judge, yes.
So Judge, as you mentioned, LAN and Bracewell, Estrada, Hinojosa, and the Smith Group have met several times to talk about this project and the best way, the most efficient way for the county to proceed forward. So just a quick overview, the second slide there, Tyner, kind of catches us up as to where the county is right now. The feasibility study by the Smith Group has been complete. Site selection occurred recently at selecting the hospital district site. We know that the facility goals are to include the morgue, offices, a toxicology lab, and some multi-purpose space that can be used for classrooms. And we're guessing right now that the total cost estimate would be about $25 million. And we know that that's sort of the area of the county's budgeting goals there. And so when we talk about financing options, and it's tied in closely with project delivery. And so looking at the method of private project delivery, this would be a developer delivering a turnkey project to you. That would be done through a public-private partnership. It can be done through design build finance contract or a lease back, since it's going to be on county land. This structure would involve the private borrowing rate. And so we talked about that a little bit when we were discussing the ABM contract earlier. You're going to spend more for your money on a private borrowing rate. And the lease payments would come from the operational budget of the county. That's the M&O side rather than from the debt side. And so those are 2 drawbacks to a straight private financing. Were the county to finance, we can still do some options that lead us to a turnkey project. One is to do a design build contract that would combine one developer as your contractor and architecture team. We could do a low bid. This is less of a turnkey project, but a low bid procurement, which we wouldn't recommend for a building that's got this level of sophistication and specificity. And then the third option we've got here is using a construction manager at risk. This has some of the efficiencies of design build, because you can bring your construction partner in before design is complete so that they can be a part of that process. All 3 of these county funded options would of course happen at the county's borrowing rate, which is going to be the lowest rate. And then they're funded by debt service rather than from operational dollars. The team has worked off of some specific assumptions that we want to focus on the lower cost of financing, that we probably want to keep these payments on the debt side of the budget. We think the most efficient path to proceed with is to continue with the Smith Group for design, since they've done the feasibility study and they've got the expertise. We think you'll have some efficiencies in keeping them on board. We know that time is of the essence on this project. Cost certainty is a priority, and that the project is more sophisticated in nature than a lot of other public buildings. And so the recommendation that we have is to proceed with a construction manager at risk process that would allow the county to finance the project with debt. It would give the Smith Group an independent design role. The CMAR can be engaged early in the process. If we do this after the Smith Group has a little bit of design under their belt, then we can have the bids come in with a guaranteed maximum price. And your selection of your CMAR partner would be based on best value. That can include price and qualifications. And I know that LAN is on. I think the Smith Group is on. Noe may still be on if there are other folks that have some comments.
And so, Kyle, you might want to chime in here. You've had some experience with construction manager at risk, I'm assuming. I like this method, much like I like public-private partnerships, because you can establish a turnkey price, and you know what you know. And you know that you can't spend more than you can afford. And I like it also because you can work with the, I'm going to call it the team, because you might say to yourself, hey, look, I wish I could have this great audience gallery, but I'm not going to be able to make it as grand because that will take it out of my realm of my turnkey price. But then a good engineer should say, or architect, hey, but I've got another idea for you. Why don't we reposition or, provide you can get 3 more seats, maybe not the 10 you wanted. So tell us a little bit about your experience with construction management risk, and of course, the market is the market. It is as volatile as it's ever been in our life, at least in my lifetime as an adult. And right now, it seems that our rates are better than anybody else's rates. That's not always the case, by the way, okay? But it is at this moment. So we need to take it for face value. At this moment, it appears that our borrowing power is better than anybody else's. What, as they say, what say you, my friend Kyle?
Right, I'll let JP jump in here and discuss the CMAR specifically. He's our business group director for program management.
Right, I see him now. Hey, JP, go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. Yeah, the reason that we're key on the idea of construction manager at risk is because we do get the participation of the contractor during the design stage of the project. This is particularly useful when we've got projects with compressed schedules, restricted budgets, and highly technical project requirements. So all 3 of those factors come into play when we're talking about the medical examiner facility. So certainly this gives the team, it gives the county some level of assurance that the project you embark on will be delivered within the cost and time parameters that you've laid out as a part of your expectations for the project. The contractor is going to be providing you with a guaranteed maximum price. And that's a term and that's a phrase that is very attractive when it comes to a risk management model for a public entity. The contractor, when they furnish that price to you, they are saying that it will not go over this certain amount of cost in dollars. As we work with the design team in developing that guaranteed maximum price, we're making great decisions based on contractors' review of constructability, review of alternative materials, project schedule, all of these factors that in another method wouldn't be known until after the project was bid. So this is a really great method for the reasons that I've cited, and it's why as a team we're endorsing this as the method for this ME facility.
Sorry, I was on mute. I also, obviously concur. One of the things that I'm wanting very much for the court to be able to consider is advantages of when you have an architect and a construction company working hand in hand from day one. One of the things that kills governmental entities are change orders and not being on the same page early on and having to extend that kind of I feel like this is a true way to get a project in a timely way delivered for your community. One of the things that you guys are doing for us, Lan, so we can remind the audience, is that because you're our program manager for buildings, you're trying to watch out for us and help us write the best RFP, try to find the best method of procurement. And by doing so, by working with Blakely and our county attorneys, we're going to make sure we can paper it correctly too. So I just want to make sure why everyone's seeing Lan and why JP is visiting with us. The devil is truly in the details, and making sure that we write this RFP in a way that is very, very specific to our needs will ensure us, quite frankly, not wasting money. And that's the name of the game around here, is not wasting a dime. So what about questions, guys, for JP and for Blakely? Commissioner Chesney, as they say, this bud was for you. You talked about alternate methods of financing. Do you want to weigh in here, ask good questions? You've got an entire team here.
Yes, ma'am. I just really was wondering too if they had if we had a projected cost on that also. And that was part of it too, is if anybody's done any preliminary number running on that.
Yes, I think it was said earlier, maybe by Blakely, but anybody, why don't y'all, Chris, do you want to take that one for it, Commissioner?
Yeah, it's a good question, Commissioner Chesney. The project, depending on the scope and the level of finish, the timing will all impact how much it's going to be. But a $25 million budget for this project feels like it would be something that, working with a construction manager at risk, that the team should be able to meet based on the size of the facility and the needs that we know of today.
And the most, the cost as far as would it be totally on us as far as a CO or a bond or creative financing, or would the hospital district be able to be a participant, or would anybody else be a participant? Again, just the city. I know the city's a stretch, but just kind of asking from that perspective also.
So I'll take that one. I see the county medical examiner's office as a responsibility of the county alone. I don't think the city would have any interest or direct relationship, just because we derive revenue from the pathology that we run for other counties by interlocal agreements. On the hospital district, I can see that there would be interesting ways for them to assist on technology. I'll give you a great example. Our medical examiner's office in this year's budget has asked for a drug analyzer machine. It's a $48,000 machine, and that's something I've identified as a possible perfect way to have the hospital district contribute. So there might be ways within that, I guess. Does that make sense? There might be identifiable technologies. But I think in the building, and we're going to have to get into that, as they say, nitty gritty, where you could talk just about construction costs versus technology costs. And, but in a medical examiner's world, the toxicology lab, if you choose to go that route, is how we probably get into those costs, where you could definitely see a hospital district taking interest. And the reason, the connection, for those of you that are listening, is quite frankly, the opioid connection. The idea that you can't get toxicology in this county for 6 months sometimes on normal DWI blood alcohol. I mean, there are real ways that we can probably partner with folks if we were to really get serious about being a forensic institute. Same thing with Texas A&M. One of the challenges I have for this amazing team that we've assembled, by the way, who are working for your county right now. So it's not like they're extra, right? Chris is working for us, Kyle and JP and Blakely, Andres, everybody's working already. This is not like a team we put together because of this project. They're working simultaneously to get all projects managed properly. But I've challenged them to get with Texas A&M. I've got literally a team full of Aggies here. They should love this assignment. And we're going to find out how Texas A&M might have interest in any partnership with this Forensic Institute piece of the office. But I think a good number to work off of based on what Kyle's looked at. Kyle, do you want to speak to a square footage dollar amount, or is it too premature? Can we just have a range, for a building like this?
Yeah, I think at the moment, it's a little premature. I think what we had in the CIP was around $530 a square foot, but Smith Group might be able to jump in there. Chris might be able to provide a little bit more teeth to that number.
Yeah, that number is pretty close. It might be just shy of where the market is currently headed. Now, of course, there are a number of factors that are going to impact that cost per square foot. The level of technology that gets added, the mechanical systems. Generally, we're seeing somewhere in the $550 to $600 a square foot. However, the staff at the medical examiner's office has been really great to work with as far as trying to make sure that they're cognizant of the fiscal responsibility that they have to the taxpayers. And so I do feel that there's an opportunity to be able to right size the building in order to make sure that with our construction manager partner, that the budget isn't going to be an issue when it comes to the final GMP.
And Judge, is it your feeling in regards to the hospital district not participating that it's because they don't or wouldn't own the facility, or because it's not an appropriate use of their funds? I'm just trying to kind of go that path a little
That's-
too.
it's more-
Again, looking for partnering
Right.
wherever I can
It's
possibly
more,
find them.
it's more number two than number one. Again, I think that we could rely on them for asking them to include in their budget things like drug analyzers or software. I mean, I think there's ways that we can see finding ourselves, I'm discussing with my eyes with Belinda here. I'm trying to get a feel for if I'm headed in the right direction, but there are even equipment. For example, in this year's budget, you're gonna see a body tray, and I put it in on their side. Those are things that they want, that are part of medical examiners, but, you know, I said, well, rather than the county have that in their budget, maybe the hospital district can accept some responsibility there. But I don't think it's gonna be big enough, Commissioner, for you to get excited about it in the sense of what their contribution would be, but I think they can weigh in that regard. I think your better bet here is to ask me if you think that we're gonna need to borrow more money, because the answer is yes. I think that you would have to borrow money to fund a building that's $25 million. And that's kind of how I think about it. But we do have enough money to get us going with architecture and design and to get us through, you know, that very first heavy part. I also think that interest rates are so low right now, it's almost like free borrowing. And it might be a very wise thing to lock in that debt when we know that interest rates are super, super low.
How about the city? Won't
And
the
I-
city play a part in this? I mean, I'm just.
The city, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez chimed in first. Go ahead, say it again.
I'm just asking about this, but most of the clients that we have there are probably city related, not so much county related, because, so what's the city's part in this? I'm always.
Well, it's just a county function. Your medical examiner's office is just a uniquely county function. But how the city could be involved, again, I mean, I don't know if you, maybe from a criminal justice, maybe that drug analyzer test could be helpful for a city.
The lab.
The lab some way. But, again, we're talking about small things rather than the big thing. The one thing I wanted to ask Blakely is that, let's pretend interest rates were not as lucrative, and maybe they were closer in basis points to each other. Let's pretend for a minute that interest rates on the private side were a little closer. Let's say instead of 60 basis points, maybe we're dealing with 10 basis points or 15 basis points. To me, there's a real consideration, Blakely, as to somebody else owning it and taking over the operations and maintenance of it for a period of time rather than us doing it. There is a cost of doing business that maybe this county doesn't want to think about. And therefore, I'm wondering what our trigger is. How many basis points do you have to have as a differential for a leaseback payment to be a good thing? And that's why the whole public-private partnership originated in the first place in government service contracts. And so we need to, I think right now I'm comfortable saying that we're cheaper, it's cheaper for us to borrow. But I do recognize that when we take on this building, we don't just take on the building, Commissioner Chesney, we take on the operations of it. And that's where the leaseback may be a better deal for us. It's not just one thing, it's like energy performance savings. If you just look at it as to who has the better rate, well, that's not hard. What makes it hard is for you to understand you're gonna need a maintenance staff, you know, you're gonna need to have, you're dealing with more property, more building. And so I just, again, that's where I love having program managers like JP and Lan and Andres to help me sort this through so that when I bring an agenda item forward, I'm confident that it's in the best interest of the county. I really love the construction manager at risk right now because it's everything that I think is important. The turnkey, the efficiencies on time especially. But I'm very anxious to hear your thoughts as well and what you guys think. But I think you have two options, Commissioner Chesney. You go to a private source who are dying to do it, by the way, because of obvious reasons. They don't know where to put their money, right? The market's not bearing what they want. So lending to us, a sure thing, who can make the payment is a great investment if you're big enough, if you're stout enough. But they take on the responsibility of the maintenance and operation. We don't pay taxes on it, right? So, governmental entity, but so anyway, and by the way, the hospital district is intimately involved because they're giving us the land. And that's a huge value. If you and I had to go get this land somewhere else, so please, I shouldn't have said they're not doing enough, they're doing tons, because they, they bring
and
the
that's why I was
land.
kind of, and you took and I appreciate that, you went to my next line of questioning in regards to, should we not look at a private source? Because I agree with you, I think people don't know, there's a lot of investment groups out there that don't know where to put their money, in real estate with a client that's gonna pay the rent is definitely something worth doing. There's always the discussion of, is it better to pay the renter, is it better to be the landlord? But I think, and so I appreciate you bringing that up, because that was my next line of questioning. But let me go back, if I can, just for a second, because I'm very interested in that source being looked at too, and would love to see what the market bears for that. And then, the other part of the question is, and this is a little outside the area or outside the box, but one of the things that did I lose you? No. We good? Okay. One of the things that we discussed was, when I was walking around that building yesterday with Commissioner Gonzalez, was would part of the old memorial building potentially play into this somewhere? I don't need to really go there right now because I don't want to get into a lengthy discussion on that, but it's just something to consider, whether or not we could, because we've talked about the beds and all that. And again, I'm not trying to go down that path right now because that could take us forever, but just kind of as a throw out kind of thing, I wanted to mention that may be a reason that maybe the hospital district might be a little more interested in being involved if it's a facility that fills some needs that they have also. But I do like back to your source issue, I do like going down that path and really talking about whether it's we should do it or a private source should do it. So that's definitely something I would like to see the analysis on.
And again, the analysis, the cash flow analysis has to do with the operations and maintenance of the building and the staff that would be needed to be a part of that, Blakely. And so the question is, do your 60 basis points save you? Or is it net neutral? Or, because that's what's happening over time, right? Over time, we've already shown that our borrowing power is better than a private source's borrowing power. The difference is, if we borrow the money and it's us, then we are the ones taking over the maintenance and operation of that building. If
Right,
you're,
well, as you indicated, there could be a cash on cash deal. These investors may not have to go borrow. They may put their 25 million up and and they want a 10% cap rate or an 8% cap rate or whatever their cap rate is that they're looking for as an investment. They may not have to borrow the money.
Right.
So again, it's just an analysis based on, is there a private investment group that's willing to look at it? If it is, I think we should look at it, and I appreciate you recognizing that. And that's really all I have on this today, so I appreciate that.
well, and we will make sure that's really what Lan is bringing forth for us, is making sure that we have the right options, and Blakely needs to make sure with our county attorney that these methods of procurement are obviously available to us. So, guys, what else would you all like to say about this? We want to continue moving forward with this. I personally would like to see this, developed so that we know, particularly Estrada Hinojosa knows what we're thinking, so that they can make plans. As you remember, there's some refinancing opportunities, and we don't want to lose out on that timing, Blakely. And so I think you guys are going to want to know what the court's thinking. I've always been in favor of private investment, but for different reasons, right? But the interest rates did some funky things, and so now it's just different. And we have to go wherever the money is the best, but Blakely.
I think there was some interest in private investment in the real estate. It works if the private sector can provide the operations in a way that's much more efficient than the public is doing it, because then those efficiencies create the revenue for the private sector and the incentive for them. If the operation costs are the same, then one of our concerns is you're really putting the debt, which could be called rent or could be structured another way, on the maintenance and operating side of the county's budget, and that could really be a big drain on the M&O side when it's the kind of thing you expect to see on the INS side.
Right. In other words, Commissioner Chesney, the drawback on the private side is
Yeah, that's
that,
followed
you
up.
know, your debt payment, your leaseback payment is on the M&O side. But if you go borrow the money under a CO, it's gonna be on the debt service on the INS side,
Right.
which is regulated, and you're always gonna be a balanced budget. You know, you're never gonna spend more because you're not allowed to. So I think.
And I think until you do that analysis, it's hard to say because I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, putting another $25 million on our debt service is still another $25 million that we can't borrow somewhere else. So it's just a look. I mean, I don't know that at the end of the day, we still may want to do it ourselves, but I think it's worth a look because there are investors out there that, again, it's all going to be on their return on investment. If they can build a building and we pay an amount for a monthly rent and they can get a return on their investment, that's how they're going to calculate it, you know, clean and simple. And I get it. Blakely's right. It does add to it's versus the INS or the M&O. I get it. But I just think it's worth the evaluation. And I think we ought to at least look at the evaluation.
And believe it or not, that's kind of where we started, right, Blakely? And then we've kind of
It is.
drifted. We started there and then we've kind of drifted. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I bet she kind of already has some of that working. I think what I'd like to be able to hear from the court is that, and maybe this goes back to JP and maybe a little bit to Blakely, is with the construction manager at risk method of procurement, does financing need to be understood at that point? Does it, I guess someone's not on mute. Why don't you mute them for us, Tyner?
I just did.
Thank you. I think he doesn't realize he's still on. JP, does it need to be decided at that time? In other words, can you guys start formulating the construction manager at risk so we can take a look at what that might mean? Because that's an
Yeah, okay.
RFP.
Yeah, best practice would be before we enter into a guaranteed maximum price contract, we would have the funding secured.
Okay.
That does not prevent us, however, from working through all of the design stages with the architect and the construction manager at risk. They will provide pre-construction phase services generally for a specified amount, a fixed fee amount. Up until that point, if the county has not secured the funding or has not identified a hard and fast funding source, we can pull the plugs, put the brakes on the project at that time until that funding is secured.
That's a good idea.
I think
Once that
sounds
funding is secured, we can advance the project into a guaranteed maximum price condition.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea, because that keeps the ball rolling, and it also keeps me on my toes to go have these conversations with potential partners, and again, and I appreciate all of the, I'm gonna call it creative, out-of-the-box thinking from Commissioner Chesney on what else can be used, but I see this as a new building. I see it as a revitalization, believe it or not, for the west side, because anytime you bring this type of edifice with this kind of footprint to an area that has had nothing for decades new, it's a good thing, because different things pop up as a result of it. And then also, if we can actually learn how to become who we're supposed to be, as opposed to who they tell us to be, like if they just tell you, this is all you get, then that's all you'll ever think that you're worth. But if you become a forensic institute along with the medical examiner's office, then all of a sudden your emerging research institution wants to be a part of your construction project. And it becomes a regional tool. So an asset. So I really want us to think about that. Everybody's looking towards consolidation, and we might just have, for the first time in our lives, good timing. This is good timing to be able to talk about this when your research institution is trying to emerge at the same time. And so I'd like to see if we can bring back Tyner, but obviously work with JP and Kyle on timing and with Blakely, but how could we advance that, JP?
Can we make a motion
So-
to separate that?
Yeah,
There's a couple actions that we would recommend the court take in an upcoming meeting. First would be to get an agreement in place with the Smith Group to complete the design and construction phase services, form that agreement, have that available for the court to approve. And then in parallel, be pursuing the request for proposals for construction manager at risk. The court will need by law to adopt the construction manager at risk method as the preferred method for construction procurement. So that would be the next action item as we talk about advancing construction manager at risk, would be for the court to adopt that method as the preferred option.
okay.
And Judge, that's
Go
where I wanna
ahead,
go
Commissioner Modis is gonna visit with us.
With that point, my experience has been all with CMAR. When I was with CCISD, that's what we utilized. It worked because it gives you those defining numbers that I think we are responsible for, right? We don't want a project to balloon to some amount that we weren't paying or expecting to pay. And I guess with every approach, there's the pros and there's the cons. So I'm just going to air that out. I'm not saying that I don't feel that we should be going forward with the CMR, but I do believe my concern is, and my experience has been, when you set your dollar amount, things tend to get removed, right? You set a dollar amount, and parts of the project can easily be removed from the project. Right, when you look at when I was with the school district on the school board, we had talked about building a gym for a particular school. It was a $2 million price tag. We were set with CMAR. That got eliminated, never got built, because we defined a certain dollar amount, which is responsible, but what was sold back then, that was sold to the taxpayers, and I think to the community understood that we were going to build a gymnasium along with that school. So it was a $2 million price tag that had to be cut somewhere. As we know, most of the time with construction, the costs will always increase, right? I have talked previously in previous court meetings, not only earlier this year, but throughout the years here on this court, of my experience when I saw the city of Corpus Christi have a bond proposal that actually, because of the economy, not similar situation, but the economy was not doing as well, similar to kind of what we're doing now. And we had a $13 million surplus in the original bond proposal that we put, which ended up putting $13 million into fixing a wastewater treatment plant over on the north side of Corpus Christi. So there are pros and there are cons. And so my concern would be to make sure that we can ensure we have a facility that we plan for, that dollar amount is going to meet those needs, and that because the way CMAR is set up, that something may have to be sacrificed, depending on cost of materials, prolonged calendar, construction calendar. We get a wet season, we get, God forbid, another hurricane or anything like that comes through. All kinds of delays that can increase the cost overall build. That would be my concern going into CMR. I still think it's better than going through a bid, but I think what we need to also just consider is, when you go for a bid, then you have the chance to have some really hungry companies that can do the work at a less dollar amount than if we say this is our magic number and we must go forward with that. So I just wanted to share that. I'm not saying that that's where that I'm going to go against this. I do feel strongly that this is what we deserve as a county, to have stability, to have predictability. We can give that to the community and say, this is the amount. I just worry because once you set that dollar amount, you can start picking and choosing little bits of part of the overall concept that was built and designed that ultimately won't be there in the finished product. That would be my only thing. So I don't know if you all want to kind of address that or just take my comments as, yes, that's a standard con, I guess, to going through this route. But I just felt I wanted to share that.
I think it's good input. Chris, or?
Yeah, and that's a great, very valid point. You're correct that in many instances, design, bid, build, the traditional process allows you to have a very open market. The two concerns that I have there is that, one, you have then a little bit more of a contentious relationship with potentially the level of complexity that this project is. So if you have a contractor who isn't as sophisticated as others may be, it might get the county into a point where you have a contractor who doesn't necessarily have everything covered and then tries to find reasons to ask for more dollars in the end. No, we're absolutely going to be on your side to try and protect the county along the way. The one benefit of CM at risk over design, bid, build is that working with a partner, a true partner on the construction side early on, we can potentially find cost efficiencies that would negate that benefit of cost between design, bid, build and what you would have seen previously. So if we really have a true partnership, and that's one thing that we are looking for on the design side, is that then we get the best benefit for you, the county, and protect you the best way.
And Chris, let me ask a follow-up on that, what you just said. But that's assuming that your designer, your architect, and the construction manager agree, right? I mean, they have to agree on the planning, they have to agree, I mean, they have to have a really good, I guess, relationship, and I guess that's what's built in based on how the CMR is created. But,
Correct.
once again, going to my experience, you know, y'all, the judge mentioned, you know, most of y'all are Aggies, you know, we had two firms on the architecture side and the construction side who are Aggies, good friends, worked on a lot of projects for years together on behalf of this community for a lot of buildings, and yet still had the two bumping heads and still had issues in the design and the build and the ultimate carrying out of what the design, what the vision was as compared to what the final product. It still looks great. It's still good. I mean, maybe it's just a changing of certain materials because of the cost, or maybe just the aesthetics, or, you know, availability of supply. But I mean, I guess that's just the nature of it once again. And I am sold. I do believe that, you know, we've gone about this the right way. I think the judge has helped us set up a team that's going to, that's what's going to be your purpose and your focus, and maybe that's what we didn't have as much of a dedicated source in my previous experience on the school board. But I just want to make sure we're airing that all out so that we're all talking about it, so we all are making sure that we're going to keep that in the forefront every time we talk to you, or anytime that you're giving us private or public presentations like this, you know, any kind of updates, that's always there in the forefront, making sure that we kind of, we'll try to prevent that, because I'd hate to see anything built in concept and then eliminated because we don't get it because of that set price.
And I just want to chime in, if you want to see the example of how it can be done, just look at the Port of Corpus Christi, because we were sticklers for a dollar amount, and we made it through because you actually have to challenge the design team to make it work. I mean, you've got to say, well, think about another way. I mean, we can all design when carte blanche is the name of the game. I mean, anyone can do that, but the real value here is to be able to say, like you said, going in, hey, this is our limit, and this is all that we want. And when you come back and say, I can't give it to you, we'll say, well, let's talk about it. Let's see what we can figure out, because we have to have all these elements, right? We just might not get as they say, maybe it's a 10 gallery unit rather than a seating for 50 or something like that. There might be limits, but we can still stand fast to the elements that are non-negotiable. So I think that's really a very good valued input, and I'd like to see us go forward. So I think Michael was in the back of the room taking notes, because there's all kinds of things that Michael would bring forward, like the method of procurement, and then I saw Tyner making some notes about some of the things, JP, but I might have you consolidate those recommendations into an email and send to the court administration's office, care of Tyner Little, and really try to get us keeping on track. And then Blakely and I and Noe can work with, these financing opportunities that might present itself. But, if there's no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and go on. The one thing I think the court is always interested in, Chris, and the very first time I met you, I said, let me give you some advice from an old lady here, but we like a lot of local input. It matters to the court, matters to our local engineers and architects. If you were to be the successful person or entity to help take on this project, do you see yourself maybe partnering in some sense with a local architectural firm, so that,
Yes.
as we say, that gives some added value, I think?
Absolutely, it does, and that goes back to the idea about collaboration. Just like with the contractor, we want to have a partner that's local, that understands the process and understands the needs. And we regularly have a partner on the project in many different roles. So whether it be architecture and engineering, only architecture, partial engineering, I think that the benefit is that working with you, we can understand what the critical aspects are and make sure that you're getting the right service as necessary.
Great, super. Okay, if there are no further questions for this really all-star group here, we're going to let you go. But this is the type of analysis that we are going to be utilizing on all projects. Sometimes there'll be brand-new buildings, and sometimes there'll be discussions about boilers in jails, okay, or rooftops at fairgrounds. But I really particularly find this to be incredibly valuable. But if you do have questions, I'm going to pitch them to, I'm gonna put a point person on, and really, JP and Andres, if you Andres kind of keeps tabs with the commissioners. If you guys have any questions for JP, work through Andres, and if it's legal, Blakely, and then everything else will shift to Tyner. And I think our next court would be you should see some action items on the next court to get us going. Okay. This is when we make our exit, when it's quiet.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tyner, I'm going to go towards item number 5 because we hit 4 earlier.
And Blakely is on for us?
Right.
for
Blakely's
item
on
5.
duty today, isn't she? And so Blakely, this is a resolution regarding finance expenditures to be incurred. Tell us about this. This is a reimbursement resolution that's important for the court.
Yes, so the reimbursement resolution allows the county to reimburse itself from a future issuance for costs spent today. And so we were specifically thinking of the ABM contract, and if there were pieces that the county wants to move forward with in advance of having the exact CO issue set or the next issuance set, this would allow the county to use its current funds but reimburse itself at the time of the issuance.
So do you think that this is just sort of an optionality? We may never use it, but if we need it, it's available to us? And
yes, and so specifically, we talked about the Hazel Bazemore Park being a priority project. So if that were to move ahead and the county wanted to reimburse itself from a future issuance, that would give you that flexibility. We've put the full amount of the ABM proposal in there. That in no way commits you to spending that money. It just makes the option available.
Thank you. I think these are the types of resolutions that we need to have in place to make certain that if we make any move, that we have the ability to reimburse ourselves from a future certificate of obligation or any other type of issuance. I'd like to make the motion since I put this on the agenda. Okay. This gives us the ability to be flexible. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then the next one is to make sure that we have an agreement in place with Estrada Hinojosa for financial services. They've been helping us all year long, and as you know, we're on the phone earlier. And maybe if we do this.
I don't know that he's on right now, Judge, but he did ask me why I put this after items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it was purposeful.
It was?
Because he really, I think we really needed his help on those items. And I've conference called with him 3 or 4 times since last week on all of these items. He was on, but his phone was going dead. But basically what this is, it's another 5-year renewal, just like we did last time. Same terms.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor? I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead.
So, Tyner, it's 5 years. How long has Estrada Hinojosa been our financial?
I would say since, it's my recollection that Richard Borchard was the one person that brought him in many years ago.
So,
And I have no issue with Noe. I think he's
2006.
been very proactive. And with my experience with financial advisors, aside from those that have been part of the city of Corpus Christi or Nueces County, we see him a lot. And coming from all the way from Dallas, he's here, or he sends Robert from the Valley to come up here, Bobby. So they always have a footprint here, and I appreciate that.
And Bobby has been on
Yeah.
all the calls that we've done this past week.
Sure.
Yes.
Just this with everything else, I think that, there's always a time that we should look at mixing it up, see who's out there, for, services. You get conservative advice. You're always going to get conservative advice, which we should. But I think also it does us good to mix it up. I think the judge has gotten us into that mindset. these last 2 years. We have not been doing business with a lot of firms that we have done work with for years in engineering or other kind of contract services. So I think that this should be the same, that we should provide the same kind of scrutiny. Once again, not saying that we need to replace, but I think that, this has been done in practice in a lot of other entities. And, there's a lot of other groups that are able to do the same work. Well, financial advising is all about advising. It's all about reading the tea leaves that they do every day and all the reports that they provide to us or they read themselves. And it's about, the established footprint that they have in the community. With all that said, I think it's always an opportunity for us to look at someone different. I say that with any kind of contract that we have here, that, you have something or someone that's been here that long, that you open it up and hope for the best and assume that you're going to get the same group to come back again, but by testing the tea leaves, testing the water. So I'm saying that once again, not against Estrada y Nueces, but I think that, the community should know that we're not just providing, the same company opportunity service every year without some competition. And so, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not going to make a motion, but I think it's something that, we have 5 years to look at it or think about it, but it's something that we should consider for not only for this, but for future contracts, that we, give others opportunity to come and apply. We did that with Carlisle Group, right? The Carlisle Group would have never had that opportunity before had we not been, I think, innovative in bringing in a group that hadn't really had a chance to participate and be the lead on those issues for us. So I just wanted to share that for the court and for the community, that I think we need to look at this contract and any contract that's been in existence for a long time, that's continued just renewal without a competitive process being put out there.
Judge, if you don't mind, I'd like to echo what Commissioner Mata has said. I love Noe, they're great. A 5-year deal is a long deal, considering everything that Commissioner Mata just said. If the possibility exists to shorten the term and then do what Commissioner Mata said, maybe that would be something that would accommodate. I think it keeps people on their toes, and no one works harder than Noe and his group. And like John said, I mean, we have opened it up. It was a difficult decision going through that insurance process with people that had been on our insurance and done a great job for the county for many years, but it was the same thing. We did it. So maybe we do a 1 or 2 year extension and then do what Commissioner Mata said, because this isn't a slap at Noe at all, but he's right. You come in, Jeff, kind of changed things up and looked at things differently. And so I don't know exactly what the right thing to do, but I feel similar to Commissioner Mata's sentiments as far as making sure that we're providing people an opportunity to do work for the county, and not in any way, shape, or form to criticize anyone that's done it. And we didn't criticize the insurance people that when they opened it up either. We just decided to do it a different way, or I didn't. I don't think anybody else did. So
Yeah, I think with the insurance people, it was a completely different scenario. They had not performed in a way that was in keeping with the best interest of the county. But I hear you, and I would be happy to entertain a 2-year extension.
I would go 3 years, Judge.
Or whatever the court is willing to make a motion for. I don't have a problem, but I don't think Noe would see it the way you saw it, but but I'm happy to have that opportunity for vetting. I know that his crew would rise to the top in any way, but it is the prerogative of the court to, I wish that you guys had mentioned this before. I would give him an opportunity to have presented. This is the first time I'm hearing that there is an interest or a will, but I respect it and wish that we go through any process that you think is transparent and fair.
I think in all
for me, it's just the length is all. The length is just what's
Yeah.
a little difficult for me. I don't
Fair
know
enough.
too many 5-year deals that we do in there. And that was just the length. That was
I'd like
my
to make a
thing.
motion, we go 3 years, with Noe. It gives him a chance to kind of, I don't know, we might not get rid of him after 3 years, who knows? Because, I tell you what, during the hard times that we've had in the last 5 years, I mean, they've really come through for us. I mean, they really,
Another option y'all might consider is a 5-year, but it's a 3-year with 2 1-year renewals. If you're trying to maintain the 5 years, and still have the ability to come in and renew
mind- I mean, I don't
and
mind
look
that
at
either.
it again.
What did you say, Michael?
I was
I
just
couldn't hear.
offering a suggestion of, to kind of accommodate both views, would be a 3-year contract with 2 1-year renewals.
But not mandated
Well, no,
renewals or just
right,
options?
those are option renewals. Like we've done in other
so
contracts
you go
before.
3 and then you have
You go
option to
3,
one
you have the
more.
option if you want to renew, if everything's fine, y'all want to renew, you renew. If everything's, fine and
else?
you want to test the market, you have that opportunity. And you have a clause, to get out of it within, providing certain days' notice.
My preference would be a 2-year with 3 1-year options, but I'll go with the will of the court. Mine would be to do 2 years with 3 1-year options, but whatever the majority wants to do.
I make a motion for 3 years, 1-year options, you know.
I think he's done an excellent job, and I think it's hard to find a really good financial advisor that you're comfortable with and you trust. But I'm willing to do whatever too, but I'm.
Well, I'll second that motion that Jag has.
3 years with 1-year options.
3 years with 2 1-year options. And that way, there's an expectation in the future that,
You got time to.
that there is, room for a complete, as they said, new vetting.
It's a lot to learn on this one.
Well, and I'll say this,
Call the question. I agree. I think you're fine, Judge. That's fine with me.
okay? I'll call the question as, I think we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okey doke. Going on to the CARES Act, this is discuss and consider submission of the remainder. I asked Dale to help me put this on, of the allocated reimbursement for the CARES Act funding to the state of Texas. Dale, we have $863,000?
Around there, yes.
867 or 863? I'm having a moment here. Anyway.
830,000, Judge.
Oh, 830.
That's Maria, I'm
It's
sorry.
like God talking to
Sorry.
me. Okay.
It's 830,665.
Okay, there we go. Thanks, Maria. And let's just lower Maria's volume. She really did sound like,
From God.
yeah. Hi, Maria. What we wanted to bring before the court today was that we're ready to get paid the rest of our dollars. We have 20% that's been given to us by direct deposit from the state of Texas, and we'd like the rest of it in hand. There's been a lot of discussion about dollars expended for COVID-19 response, and my goal is, before we go into a new fiscal year, to get all the money that we have expended back in our treasury. That is, if your burn rate's 1.8, I want to see 1.8 here before September 30th. We can do that if we, create the documentation that's needed. It does require a lot of work on Maria's behalf and also Dale and his auditors team. But Dale, do you have a thought about any issues you would have in presenting this? Of course, Maria's got the job of actually getting the paperwork to up to Tatum.
Yes, but Your Honor, my staff's been working on gathering the information, putting objects within certain project codes to meet the requirements for, whether it's for health and safety or protective measures or whatever the case might be. My staff's been working with that. We've been working with Maria as well to provide her with the information she needs to have that. We're gathering all the expense documentations. We should have everything ready and very soon to go and submit.
Can this court, Belinda, go ahead and authorize the submittal with this request, with this particular action item? That, I mean, obviously, you're going to want Dale to give us information about the fact he did it, but I think I'm ready to get it done. And I will tell you that initially, I had some thoughts that we could take some of those expenses and maximize with FEMA on personnel, let's just say. FEMA could provide 75%, and then we would use the 25% to be the CARES Act. And talking with Reed Clay and talking with all of our advisors on CARES Act, it's sort of a dollar waiting on a dime in a way. In other words, FEMA might take a while to get those dollars, whereas if we were talking about millions and millions and millions, it might be a different situation. But our goal is to make ourselves whole. We borrowed from our own bank. We're the bank, and we borrowed $2 million in essence. And I'd like to see that replenished, because COVID-19 is not stopping, and I want to see our treasury 100% made whole again. It starts with this first tranche of money.
And the personnel side of this is more complex and more detail required. We have enough expenses through our AP side as well as storage inventory
Right.
with Michael to more than $900,000
Adequate.
to cover everything. So we're just working up that. We're probably going to submit those first as we're trying to get the data for the
Even
personnel.
better, even better. So as they say, the idea here is that we're still holding on to any leverage money that we've got from public assistance. And Dale's going to put forward those items that are absolutely ready to go.
Yes.
They exceed 830,000. So he's going to take that first 830, submit it, and we're going to get our money. And just so you know, once they approve it, they give it to you as a direct deposit.
And there's a few sides. I think Maria's working on another one for around 50-something thousand we received earlier. And
58,
And we're gonna use that with the information that Michael has for the iPads we purchased earlier. That well exceeds that amount. Then the rest is gonna be the other equipment that we have. For example, the machines we have to have people coming in and out of the courthouse. That's definitely gonna be covered as that, as well protective measures that we have done.
So Maria, since you're on with us, so that 58, how is that coming along? Are you almost done there?
Yes, so since that's reimbursement, sorry if I'm loud. Since that's a reimbursement, it's just a matter of drawing down the funds. I had to register on some payment website because it's all done electronically now, and I just got approved for that. So we'll be drawing down that money later today. So it might
Perfect.
just be a couple of days to
And
receive
then-
that 50,000.
And then, Maria, besides the 830 and besides the 58, there's another big bucket of money. Will you tell the court about the CESF funds that are coming through our COG but have been earmarked to the tune of 630-odd thousand for us here in Nueces? And how you're gonna, I think that once Dale finishes this 830, we need to move immediately with another court item to move forward with the 630.
Yes, so we are still waiting for the official grant award from the governor's office. This is the governor's office. It's called CESF. It's the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund. Originally, the COG region, Coastal Bend COG, had been allocated 721 and some odd dollars. So we put in an application for, I think we put in an application for about like 750,000. We did get a notification that the maximum amount available to Nueces County is 630, where are my notes? 637,000 and some odd dollars. Sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I should. But yeah, we're waiting on the official grant award. Those funds are geared more toward expenses related to first responders. So they really want to focus on correctional officer overtime, sheriff's office, law enforcement overtime, as well as like our EOC team
Right.
related to COVID. So again, we're waiting on that official grant award. It's, I would say 95%, chance that we're gonna get it. Since they reduced our budget, and being that they had already done that and they've been answering questions that we've had on eligible expenses.
Okay, so what I'd like to see is, I would like to see a detailed accounting of what that law enforcement overtime looks to date. Just pick a date, choose it as today. So you don't have to go past today, but work with the sheriff's office. They know what they're gonna attribute. They should have been documenting every day, so they know what they're working on. That way we can see how much money we can allocate for that law enforcement, and then work with Melissa and work on emergency management and find any other bucket. But we are about to get hit with more necessity for more bureaucratic paperwork for FEMA and all of the things with Hurricane Hannah. We've got to be ahead of the game on CARES Act, because the next tranche of money might be coming from the federal government within the next few weeks if they compromise with the HEROES Act. So we need to move swiftly, and if we're waiting on the governor's office, we need to call the governor's office. We need to find out where we are. So let us work with that, because, again, the message I got very loud and clear yesterday from the governor was, what do you need? So I just need to know what we need. And if we're waiting, they're probably waiting on us to submit what we need. And so if we've got to figure out how to use every dollar of that 630. And so you can use it for sheriff, you can use it for, overtime, EOC, and then what else? What was the third
There's
one?
also other permissible uses, like, we can use it for the thermal scanners. It's
Perfect.
very, very similar to the CARES Act. Just, their main focus, the expenses they want to see first are related to law enforcement in the jail and our EOC. But, it also covers personal protective equipment, gloves, masks, sanitizer.
Oh, well then, you're
Even
good.
medical care for inmates that tested positive for COVID. So
Yeah.
there's a variety of uses for this
Okay.
fund. And that exact amount, was $637,564.78.
Right. All right, well, like I said, Dale, do you think that we could have the 830, submitted within the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks? What do you think? 2, 3 weeks? Okay. So then, once we finish that, Maria, we're gonna shift to the CESF unless it comes sooner, but we need to get our ducks in a row as to what those allocations are. And the truth is that the minute these legislative fixes, if you will, or appropriations come down, we ought to be able to generate, since we have a burn rate, we ought to be able to generate every day. If I said, how much money have we spent on law enforcement overtime? Honestly, you should press a button and it should pop up. And so if we're doing something incorrectly on, if we're not being that organized, we need to be. We need to create a system that gets us that information every day. There should be, because we know that it's free money, but it's gonna be gone money if we don't get ahead of it. So I just really want to emphasize that. We have been focused on spending the dollars that we need to take care of ourselves, and now that the government has given our dollars, I'll be honest with you, they want to know why we haven't asked for the dollars. So we need to get all these dollars in our fund that totals 1.4 million plus almost 1.5, and our burn rate's 1.8. We're doing great, and that's before we even go to the city side. Yesterday, the city council approved, Belinda, their CARES Act agreement. Do you happen to know if it was the agreement we submitted to them? Okay, I've asked for a copy of it. We have asked, though, for the city to reimburse us, to allow for that bucket of money, if you will, the 17.9 million, that we be reimbursed 40%, up to 40%. Once we sign that agreement and the city council approves that, then we will be able to go to TDM and submit the rest of our reimbursements, including the ones that we will be incurring in the future through December 31st, and TDM will pay us directly. It will not go to the city, it will come straight to us. So the city will basically give us one agreement that says, we agree to divide the proceeds 60-40, and then we go submit through TDM like we would normally do it, and they would direct deposit.
And I believe that's the next item, Judge.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So let's go ahead there. And so, but that's what I was asking. I texted the city manager and he said they took it up yesterday. I just didn't hear if it was the one that we submitted. I don't know either. Okay. I'm gonna try to get some clarification here. Tyner, what number is it? It's number 3? No.
I think you do need to vote on number 7.
Oh, yes, okay. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one here. I was on Public Works.
And then you'll do number 8.
And then we'll go to number 8. Okay, so number 7 is the reimbursement submission, allowing Dale to get that submitted in the next few weeks. We know what the amount is. It's the entire 830,000. What is it, Maria? 830?
So moved.
Thank you, and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay,
This submission will go through the grants, we're working with the grants, so the grants will be the one that actually does the submission.
okay. But you're gonna get them all the backup documentation. So really, we're authorizing you, Maria, to get it in. And when it comes in, please get another agenda item just for information only that you have submitted it.
Okay, will do.
And then the second one is discuss and consider execution of the transfer of allocation from, as the receiving, I don't know if that's written right, transfercation of allocation form as the receiving jurisdiction for a portion of the CARES Act coronavirus fund for the city of Corpus Christi. So in other words, they got allocated the whole amount for all of the population, the main population, and our 830 represents our unincorporated population only. And so we have asked them to execute this. Is that how it's going to be titled? Transfer of allocation? Transfer of allocation, and does it read up to 40% or to 40%? Just 40%. Okay. And so 40% is the amount that, does anybody have a calculator? They can, I think it's 7 points.
So that 40%, sorry, Judge.
So, go ahead. 7 point.
In doing some research when Belinda was working regarding a possible interlocal agreement between the city and the county, we found this form that actually was created because of the situation in Hidalgo County. So this form was created, so I don't think, from what we understand and what we've been told, an interlocal is actually not needed. It's just the submission of this form. And once the form is turned in, then the county takes over responsibility for that portion of the grant.
Perfect.
And that is $7,184,188.
Okay, guys, so that's an additional $7.1 million.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to the 830, in addition to this potential 630, in addition to the 58. Okay, so
How much is it?
it's an additional Maria, forgive me, repeat it once more. We're gonna write it down.
$7,184,188.
And the way she arrived at that is she took the city's complete allocation of 17.9 whatever and took 40%. So roughly 7.16 million. Okay, and with those funds, we have till December 31st to utilize those funds, okay? For the benefit of COVID-19 response. And we will get to, and in the past 5 months, we've spent 1.8 million, okay? So this is 1.9. So it's and we have an additional county sourcing of 830,000, 630,000, and 58,000. Okay, so in addition to 7 million, we have another 1.45 million. And that's gonna more than cover everything we spent to date. And in my estimation, it will cover what we're gonna spend in the next few months. And that includes the clinic, COVID clinic, ISOFAC, whatever it is we've got planned. And it still allows us to think about, if you want to, as a court, what county should be doing for our county businesses. We've done 0. And that's to be discussed. But the point is that I wanted to make sure that this county got made whole by the time we got back into our next budget. And that way you go in making decisions the way you should, not worried that we have this money that's out there that hasn't been reimbursed. So, Belinda, this transfer allocation form that Maria's speaking of is the one that you've gotten to Miles. And so Miles, the city, has this form, and what we're waiting on is for them to sign it. And I think they addressed it at city council yesterday. And so it may just be a matter of ministerial work now. And if you wouldn't mind, just follow up on it. And that we can report that in our next meeting. I'll report it through Tyner, to be honest with you, because it's so important. Does anyone have any questions on that? Tyner, what do you need from us? You need an action item. I'll make a motion to execute that transfer allocation form.
Right, and the clerk has it ready to go, filled
Good.
out.
And again, the total amount is what Maria said it was, 7.16 million coming to the county. Anybody got a second for me?
7.1.
Second, thank you, Commissioner. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
There you go. I've got your back on that one. I don't want you to vote.
Wanna speak,
Um,
man?
we're bringing money to the county.
Wanna speak?
Okay. Thank you to Senator Hinojosa and to our delegation, but mainly to Senator Hinojosa, who really made it very clear to all of us electeds that, that this was the intention of these funds. Okay, where are we going now? We've got, I think the next one is really more just, we kept it on, but I'm not sure we need to say anything
It's
unless.
number 9.
Does the sheriff-
Yeah, and the sheriff is on.
If you want to, Sheriff, sometimes we put things on as placeholders.
No, I put it back on.
Oh, you did?
I got some
Okay.
questions, yeah.
Never
But
mind, forgive
He's
me.
got a report, Mike, and I was listening to Commissioner Vaughn earlier about the thing that, we were thinking about the same thing. I always like to have numbers for sure, you know, and I know that the sheriff was working with Edward, you know, and I don't know how many staff, I think you have 310 staff, Sheriff, I think, right? You have 310?
So, Commissioner, we have a total of 313 employees here at the sheriff's office, and we have now tested well over 80%. We tested 12 more today, and so in total, we have tested 262 of our employees.
Okay. And it's been about 4 weeks, so is there any reason why we haven't tested all of them, or what's the deal?
There's nobody online to talk about that.
We have tested everybody that wants to be tested. And like I said, that's over 80% of them. 96 have tested positive.
And that one.
And so what we can say about that is 52 of them that have tested positive have recovered and have returned to work. We currently have about 44 that have tested positive and they are still recovering from the virus at this time.
Anybody in the hospital? Anybody?
We have had a total of 4 of our employees hospitalized. 2 of them have been released and are recovering at home now. We do have 2 of them currently in the hospital, and this is the scary thing. One of them is very serious right now. He had significant medical issues prior to being tested positive for the COVID, and he actually went to the hospital for some internal issues. And then while he was at the hospital, he tested positive for the COVID. And we need to pray for the gentleman. He's currently in surgery. Okay. But that's the thing we're all having to accept here at the county is we have employees who are not in the best of health coming into this crisis with the virus, and they are in fact the ones most vulnerable. And this gentleman here, he worked in patrol. He never worked in the jail. He did work in patrol, but he's had significant medical problems over the years, as well as the other gentleman that's currently in the hospital. And the COVID can be extremely difficult on these employees, as we're finding out.
If an employee, sheriff, has a medical complications or underlying conditions, I guess it's best not to put them in a jail, but I don't know how you can do that, but as administration, people in the higher echelons, are they working the jails? You short?
You know what, and that's been a real positive thing that came out of all of this is the people who have stepped up, and we have 49 deputies that some of them worked in the jail back in the day, and many of them never worked in the jail, and we had to secure temporary licensing through TCOL to get them to work in the jail. And like in our patrol division, we had 23 patrol deputies that ultimately have been spending time working in the jail to keep us at that mandated staffing level. And that mandated staffing level from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards is critical. as we found out this last week when the inspector from the jail commission came to Nueces County, and it was that annual unannounced
Right.
inspection. And so here we are in the middle of the pandemic and with a hurricane knocking on our door, and the jail inspector showed up, and it was significant that warrant officers, patrol deputies, and even almost all of our detectives were stepping up to ensure that mandated staffing levels were met. And in answer to your question, the patrol captain, Lobra, and the patrol lieutenant have been doing significant work inside the jail. So it's everybody is stepping up when we needed them.
Sheriff, did you get a copy of the opinion from the county attorney on those that didn't want to get tested on policy that could come from you to make sure they all get tested?
Yeah, I'm not sure the document you're talking about, but I'll look for that. You said there's an opinion from the county attorney about mandated testing?
Right. I'm sorry.
I'll have to look for that. I'm not familiar with
it's
it.
for staff. Yeah, it's just for staff. What it is, it says it's better not for the county to do that, but since you're the ones enforcing that, for safety and wellness and all that it should come from you rather than from Commissioner's Court. As part of the agreement, I guess, Belinda, am I saying it right, for the collective bargaining thing?
Under the collective bargaining agreement, the sheriff has authority to set policy regarding health and safety. And so to the extent that he wants to mandate employee testing, the EEOC guidance is that is allowed.
It would have to come from you, Sheriff, and it has to be across the board, right? For everybody, not new officers and everybody. They would have to go through this testing if they have to go through testing. But I'm surprised you didn't get, but I'll send you a copy of it so you can look at it. Maybe you got any questions, you can call the county attorney.
Okay.
Something we need really.
I'll research that.
Yeah, we need to really look at that because I think it'll probably save you some problems on the road of people getting mad because I'm tested, how come they didn't get tested and all this other stuff, So, and then you don't know if somebody don't get tested, they might be sick too, so, and that creates another problem. But I'll send you a copy of that opinion, so you can look at it, and if you have any questions, you can call probably Belinda or the county attorney.
Okay, I'll look at that.
All right, I appreciate everything else you're doing, because I was hoping to, we get most of them, but, we're up there, and it's not, and I think this is the same question that I would like to know from the CEO and maybe Human Resources. How many staff that we tested, their employees, how many employees we have, how many have been tested? I guess if we know how many positives we've had, we should know how many negatives we have. So this is just numbers again, because I know that people have come through there 2-3 times, and we count them, and we shouldn't be counting them 2-3 times. So, but thank you for working with Edward, and I'll keep make sure Edward touch base with you. If you need something, we need Edward to be part of that, so he can help you whatever you need, sure. Thank you very much.
Hey, Judge, and you know what? We've had about 30% of the employees tested that did test positive, but in speaking with chief administrators of other first responders agencies in our region, this is pretty common.
Sure.
For first responders. And there was a point in time when our biggest concern, I won't say fear, but our biggest stressor was running into an active shooter scenario, where we knew our response ever since Columbine in 1981, we knew that if there was an active shooter event somewhere at a school or at a business, we would be the ones running in there. It came with the badge.
Right.
But now here we are, where we are having our first responders, the women and the men who work in that jail, the correctional officers, and our patrol deputies and our warrant deputies they are being sent into a jail that we know is problematic with this virus, just like every other jail and every other prison in this country. And we need to have a discussion about compensating these employees. It has created an additional burden on them and their families, not to mention the apprehension and the fear and the daily risk. And, having to wear the personal protective equipment every day and having to strip off in the garage when they get home. There's a lot that goes into this commitment that we're seeing from the men and the women here at the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. And we need, in the near future, to have a conversation about a per diem additional benefit, more than just putting a pin on their shirt when this is all over, that they step, because I've had employees that didn't step up, they stepped out. But the employees who have stepped up during this period of time, we need to recognize them. And I think part of that discussion needs to be financial compensation for their commitment during this period of time.
Well, I commend all you employees, Sheriff, that you have, that were committed to that. My prayers goes out to
Yeah.
them and their families.
We're
And
keeping a log.
Yeah, and we got some over there, every drive-through we have, we have employees like your jailers. They're out there in the front lines, testing and, pushing the cars through. So, there's a lot of people like that really, they're on the front lines all the time, so. But, I commend you, I commend your workers, your jailers for being committed and dedicated to doing their job like they're supposed to, and our heads
I
off to them.
appreciate that.
So, anything else, you let me know, and I appreciate you working, with us on that count. I just wanted to make sure that everybody got tested if we could, just to, hopefully for safety reasons, right, and concerns for families. So-
Understood.
So thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
The next item that we have on our agenda is the discuss and consider, based on the state disaster declaration, directing calculation of ad valorem tax that exceeds 3.5% and not to exceed 8% pursuant to the Texas Tax Code, Chapter 26. Dale and I had the opportunity to have a budget workshop and work on all of the different rules that have been levied on as a result of SB 2. One of the things that we said before Hurricane Hannah was even a tropical disturbance is that, before we even knew about Hannah, we said, look, we're not out of hurricane season yet. This doesn't do anything except for protect the court and the county and give us options. I can tell you that I've stated on the record, I don't know how many times, that I was committed to going into budget season, working with the revenue cap that the legislature had set for us. But the legislature also contemplated disasters. And so therefore, all this would do is give us an option. Therefore, if a hurricane came next week and devastated us, or any time before we set our tax rate, this court would have the option to not be constrained to the 3.5%. The rule requires that you actually make this a designation in order to have an option. And I thought, since we were in the middle of hurricane season and just got levied a big dose of reality here, that you can have a disaster within a disaster, that it was important to make sure that all options were on the table. If you don't do it today, it will not be available to the court at all. But it does not mean in any way, shape, or form that we're going to go back to the 8% or anywhere between 3.5 and 8. It means nothing except for options are available. Dale?
Yes, Your Honor, under Tax Code Section 26, that gives the right for a calculation of our rates. 26 gives us what they now call the voter-approved rate, which used to be the rollback rate. Counties are subject to a 3.5% rollback rate above the no new revenue tax rate. Now, Section 26.04C1 is an exemption. This gives the court the right to tell our tax assessors who y'all decided to have calculate the effective rate, that they can calculate the rate as if they were a special taxing unit, which means they can calculate it up to 8% if needed. That's not saying we need to go that high, but if you did not give the authority, the county would be frozen at 3.5%. So you have to give them the authority to calculate a rate higher than the 3.5%, but no higher than 8%, to be able to calculate that under section 2604 C1, which requires that we be in a disaster area declared by the governor and president, which we are.
Right. And here's the weird part. We're under two of them. We're not just under one, we're under two. So I thought it was very important that Dale understands these rules so well, and he brought this to my attention, and we put it on the court's agenda. So again, this is part of the new rules. It's really no different than following any of the other rules that we've ever had, but this one's new, and it does require our consideration to make sure the tax assessor could have this.
Yes, you have to give the office that you all designated as the one that calculated the rate, which we work with the tax assessor, so both I and the tax assessor do the calculations. But you'll have to give us permission to go above 3.5%. If not, we can go no higher than 3.5.
Right. So, so at any rate, like I said, please don't misinterpret that it means anything. It just means
Gives us the opportunity.
gives us the opportunity, and you don't know what the future holds. And given that we have two disaster declarations, quite frankly, I don't often say things like this, but I almost think it's a dereliction of duty to not get this approved, because then you would literally be giving the court zero options if we had a catastrophic event tomorrow, the next day, or any day before we set that tax rate.
And we do know we have a significant loss of revenue at the coastal parks.
Yeah, so I think it's really important that you make certain that you understand what it does and what it doesn't do. It does not mean that we're going to do anything higher than 3.5%. It just means that you get to make the calculations and get to consider it. So hearing all that information, do you have any questions for Dale about this? Again, this is all a result of SB 2. I almost feel for counties that don't have a Dale, because it's very obvious to me that anytime you change the rules, people get caught up in, how can they effectively follow them? And if you don't have somebody who's kind of an expert, you miss things. And so I just want to say thank you to the auditor for making sure that it was brought to my attention. We got it on the court. We talked to tax appraiser about this, tax assessor collector Kevin Kieschnick. He totally concurred that it needed to be on the agenda. And so here we are. So does anyone have any thoughts, questions? Right, no, so Ronnie, only we have that ability. So all it does is, for example, let's take our let's pretend that our effective rate, let's say we have 5% growth. So under the SB 2, we would have had to have lowered our tax rate to stay within the 3.5%. But let's pretend that you wanted to be 3.6% or 3.7%. We don't even have that ability unless we do this provision. And so I don't mind your position at all. I just want to make sure that you understand that you could have the same exact tax rate right now, but not be able to leave your tax rate in place.
Unless you approve it today.
Unless you approve this, remember, we've always had the ability to go to 8%, right? This is the first year they say, nope, your revenue cap's 3.5, except if you're in a disaster. And I just want to say, I'm with you. I'm not interested. I wasn't even interested before we had COVID in going higher than 3.5%. But having said that, if we were to have a catastrophic loss tomorrow, you may not be able to pay your sheriff if you have $10 million of lost revenues. I'm just saying, what if you needed to be at 3.6 or 3.7? But I am afraid that people will misinterpret this agenda item, and that's why I'm spending a little bit of time on it. All it does is give you the opportunity to go higher than 3.5, which would still possibly be less than your tax rate today, because we know we have 5% growth.
Yeah, as you're saying, Your Honor, that we're not saying we're going to set a rate. We're saying we're calculating values that we will submit to y'all for approval.
Yeah.
So it gives us an option to give y'all many scenarios should we need the case to go, as you said, if we need a little bit more than 3.5%, and we don't do anything, we're stuck at 3.5%, should you need it.
Let me
Now,
give, can you
we're
give,
not-
can you give?
We may not even need 3.5%, but we still need to have the options if we need it.
So it'd come
It's
back to
just a
the
rate.
court. It would come back to the
All
court.
except-
Oh,
come to court.
yes. Like, for example, last year, we lowered the tax rate and we were at 4.3%. That just gives you an example of, we lowered our tax rate, but we were 4.3% above the effective.
And we're, right now, with the calculation we have, we're around 5% increase in value.
Right, so you
But that
see,
is that increase, that's not new growth, that's increase in valuations.
correct.
Right, Dale?
Well, that's the entire increase in valuation from last year, this year, which does include new growth.
You're at 5% with new growth.
Correct. And the new
But
growth was around
5%
$900 million.
is not new, the new growth doesn't get calculated into the tax cap. So what we're talking about
Yes,
here
it
is
does.
not new growth. We're talking about, if we pass this, if I'm understanding this right, Dale, if we pass this, then this would for sure give the court the opportunity to raise taxes. We might not, but it would, because new growth does not, real new growth, meaning new heads and, new rooftops, stuff like that, that doesn't get counted in the valuation increases.
Correct.
So this
The new
would
growth
be-
is not part of the no new revenue tax rate, which is your effective rate previously. And then we raise we calculate a rate which we consider the voter approved rate. And we still have to bring those for court for approval. So until y'all approve it, this is not a set rate. And we just want to make sure that if we have to have a rate higher than 3.5% above the no new revenue tax rate, we have to have that opportunity to present that to y'all for approval.
And
But I'm
that's,
not
But the
saying we're saying
3.5, the
anything.
3.5% would be a tax increase, because that does not include the new real, and when I say real, I'm not trying to be mean, just the actual growth, which is
New
not
improvements.
valuation increases. So if my position is that I don't think during a pandemic we should even consider raising taxes, I don't see how I can vote for this, and I don't want to be accused of dereliction of duty or anything like that. I'm not trying to grandstand. I'm just making sure I'm clear here, because if my position is during a pandemic, we shouldn't, then I don't see how I can vote for this, because it's allowing the court the opportunity to do something I don't want to do.
Right.
Unless I'm misunderstanding, Dale, and if I'm misunderstanding, please correct me.
Well, this is not really the setting of the rate. This is the calculation of options for rate. So
it's a calculation, not a vote.
We'll bring you a rate saying, here's your no new revenue tax rate based on the new valuation of the old property and the same property on both years. And here's your no new revenue tax rate, and here's your calculations of options above that, should you need it, if we need it.
And you've always done
And-
this.
And right now, there's a cap of 3.5%, so we cannot go over that unless y'all give us the opportunity to calculate a rate higher.
Last year, when we were in budget workshop, you saw multiple options, all of which were over 3.5%. And
Right, but last year I also voted for that tax increase for the first time because of reasons that I felt were important to this county, and we all agreed on the budget. My belief this year, because of the situation that we're in, is different than it was last year. And so,
okay,
you're
so
right, Judge, and I did probably do this last year. I'm just very uncomfortable with it this year because of my very strong feeling that we shouldn't raise taxes in any way this year because of the pandemic. So
Right.
that's where I'm
No, the only thing,
just being
Commissioner,
honest.
the only difference with this is you'll still have to vote on the rate you want to have. All this is giving us calculation authority. Right
Okay.
now.
All right, thank you.
So all we're doing is saying, okay, here's possible rates for y'all to consider.
right.
It's not
It's
setting. a rate
allowing
at
him
all.
to do a math problem. That's
Yes.
what it's allowing him to do. You're letting him do a math problem. And you get to decide whether or not you want to do it at all. If you say, hey, I don't want to see the math because I'm never, ever going to do that, I guess that's okay, but you must have a crystal ball that I don't, because if tomorrow or next week you get a Cat 5 hurricane here, the reason that your most conservative legislature did this disaster was for us. That's exactly why the most conservative folks, remember, the Senate is controlled by a conservative lieutenant governor. And he made it possible that we have this in fact, so did Betancourt, this disaster provision, not for pandemics, for hurricanes. That's what they were thinking when they did it. There has been a lot of discussion as to whether the 8% applies to pandemic. And the answer was, if you're under a federal and state disaster declaration, it does. However, we happen to have the unique case, we're under 2 federal and state disasters. I just want to make sure that you know, as they say, you're fully informed on how you vote, because what you're asking is for no calculations to be contrived. You get a chance to choose whatever. We've always had the ability to make these calculations. That's, if you'll look at your budget notebook from last year, you'll see that. And I also want to say that because the truth in taxation law makes your statement accurate, doesn't make it misleading. It is misleading because the tax rate went down last year, and if you stayed to the 3.5%, it would go down again this year. So the idea that you're raising taxes during a pandemic is not accurate to the average person. It's that truth in taxation gauges it based on a baseline called the effective rate, which is a complete misleading statement to the public. When the tax rate goes down and your appraisals stay the same, you lowered taxes, period, end of discussion. And so for us to say that we are already at 3.5% and you know growth is higher than that, it means that your tax rate will go down again, thereby for the second year in a row, giving people who have the same appraisal rate, once again, a lower tax rate. And I want to make sure that gets on the record. Again, the purpose of today is to allow what the legislature contemplated. And again, it wasn't a liberal legislature, it was the most conservative legislature that I can remember in history. And they decided that during a disaster, that this was a good idea to be able to have this provision. We're
Right.
triggering it, and the auditor recommends it. This is something that, and I wish Kevin was here, because he thought that it was important that we get it on the agenda and do this again. If you don't, you're hamstringing this county to a number without knowing what the future holds. All it is a calculation.
And we'll basically be providing different scenarios with different rates. And all we're asking is to be able to calculate rates at whatever level that we believe the court needs and to be submission for. That doesn't mean we're gonna set a rate at all. It could be that we do the no new revenue tax rate. That's y'all's decision to make. We just need the option to be able to provide y'all with options of different rates, whatever you decide. But we're frozen at 3.5% unless you take this action.
And I'm okay, you going on the record saying you'll never vote for anything higher than the effective, but it doesn't change the fact that the question before you is, do you object to the calculations being done? If you do, then you vote no. If you don't, then you vote yes. That's all it is. But I understand that it will be confusing for people, but if it's helpful, it's very rare that an auditor would get themselves in the middle of politics. This is about what's good for the county, and what's good for the county is being able to make calculations. And that's why he brought it to my attention.
Yes.
I'm not sure what else I can do. Truly I do. I understand the predicament. When it's new, people don't understand it. They're gonna read it like they've done something, but I can maybe issue some sort of a narrative that you could then post, or I'll do anything that you need us to do to clarify, but I do believe that it would be a mistake not to at least allow Dale to make the calculations. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then opposed?
No.
No.
You? Okay. Let's see, the next one is about discuss and consider the selection of LNV for design and construction management for hilltop roof coating. And this is, here we go, Edward. Go ahead, Edward.
Judge, Commissioners, essentially, L&B had done the original contract work for the hilltop roof approximately about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. The project at that time came in at about 1.6 million. We had available 1.2 million, but the decision was made that perhaps we didn't want to continue with the building. But now we're at the point to where the cost of the building, we need to, if we do reconstruct it, need to fund it. And at the same time, we need to protect the assets that we have in the building. So what we're asking here is that we use this engineering firm who's already done some work in the past to come up with a different model. And this model, it's attached to D2, which is the TIPS contracting with Castro Roofing. They came up with a solution to us that's less expensive, that'll warranty the project for about 10 years. But what we would like to do is select L&V to work with them, and then for y'all to approve the contract with L&V to do that work.
And the reason I'm doing this is because I know that with all the needs we've got in the county, that the Hilltop's probably going to be further down there, and I want it to at least be able to last for a while. Thank you. Janet.
Thank you.
Second.
We think that's a good idea. I would entertain, though, an opportunity to discuss the design of Hilltop at any upcoming agenda. I really think it's also probably one of the prettiest pieces of property that we have, too.
Really could be nice with a new building.
But you're actually dealing just with the roof on this one here, right?
Yeah, just the coating.
It's just the coat. just
All
the
those
roof.
in favor, did I do this already? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, the next one has to do with Parker Pool, and it's an amendment. And Edward, you have this one as well.
Yes, in this case, it's a wonderful benefit to Parker Pool, especially now in the time of COVID. You know, we're trying to not be a burden on the citizens, but at the same time be fiscally responsible. So the city parks and rec has gone to, or had gone before this last closure, to a model where they want to do what's called a free swim. And essentially what they were doing, or what they wanted to help us do, is pay for that aspect of it. They know that we run our operations based on the revenues we generate. So all the money that we make through the gate goes into our lifeguards, the chemicals, the insurance, all that. So we came up with the rate. First year is going to be about a full amount, which is $22,000 that they're going to grant us. Second year goes to about 2/3 of the amount, which is about $16,000, and year 3 it goes back to $8,000. Now, during year 2 and year 3, we're still going to charge the difference what we need to make to continue operating for both 2 and 3. And at year 4, we're going to be back to charging for our operations there. But in this meantime, this is a good respite for the people. And again, I'm telling the court, this money is going to go to paying salaries for our guards. And the method we use that is we use the Friends of Aquatics to hire the guards for us, and we pay them. And then we're going to pay for insurance, and we're going to pay for chemicals for the pool. So that's the model that we're going to be following for the next 3 years. I don't know if Commissioner Chesney would like to.
Commissioner?
I just saw the commissioner just outside the door doing a news media interview, so I think.
Okay.
This is
Edward, will you tell him his thing is up?
So the county's going to take over this thing for 3 years or what? Is that what I hear you saying?
Hold on, let him come back. Edward?
Commissioner, you had a question?
Yeah. Is this something that we're taking over this thing for 3 years, or what? The county's kind of taking over the whole process?
In this scenario, we are not, all we're doing is being the paymaster. So we don't determine, what their hours are. We don't determine what they do. We're just helping them pay for the stuff. Because the city's giving us the money, and we want to use that for the pool. The city's not going to give them the money, they're giving us the money.
We're the intergovernmental transfer.
Correct.
So who's in charge of those people?
That group, that organization's in charge of the pool. We're in charge of, doing some of the construction and all that kind of stuff because we have the knowledge and the expertise to do those things that we've done in the past. Again, it's them running it, but we're going to essentially be the paymasters, so to speak.
And the maintenance on the pool, who takes care of the maintenance on the pool?
They do. I mean, we're just gonna, again, buy the chemicals for them. They tell us we need 10 boxes of shock, or, there's some other stuff that we help them with.
I guess she hasn't got money to pay for some of that, right?
Yes, there's actually, some money in a fund, and again, there was just like a startup fund in case that they got into trouble. If you remember when y'all voted on it the last time.
Yeah, I remember.
And we've had to use that in order to, continue operations, especially now during the COVID crisis.
Okay, well, so move, I guess.
Second. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, and the next one is an item that, what was the final consensus? I know the county clerk was in an important conference. She couldn't be here. I'm happy to entertain what was her wish?
We just want to
talk
table it
about- Just
for now.
table it, okay,
And then Belinda and I talked about what she may want to bring back.
right.
But this and what she wants to bring back could have been one and the same.
Right. It's a preservation record fee that we want to explore with the county clerk. She has been interested in doing this for over a year now. She just cannot be here today to talk about it, to explain it, but it would bring in tremendous revenue to the county clerk's office. She has this dollars to give, and so we're going to give her a chance to bring it back next court, but definitely before budget, because it needs to be contemplated in the budget. And so we'll table it to the next court.
Judge, I don't mind tabling, but I got one question, but I thought we had already done this one time, that we,
For the district clerk?
this is district clerk.
Yeah, this is county clerk, but we did it for the district
I
clerk.
thought the county clerk too, remember we said that they weren't charging for records, fees, and then, and I thought Belinda, do you remember that?
Very similar fees. There's the preservation fee and the archives fee. And so I'm not sure which one we might have already advised her on with
I
regards,
thought
I
we
believe.
advised her to raise the $5 fee to a $10 fee on the records, on the archives. And-
Right.
And I don't know if everyone,
That's correct, and that has not been done yet.
you see, that's just why, I mean, why hasn't?
That's what this particular fee would be, would go from $5 to $10.
So, I mean, he's not doing the first one, why should he go do the second one? I mean, I think, and we lost a lot of money since that time, because that was back in when? January, or maybe, or December somewhere?
Yes.
So, I mean, we lost a lot of money there too, so I mean, what, I don't understand that, I mean, we voted on it to,
Well, that's why I asked her if she would please come in and talk to us about it, and she couldn't be here today.
okay,
And I don't know what to say, except for that I've told her how important it is to the court, to the budget, and quite frankly, it goes back to helping her office. So I think that she should, she's indicated to me and to Dale in the past that she wanted to do it, but it needs to get done, and, so that's why I have it on here, is to kind of give everybody heads up that it needs to come to court. And, but I understand that she's at an election, she's at something that could not be held today.
okay, I'll second the motion to table.
But next time, like, I guess, which is
meeting.
August the
August the 5th.
5th, okay? August the 5th. And, if she has any please reach out to her, Tyner, that way she can be ready to, make sure that she has the help of the county attorney, whatever she needs
Yeah.
to get it
She and I
ready.
spoke Friday after the agenda
Good.
had been posted.
Good.
Ask about both fees though.
Right.
Ask about, yeah. In other words, we want to know what there is, what the delta is. And then I think Dale's already calculated the money that it can bring in, so we're ready. I'll got a motion and I'll second it to table to next court, August the 5th. It'll be on the agenda on August the 5th.
Okay.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Hey,
Aye.
there you go. Okay, and then the next one is, this one kind of has a standing, but I did want to ask Dale. It's called the discuss and consider the overtime pursuant to the county policy for exempt employees. But Dale, for hurricane, we are good, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. For Hurricane Hannah, this is a new emergency declaration. The all exempt employees will be considered to be paid, and we'll bring that to you for your next court. We should have some information for you at that time.
Perfect.
For everyone that should be. For COVID right now, there's only a small amount of overtime, so it'd be best if we postpone that till next week as well.
That's fine, that's fine. I just wanted to get the situational awareness to everybody that it's very minimal, but it is hurricane-related, second disaster, so it needs to be brought to the court next time for August 5th. I'll
Yes.
table till August 5th. You have a second? Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then, okay, thank you. And then the next one is Maria. We've got a CTIF fund, I think a couple $100,000, is it 311,000? Something like that?
311.
Yes, ma'am. So we had submitted an application back, I think it was the end of May, maybe beginning of June, to the Texas Department of Transportation for their County Transportation Infrastructure Fund. We call it CTIF. We originally were expecting 285,000, so this is great news. We are allocated $311,183. There is a required 20% match that we will, I know, Juan and I talked about, we'll meet that with some in-house engineering and grant admin services. So that should hopefully just be all in-kind match for a total project of $373,419.60. The priority road is in Commissioner Vaughn's precinct. It's County Road 73A from FM 624 to Wade Street. They'll be doing a 2-inch overlay and spot base repair. The requirement for this particular fund was, it's intended to alleviate a degradation, like, roads that are affected by the oil and gas industry. Juan and I talked the other day to make sure that County Road 73A was still the priority, and we're in agreement that it is. So with that, I'll take any questions, and this would
Okay,
be
so-
executing the program agreement.
So does there a motion to execute, please? And a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Hey, Maria, and sorry for being the Debbie Downer here, but I don't think it's great news because we were at, I don't know, like 800,000 the year before. And so I'm very displeased with 311, even though it's better than what we expected. And I really believe that we're gonna need to do big work in the legislative session to get people to understand that our county is in great need of infrastructure because of the heavy burdens that the energy and petrochemical industry place on us. And they're moving westward, so to speak, into Commissioner Vaughn's area. And 311 is not sufficient. And so, anyway, I know it's good because you got more than words, these are formulas, and gave us a little more than the formula, and I understand that. But I want everyone to know, we dropped significantly year over last because we were considered an economically distressed county. And I told them that nothing had changed in 12 months, but, they made that decision and we didn't even get any money when we were an economically distressed county. So again, I plan to bring this up in hearing and testify before Senator Nichols' committee because this is not in keeping with other CTIF grants. I'm disappointed.
You're right, Judge, and a lot of that does have to be addressed in the legislature. It's all transportation code. So there's a formula not only for the percentage that kind of gets allocated to the counties, and they're based on oil and gas businesses, and there's a whole formula that they use for that. There's also another formula that they use to qualify economically distressed counties.
Right.
So unfortunately, this year, we were distressed last year. This year, for whatever reason, our numbers changed. So yeah, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not, a huge amount, but at least, we'll get.
No,
one road.
it's obviously, I guess beggars can be choosers, but 311,000 does not get us a big road, right, Juan? It's a very small amount, given how much roads cost, and I wish we were at a better spot.
That's correct, Judge, and probably in this project, if we can, we'll probably do the majority of the engineering in-house, so if we can do that.
And that helps.
And that'll help.
No, that's fantastic. I'm glad we can do that. But anyway, Maria, you've got your execution, and like I said, I'm gonna see how we can get to work on, you'll remember last year, we worked hard, year before last, came up short. And my hope is in 2021, we'll get us some more transportation dollars. Okay, thank you. We also have Public Works now, got a few items. One is a dune protection permit submitted by Hanson for a single-family dwelling. Do you recommend this one?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Public Works is recommending approval of the dune permit for DP 042001P. It's for a single dwelling, family dwelling, and the application was submitted by Hanson, so we're recommending.
Okay.
approval.
And I've looked this over and it looks good to me. Does anyone have any questions of Juan on this dune protection
There-
permit? We've got a
What
couple.
is it like, is there
Hold on.
townhouses, or what are they,
It's a,
single families says here?
It's a single
like a
family
house.
dwelling.
So just
And
individual.
we already,
just one.
it's just one
home.
house.
Oh, okay.
It's just one
Just one.
house.
Just
Okay.
one house.
I thought subdivision or something.
One house.
Okay.
And Commissioner Modis?
Thank you, Judge. Just, think it couldn't be more worse time than
Yes, sir.
days after having a Category 1 go through our community. Not saying that we shouldn't build, but, it always brings back the debate that's been there for decades before and will be there for decades after. You take into consideration, are the seawaters raising, as what's been claimed and made by many scientists throughout the world. We have dunes, land, property in Nueces County that was moved by these tremendous storm surge. And so I just have any concern anytime, especially anything built on 361. It was shut down early on. We all know that. So I just have a concern with that. I know we have to balance that out with, we want, nice homes to be built out in that part of the county. That is such a huge key tourist destination and desire for people to want to have a residence. So I totally get that. I know that these are done to the best standards that are possible. I have concern with it being built. From just this point forward, I think we need to put a lot of scrutiny to any additional homes or developments being built in this area. And so, once again, I'm not going to go against it because I trust the work that Hanson does. I trust that, the rules that are in place are made that way for a reason. But, we're gonna hit a point eventually to where, all this development just leads to more congestion, only one way or two ways out, but the ferry was shut down early on. One way out until the rain and the storm surge gets you. That's a big concern as we just continue to add on to a barrier island. Now, we have barrier islands everywhere throughout this state and this country, and I know that they're all built to specifics to be able to get people in and out, but I have a concern with that. And I guess I know everything's required to be within or fall within that 1,000-foot dune protection line, but I have concern.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, but if it's their property, can we restrict them from building?
If we say no,
Well,
I don't think you can, Commissioner.
Yeah.
We're looking to it, but I'm
I
not
think,
sure.
so what do we need it for?
well, so we have specifications for the dune protection permit, and we have to follow those processes. So if they don't follow the permit correctly,
Right.
then we can't,
Have to redo
we
it.
can't authorize that particular building. It's just like any other permitting process. You have to go through the motions and the process. I do want to bring up something that's important, is that since DePac has been gone, we really do need to make sure we get somebody on board who specializes in dune protection. You'll remember that Camille Galbraith, who passed away, was doing a lot of that work for us, or we were training her to do that out at coastal parks. And I just want to say that I support getting somebody specific on task for dune protection. It's a really important process, and I think Juan and I and Julie are already working on that. I just wanted to give the court, Juan, some heads up that it's a vacancy that desperately needs filling because it's so important. And I'm sure DePac has been helping us, but I think he actually wanted to retire, I think.
Yes.
I think he
Yeah,
actually,
but he's-
like,
he-
I know he's
helping-
happy to help us.
He's happy to help us.
But I think he's like Jerry. I think he'd like to take his walk. It's just that we don't let him. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And yes, he is retired, but he comes back and helps. But this, we also have the BMAC group, the Beach Management Advisory Committee. And that's also a really important committee that does good work and helps us manage that. But I will say that the coastal management plan, the beach management, it's really called Beach Management Plan for us, and the GLO's Coastal Management Plan for the GLO really does do, I think, a good job of making sure we have oversight and management. And as we look to these dunes and the vegetation line, really, I think you're gonna get the checks and balances that you want. But anyway, as to this one, everything looks in order. It's kind of like, if it's in order, then you approve.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
But I'll wait to hear differently. Is that accurate? If it's in order, then you approve. And that's why I ask. It appears to be in order.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then in that case, I'll make the motion and looking for a second. Okay?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we have another one that's regarding, we have two supplementals back to back, one on 73 and one on 67. Time only?
There's another one too, Judge.
I'm
for
sorry.
Hanson.
Okay.
There's one for Friesen Echoes,
Got it. I see
LNB,
it.
and also Hanson. These three items are to extend their contract time. There's no additional fees for engineering. This is just to extend their contract time for the road improvements.
Judge, I would move all three passage for time extensions.
And I will do a second. And actually, Commissioner Gonzalez did a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 2, 3, and 4 all have supplemental agreements. They are all related to time, extension, no extra fee at all. Okay, number 5 is a fire alarm system replacement project for the annex.
This is just an ongoing, Judge and Commissioners,
Yeah.
because of the fire marshal not being able to go out there and do the final inspection. Hopefully, we can get the fire marshal here within the next 60 days to do the final inspection.
Okay, is it really take 60 days to get him out there?
Well, it's because of COVID related.
Oh.
I think right now they're not doing their inspections because
They're
of
not
the
doing any
COVID.
inspections at
Yes-
all?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it take more than one fire person in there to do the inspection?
Well, it's the fire marshal himself, so he's the one that has to go in there and do the inspection. So right now, he's not doing the inspections because of COVID.
believe that.
Yeah, I'm having trouble on that one. How
I
about if
mean, we can look into it, Judge,
Yeah,
and try and see if we can get him out there.
tell him the reason is that if it's not inspected, then we can't use that facility. And for COVID, we need to be able to have as much space available to us as possible.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
And I know, I'm gonna suggest that I'm sure it has been COVID related, but I think we can do better than 60 days.
Judge, we had that issue come up during,
Go ahead.
we had that issue come up during the jail standard.
Yeah,
Lack of response was an issue.
Right.
Not put us out of compliance, but
right.
that was
Well, you know,
one of her biggest gripes.
I think that's such a valid point. What Commissioner Mott has said is that this was an issue for jail standards. So I'm going to suggest that through emergency management, I reach out to Chief Rocha and see if he can assist in getting us. I'm going to be honest with you, the fire marshal came out to the COVID clinic a week ago.
I'll check into it.
I'm not sure why he can't go to the annex. Okay. All righty.
Tell him you lock up the inmates while he's there.
Yeah, we'll make sure it all works for him. Okay. The next two are kind of related as well. They're certificate of substantial completions.
Yes, ma'am, they're the, one's for Mako, one's for the ADA. The first one's for the ADA site improvements, which is the parking lot here at the courthouse. And we're just recommending approval on the certificate of substantial completion for Mako contracting.
So move.
Second.
Oh my gosh. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I just got another text that another friend of mine died from COVID-19. I'm so sorry. I took a second. Number 8, we've already discussed, so we're gonna move to Michael. at purchasing. And this has to do with CDBG DR program, the marquee sign.
Judge, I think we still need number 7.
Wasn't that for both?
Well, I meant it for both, but
Oh,
you
for
can
both?
go
Okay.
ahead.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
The next one's just for the IB McGee RV Park. and-
Right.
And it's just a stamp completion for that one too, Judge.
Right.
Commissioners.
I'm sorry, I meant it for
No,
both.
No problem.
Okay.
You may take item D1?
Could you
Judge?
please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, I'm sorry, I'm taking it just because it's mine. I guess the last time we had it delayed because of just the wording wasn't proper, and now it's been worked out.
Yes, the
fixed.
vendor name has been corrected to show Daktronics Incorporated, and they are the one that is the awarded contractor for the buy board contract 592-19 for the sign.
And
so-
Maria's on here, right? Maria, are you there?
She is. She needs to unmute.
Yes, I am.
There, okay,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is a CDBG disaster recovery money,
Correct.
right?
Department
Yes.
2480.
Okay. And this is really just, it's gonna be helping with, I guess, we have it fixed, God forbid, our next storm, or any kind of emergency or public information that's needed will be able to be displayed right there on the crossroads of I-69 and Highway 44.
Correct.
Great.
This is
It-
right
it
there by
works
the
good for-
library, right?
Yeah, right by the library, right. It's the sign
Yeah,
that was
and
there now, and it was
But it's
not
gonna be a
working.
larger, bigger sign
Okay.
than what we had
Yeah.
before.
That's
And
good.
better resolution as well, so easier to read.
In the way it's created, or maybe Belinda, I mean, we'll be able to put also public information on there. I mean, it's gonna be emergency displays, but also, like if there's an event, like information maybe about COVID testing or something like that, will that be allowed? Is that part of it, or?
Commissioner, that's part of the agreement.
Okay.
They'll be able to program it for us, or they'll teach us how to program the system. So what our intent is to use it with Jason, of course, and with the library, and then we'll have Jason or the librarian program it one way or the other.
But we override them.
Correct.
Right,
We
so
run-
he's got Country Peddler, we got a big event or some information needs to go out, then we can override and get control and put up whatever information.
Correct, and in the future, if we want, we can also buy a service where they'll do it for us and they'll design stuff, and it's a real neat feature on the board, but we can do it ourselves.
Promotional education.
Yeah, good. So moved, Judge.
Second.
Thank you. I also want to thank Maria for making sure that we could get the buy board. It's these simple things that help us get stuff accomplished, but it takes so much work. And buy board wasn't something that was just normal for CDBG-DR, and she had to work with our reps and just did a ton of work to get that accomplished. So thank you, Maria. And you also set the pace for how we can accomplish maybe CDBG MIT as well, so. Okay, all those in favor signify by, we have a motion, right, in a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And then the next one are those hilltop roof repairs? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and ask everybody to mute them all, just mute them all.
Yeah,
It shows mute, but,
yeah, we also had to go to the fire conference.
okay, that's,
Maria.
it's Maria. She's muted, but she's not quite muted. Hey, Maria, just go ahead and sign off. Okay, and the hilltop repairs, are Michael's?
So this is discuss and consider TIP's contract for the Castro Roofing of Texas repairs to the Hilltop Center roof. And purchase amount is $423,455. It's coming out of 2016 COs under Project 1921-1004, which was money that was set aside for hilltop roof replacement. And again, as we stated earlier, the original estimates for the full roof repair was in excess of like 1.6 million, somewhere like that, or 1.2, I couldn't remember. But this one's at 423, so this is the least expensive option we could find to
Great.
prolong the life of that building. They're giving us a 10-year warranty on that work as well.
That's good, buys us a good amount of time, and the TIPS contract's a good deal for us, right, Michael?
Yes, it helps us meet the requirements of the Purchasing Act. So if we didn't utilize TIPS, we'd be looking at another 60 days before I could even come back to y'all with the proposed contract to get work going,
So that's an awesome, I think it's an awesome remedy for the folks, and I actually think we should put a sign there too. A sign there too. Okay, good.
So
Motion-
recommend approval.
Got a motion, and I'd like to second.
Second.
Okay, got a second as well. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, thanks, Michael, and now Dale, for some budget change orders. And also the monthlies, the monthly financial report. So let's go to number 18, and give me a chance to turn my booklet to that. E1. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is budget change order number 18 for our current fiscal year. Several departments are requesting some changes. The largest one you see on page 1 is for our IT department, and they need some for some new software they had to purchase for document signing. It was something they need to do for COVID. Several departments are requesting a different, some more office supplies. All of our juvenile departments are doing that. I'm making sure I'm working with Michael to make sure if this is COVID related and some of the expenses they might have, they're gonna make sure we track those expenses and move them if we need to. But some of them do require this. On page 3, you'll see our city county health. That's that intergovernmental revenue is what intergovernmental personnel costs is what we pay their directors over there, and they had a lot of overtime for COVID related expenses. We know these are kind of large requests. The funds are available for doing all these adjustments, and I submit budget change order number 18 for your approval.
Okay, anyone have any questions for that, for the maintenance? It's really just maintenance, basically.
Yes.
I mean, I'll pass.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. And then the next one is a capital order, a budget change order, and it's titled 86. And it's definitely a bunch of trading. I like calling it trading. Go
No,
ahead.
these are not trading. These are
These are not?
actually increases because of interest.
Oh, okay.
As you see, for 1901, we did receive the money we received normal for our rent for Road District 4 of $111,000. We increased that money for that. The rest ones are increases in revenue because of interest. However, you'll see under 1919, we did receive the $250,000 from the port for the observation deck at the Horace Caldwell Pier. And it's something we can possibly do for the Hazel Badenmore Park. If you see 1921, we have $796,000 of unallocated funds we can use for whatever you need it for.
Okay, so basically, you've changed the budget, but
Plus,
right, in other words,
There's all
you're
the
not
interest-
moving money as in the old way, it's all interest driven.
all interest earned.
Okay, that's even better.
And then unfortunately, this is interest earned for several years, so we've been so busy trying to do this, so that does seem like a lot, but this is, money we can use for that 1921, that $796,000 could be all used for your Hazel Badenmore Park if you need to.
And that's in addition, Commissioner, that's additional dollars to your 476.
And if you look at the 1919 COs, we added $421,000 worth of interest. For 1901, which are general funds, is $300,000 worth of interest, so we added this interest to all these accounts that this is unallocated funds to be
Or-
used as you see fit, as long as it fits.
Or
the-
she could
the-
use it she could also use it for design if she
Yes.
wanted to, for Hilltop.
Yes.
You could choose.
But with that, could we use that for the splash part
Yeah.
I'm talking about?
Yes,
It's not, it won't take all that, but.
probably not.
Well,
Can she
Well,
use
I-
it to augment her Hazel Baysmore Park?
We just need to make sure that it qualifies under the CO they earned interest for. I believe it can.
Okay.
We just want to make sure we work with us, with
Like-
our bond counsel and all those, make sure it qualifies. I believe it does.
Okay, and you'll check on that?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
But that's all this is, just an
Okay.
addition to all the funds for interest earned.
That's great. Yes, so, that's great. Does anyone have any further questions? If not, I'll have a motion to accept this budget change order.
Motion to approve.
In a second? Okay, motion.
Second.
Motion in a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, now we have an important financial report. It's for our month of May.
Yes, for a month of May, this is, for a month of May, we have 33.3% of the fiscal year remaining, just so, when we get to the revenue and expense, you'll know that for account. So If we go to page 4 and 5, you'll see our balance sheets for all of our funds. We usually identify that for the general fund. General fund has assets of $87 million, liabilities of $31.7 million, and a current fund balance of $55.2. Now, you know this is in May. We still have several months to go before the end of the year. So by the time we get to the end of the year, we'll probably close to be $24 to $25 million when we get to the end. For the total county, on page 5, you'll see we have $183 million worth of assets, $38 million worth of liabilities, and $145 million worth of fund balance. On page 6 and 7 just shows you your revenue collections for all of our funds. We've collected $90.8 million worth of revenue for the general fund. We've expended $54.7 million, so that gives us an excess of 30 the time we have. So
32.5.
yes. Oh, pardon me. Page 10 and page 11 is our funds that we show for our internal service funds, which is our workers' comp, our general liability, and our group health. As we see, our group health has been going down some. We've had some large expenses for some large claims, and we know we have some COVID-related expenses. We just have to keep an eye on that. But we are working with our consultants as well as Boone & Chapman and Edna, of course. If anything's COVID-related, we'll try to get reimbursed for that as we can. And this may definitely, hopefully, will increase before the end of the year. And that way we won't have to worry about any increases in premium. But that's a budget discussion we'll have very soon. Now if you can go to page 16. 16 shows our revenue for our general fund. And as you see, for our total revenue, we've collected 90.4% of our total revenue collections. The important point I need you to look at is the very top line, which is our current ad valorem taxes. We've already collected 98% of our taxes, which is very, very, very good because we're in COVID right now, and it's very challenging right now as our tax assessor collector will tell you on collections. But we've already collected 98% of our taxes, so that's very promising. Now we're going to go to our budget expenditures starting on page 21. We'll go just through a few small that have over budget. Now, some of these are over budget requirements because we've had to add a lot of stuff because of COVID related. Several of y'all had to add additional cell phones or iPads or additional telephone equipment that we've had to have. So some of your departments will be a little bit over. Commissioner Gonzalez, on Department 1020, you're a little bit over, but it's right at the level. But you had to add cell phone stuff, so that's understandable. Same thing with the judge. You're a little bit over, but you had to add 3 or 4 iPads for your office, so that's definitely understandable.
You can have mine back.
On page 31, this is always the case, and we're going to make sure we adjust this. And the budget is for Broadway Warehouse. They're a little bit over on their utility costs.
Page 31.
But they're always over, and we will make sure we take that into account when we do our budgets. Okay. On page 38 and 39, you'll see legal aid because of how we pay the rent is over, but that's understandable because how we pay the rent all at once. The magistrate court is over budget significantly, and a lot of it has to do with salaries, and that's because just recently they were budgeted for 25 hours per judge, and we've increased it from the which y'all allowed the district courts to increase it from 25 to 29 hours per week per judge. So that's increased the cost. That's why they're over budget on salaries. On page 43, you'll see the 214th District Court is just a little bit over budget, and that has to do with some of their specialty courts. And her court is that one that is a special court for domestic violence, so that's one of the reasons why she's a little over. Now on page 47.
Yes.
We have the Department 3600 JP11, slightly over again. We've had to add cell phones to their services. Same thing on page 48. You'll see JP21 And on page 49, JP 22, because we've had to add cell phones and iPads to their services for them to be able to do remotely.
And excuse me, Dale, but you've made all these adjustments in the new budget.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to tell the commissioners that you won't see this resolved. You'll just need to make provisions for it in the budget.
Yes, we should have your budget packet to you by Friday. And you'll see that we've had to add cell phones or iPads for each of the courts and each of the departments we have, working with Michael and his staff on who we've assigned to as well as IT. So you'll see slight increases on several departments.
Correct.
But we're only talking several hundred, there's only a few $100s per department. The one last page I want you to look at is page 61. At the very bottom, you'll see that, as I said, we have 33.3% of the year remaining. However, we have 44.5% of the budget remaining. So even though
So that's 11%.
that's 11%.
And we're tracking 11% now for at least 45 days, 60 days, so that's good. We haven't been, I think you reported 11% last month too.
Yes. But we know several departments do a lot of the expenses at the end of the year. I know Michael's always the hawk to make sure that they don't overspend on any of the funds. And so we make sure that they're there.
Well, I think it's real important to stay on track for the 11%. And it seems like we're tracking very well, and I don't have really any expectation of it being any lower. But keep us posted, please.
Yes, now page 81 shows where we're going back to our capital projects funds, and you'll see page 81 gives us our funding sources, our different COs, and how much is remaining for that. And we are working on trying to get the 2004, 2007 expended. Y'all doing very good. However, there's still 134,000 left there and 485 of that. So I'll be working with Commissioner Vaughn, and we'll find funds to where we need to have to make sure we can do the project she needs for Hazel Bays Moore, as well as whatever other project we might need going forward.
And what page was that on? The
81.
81, got it. Okay, I see it now.
At the very bottom. On page 84, you'll see our P-card transactions. Now, this month has been significantly higher because we're doing a lot of purchasing for our COVID expenses with working through Michael as well as the other departments. We spent $407,924 in P-card expense. Our normal transactions are anywhere between 308, 309, so we spent a lot more in that, but you'll see that when we do our burn rates, you'll see we spent over $200,000 in P-card transactions for the transactions. That's all the information I have for you available to now. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have for the monthly financial report for May 30, 2020.
Dale, I have a question on page 39 of your report. You were mentioning the magistrate and how the amount of hours were increased.
Yes.
For the magistrate. And I'm trying to recall, I guess that was in response to drawing down the number of inmates, is that correct?
Yes, if you recall, when the court was first initiated, the commissioners gave the board the right for the salary of 20 hours per week.
Right.
Several years ago, it was increased to 25 hours to try to reduce the population of the jail. The board just recently came to y'all a month or two ago, saying because there's still a large inflow, a number of prisoners going in there, we want to reduce that, so they've increased the hourly rate from 25 to 29 hours per week for that, to keep them below the threshold or that we required to offer them benefits. And that was not that long ago, and the board brought the request to y'all.
All right, thank you.
I think this is a very good report overall fiscally, Dale. And I'm going to ask commissioners if they have any questions over the items that you go over. For me, the highlights are the 98% collection. Given a very tough year, our collection rate is still very excellent. I am watching, like you are, the health insurance because of the large claims that we've had this year and simply because of COVID. But luckily, we're still ahead, not behind, with a few more months left to go. It's still daunting, but But anyway, that's a highlight for me. And then the other thing is the fact that we're doing a much better job of maintaining and managing our COs and looking for the projects
Yes.
that need to be done. And there's actually some projects I'm thinking about, like Ortiz Park and Amistad for Judge Jag, Commissioner Jag, and just trying to figure out,
And as
how
you
to
saw,
move-
we've added over $1 million worth of interest revenue that is in different projects, of course, that can be
Right.
allocated to whatever
Right.
y'all decide.
And the other thing I want to point out is that, as we go into budget, it might be good to, continue to forecast. I mean, right now, you're still in May, but we're physically in August, It's kind of hard to catch up, I know, but maybe you could help us out and try to look at some forecasts to see if everybody kind of stays steady, what we might look like.
You'll have the budget book in your hands by Friday.
Awesome.
And it's showing if the estimates hold true, we should see a 1.5 million increase in reserves.
That's awesome. And the other thing I want to say is that, and I didn't know this when I talked to you earlier in the week, but given our item that we talked about on number 1 on the general land office, them tackling the debris removal
Yes.
versus us having to pay for it and getting reimbursed is, as they say, huge.
Yes.
And so I don't know, other than debris removal, what our other big, I mean, obviously, we've got Jacobs, the underwater inspections are going to be important to get forth of the court Tyner, and we need to get Horace Caldwell inspected. So
Yes.
I'm expecting a few things, but those are things that can fit inside COs rather than our general fund. And so I'm really, and we might want to work together, but the pier itself, what I'm anticipating is engineering, and that's all I can think of at this moment for their fiscal year.
Well, we might see it, like you said, we definitely have certificate obligations to be able to pay for the underwater inspection of both piers. But however, if we know it's because of Hurricane Hana, we may be able to submit it as a reimbursement.
We might, yeah.
So that's something we need to consider reimbursement as well
think-
to cover that.
I think that's really smart, because but for Hannah, we wouldn't be doing the underwater inspection again.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a good thought. So anyway, the last thing is that the FEMA Regional Director, Tony Robinson's gonna be around, so we might wanna visit with him about that. But I think we're in good shape coming into the end of July. That leaves 60 more days. And, if there's if there's no questions for Dale, we'll move on, but, I think we've got a good report. It's so funny, Dale, how interest, our investment report is a tale of two cities, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
you've got low interest on one side, and then our ability to have hoarded, if you will, interest over time
Well, all the
gave us
interest
a
we
little
earned in the
bit.
prior years is able to put
Right,
in there
be able to
now,
put
but
in.
it's very small now.
Right, so we just kind of got a little bit of a balancing
Yes, yes.
working there. So all that's good. People asked me yesterday about our cash reserves, and they're about as healthy as they could be, and that's a great thing. And that $1.5 million will go towards cash reserves, and that's just a great feeling for it should feel great for you. If we can get all our CARES Act money put away, then you know what? We're back to lost revenue only. And think about this, had we not had lost revenue, we'd be reporting a $3.5 million rather than a $1.5 million. But it's very unfortunate, but let's see what the new act brings us. You don't know if we get dollars, the next tranche of dollars would be for lost revenue for counties and cities. We can't guess, but that would be a good thing to have, and then we would put that towards our reserves.
Right, $3 or $4 million.
Right. So anyway, get ready, because it's about to be a roller coaster. But I think if all goes well, don't ask me how, but the good Lord has smiled upon us, and we've gone through a lot, and we've just, so far, I mean, we keep swimming. I can't even figure it out, how so much tragedy and we're still doing good. And I just want to thank everybody, because this report is a result of all departments buckling down, getting, only asking for what it is that makes sense during COVID and not more. And it's very, very good. And as a result, we have something that the city doesn't have, which is a profit. So, okay, where are we going from here? We've got Julie, just a few more items. We have no executive session, so just so you guys know. Julie's got an item, and it has to do with civil service, and she's available, I think, on the line.
Go ahead, Julie.
It has to do with the accumulation of employee
Hello?
vacation time. Hey, Julie, this came
I'm
up,
interested in changing
go ahead.
our policy 4.21, and I've had several inquiries, and I know this has come up for the past 3 years, on the maximum limit of vacation hours that an employee is entitled to have. And it's always been 240 for our policy. However, when Hurricane Harvey hit, it was right in August, and so several people weren't able to take their vacation time. So that was one of the first times that we waived this policy, and we did away with that 240 hours. I know it was brought up again last year, and I don't think we brought it to court in time. So of course, with COVID and hurricane season again, also bringing it back to the court, but this time I would like to change it for good, that we don't have that we don't have a cap on it. And there would be no fiscal impact to the county because our payouts upon separation would still remain the same. And those are in a different policy. So it's just specifically this one policy that on September 30th, employees lose their anything over the 240. And so by changing this, it just allows them to continue to have more than the 240. And they'll just have to be able to manage their time off, hopefully in the next year, with their managers to be able to take the time off. And so this will just continue that they're able to take their time off at a later date and not be so rushed to take vacation time by September 30th of this year. So I'm recommending that we go ahead and change it. And like I said, there is no fiscal impact.
Julie, there's a
Thank you.
question for you. Hang on, please. Go ahead.
I'd rather table this for something later. I think, Dale, unless you can really explain to us the pros and the cons. You know, we've gone through this before. You know, the reason there's a cap of 240 hours, you know, we want people to take vacations. You know, and if you don't take vacations, that means that, again, it's management again. We're not.
So I think the issue that came before Julie, without her revealing the exact, names or whatever, was that all of these people that had made these inquiries were people who have been working in the COVID-19 response, and they have not been able to take vacation. And these are people that are either a member of the ride-out team or people who have been in a position, like in, for example, health department, anybody who's been on duty this entire last 5 months, now working towards the end of 5 months, have not been able to do this. That was my understanding. And Julie, just want to double check that that was the issue, is that it wasn't that it's not a good policy, it's that the circumstances are really affecting employees because they can't take off. There's just, the work needs to be done.
And the more you give them, the more they're gonna have, and you still can't take off. So at one point.
That's
they
correct,
gotta take
Judge.
off. Well, but at one point, they have to take off.
Also, people aren't able to travel this year. Also,
Hold on one
that's
second.
another
It's just,
thing to add.
I don't
People aren't
think,
traveling,
Hold on.
so they're not taking their vacation time.
right, Commissioner,
And it's not just for that reason, but as the sheriff told you earlier, their employees are having to go in overtime and double time the work in the jail because they can't allow people to be off right now. So for all of these reasons, I'm asking that we just go ahead and change this policy for good.
You know, in
And
the long run.
Here on out, employees
you
will
hear
have
me
to
or not?
manage it with their supervisors.
okay, hang on one second, Julie. Hold for a question, please.
Julie,
Please,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
is your mic?
Yeah, my mic's on.
Okay, Julie, go ahead. We want to make sure you can hear Commissioner Gonzalez. Can you hear him?
Julie,
I can hear him.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now, Julie?
I think she can.
I think she can.
Julie, can you hear me? Can you answer
I'm having
this?
from two different devices, so there's a little bit of time delay. There's a little bit of time delay between my two devices because I can't hear Commissioner Gonzalez very clearly.
Okay. We'll repeat the question to you. Go ahead.
Julia, you know, we've gone through this before, you know, and we didn't do it before because it wasn't a very good idea to continue adding hours to the hours. At what point do we say you gotta take vacation? I mean, if you're working these people 365 days a year, sorry, you know, and then the following year you do the same how do we, and then somebody leaves, so when they leave, they get only 240 hours, right? They don't get the rest of their hours, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, when they leave, they only get 102 hours for law enforcement, 96 hours for regular employees.
Okay, that's all they get.
That's all they get.
But the other, you say for instance, somebody leaves and they have accumulated, say, 380 hours. So all they're gonna get is 96 hours.
Correct.
So that means that most of the time that people are gonna take off at least 2 months so they can use their time.
And that's had it happen. Several departments, they allow their employees to take 3 or 4 weeks off or 4 weeks off on vacation before they actually retire to be able to use up some of the vacation.
And then when they complain to you, they're short in their department because that person's not there.
And that has happened in the past, yes.
So, you know, again, it goes back to management, you know, that if somebody's required to have vacation, they should give them vacation and, you know, all they're gonna get paid for is do they understand that? All they're gonna get paid for 96 hours? And I don't know if it's a big group that wants this, a small group that wants this.
Could this be the law enforcement because they've been unable to take off because
Yes.
of what's happened?
Yes.
The last 3 years has been law enforcement that brought this to
And
your.
this-
It is, and the Sheriff's Association, I mean, they're very,
Yes.
I mean, this is definitely law enforcement, but it's other departments as well, but it's
No, it is,
all.
yes.
But the answer, I think, to the question is, you know, why are we doing this, or how are we gonna, I think the answer is that a pandemic creates different circumstances, and these folks cannot leave. And we need to make adjustments for that. If you don't want to make it permanent, maybe that's for another day, but I think that it's definitely needed this fiscal year because they haven't been able to do what normally is given to them,
But they're
and they've earned it.
But they are getting the overtime though, right? I mean,
Well, like Julie said, there's really not a fiscal impact unless you said, Commissioner, they take multiple weeks off before leaving, then that would be a fiscal impact because they're not here and their position's vacant.
Well,
Someone else has to do the job.
This changes it forever, though. I agree with you, Judge, on this year. I'm just a little
You have to
concerned
do
over
it
changing
this
it
year.
forever.
Julie, can we make this policy for the next, you know, what would be your recommendation if we wanted to tackle it for this issue and then maybe look at it again when there's more normal circumstances?
We definitely can do that, Judge.
Okay, what would be your recommendation for the next,
My recommendation is to approve this for this fiscal year, and then we'll revisit it again next year. So actually, we're just gonna ask that it be waived and not completely change the policy.
okay?
If that's what I'm
And
hearing from you all.
Belinda wants to weigh in on giving us guidance on how this can be achieved. Hang on one second, Julie. Belinda?
I like that.
I think in the past what y'all done is y'all just suspended it for this year.
Okay, so
We can bring it back with that language.
she's going to bring it back as a suspension for this year.
And that will need to be done for October 1st.
And it needs to be done before October 1st, Julie. So she's going to work with you to get that suspension. Is it like an amendment to the policy or something like that?
No, y'all are just choosing not to enforce.
Oh,
that
okay.
for this year.
But does it need to be brought as an action item? Okay, so it's going to come on next court, Julie, and you'll work with the county attorney's office on the language. And that way we can have the court at least vote on whether to suspend it for 1 year. Is that more amenable to everybody?
I just think with the circumstances this year, you have to do it this year. I mean, there's no way they could have taken vacation, the law enforcement.
I can wait this year, but not for permanently, man. I mean.
No, I'm saying for this year.
Well, I think you can,
And then
you know,
look at every year.
as they say, cross the next bridge when you get to the next bridge. Right now, let's walk over this one.
And I like that they'll give us some input as far as Dale and some of the pros and the cons on this, I mean.
Well, But he did say there was no fiscal impact. That's a pretty big pro.
Well, no, but I mean, there's gotta be some physical impact.
Well, if, like
Well-
I said before, if someone uses, like it takes 5 weeks off of
It's
vacation
physical.
and leaves a position vacant, then there's the fiscal impact that you have to fill that position, whether you're a temporary or something else.
Okay.
Right.
So if they're gonna do that, they can't let,
I will tell you that most people want to take vacation, okay? Most people do. So you're not talking about everybody. You're talking about the people that, for whatever reason, the work environment didn't allow it. I mean, it's really just, we get choices on how to be, what kind of employers we want to be. And the people that want to work for you are the people that, that at least look to you to make the decisions that help them out when they're in need. I mean, if they're hurting, you want to help.
I agree with you, Judge, 100%, but you know, we can't be hopping either.
We can't be what?
Changing policies all the time, just because we got a handful of people that are not happy. I mean,
Well, but it's not about being happy. It
No,
really is about a pandemic.
But if you, well, but if you only have 10 complaining out of 1,200, I mean,
Well, I've learned that most people don't have the courage to speak up because they're afraid that nothing will change, and so they look for us to speak for them. And even if I had one person, if I thought it was right for everybody, I would definitely do it. But I agree, most people want to take vacation. Julie's last point was that people are really not traveling. I didn't travel this summer, probably first time in, I can't remember when. In fact, our travel budget is the only thing that's been helped in COVID-19, because nobody's gone anywhere. But having said that, I'm happy to have Dale bring analysis, but I think that what sounds like the will of the court is, do you think we should we maybe make a motion to have the county attorney bring back on another agenda the supplemental, just the policy to suspend, the policy to suspend? Okay, Julie, that's your job then for next court. August 5th, you'll have to bring us a suspension, an opportunity for the court to act on a policy to suspend for this fiscal year. Fair enough?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, the result of number 1 is really just a table. So I'll take the motion to table. And I'll second it, and we'll table it to August 5th. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, sorry, Chesney, what did you say?
Aye.
Aye, okay. It was broken up. Okay.
Sorry.
it is broken up.
So,
You hear that, Brent?
how come he laughs at him? His jokes. Okay, executive session is not needed at this time. And, so we're gonna move into closing this, event, which was this Commissioners Court meeting. And we actually just, as a reminder, have a special commission meeting, and it's posted for Tyner. Would you give us the details?
We have a special meeting to extend your disaster declaration.
Correct.
And it's Friday at 10 a.m.
Okay, Friday at 10 a.m. And so just for the public, we're going to have a special meeting. It will be very short because there's one item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Be very short, and we just need a quorum. And commissioners, the purpose of that is to extend the disaster declaration. That's required by the statute.
And it has been posted as a Zoom meeting. So
case
if
you
you don't want to
Come in.
physically come here, you can show up by your phone or other device.
And that's 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so with that, we can adjourn in memory, and I'll ask Carolyn if you have anybody. John?
Yes, Judge, I do.
Okay,
I have
great.
a few, actually.
A few,
They're all
and-
COVID.
COVID. And then
unfortunately.
Commissioner Chesney, will you have some?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, we'll start with Commissioner Modis, and then we'll move to you, and then we'll ask Commissioner Gonzalez if he has some. He does. Okay, let's go, we'll start.
So the first is Tammy Rodriguez Romack. She passed away about a week and a half ago from COVID. She's a lifelong resident here in Nueces County in Corpus Christi. She worked for the city of Corpus Christi in their senior cares program. We were members of the same church all my life. I've known her being there. She worked in the nursery ministry there, and just it really caught her bad and quickly, unfortunately. And so she was lost, like I said, about a week and a half ago. They were going to have the funeral last Saturday, and because of Hannah, they had to delay that. But so services are pending for her. But there was a deep loss for our family because we've known her. She took care of our kids in the nursery at church, and she just had a real strong connection and affection for our kids. And so we are thankful for the life that she had, and truly miss her, and condolences to her husband, her sister, and their entire family and friends on the loss of Tammy. Also want to mention Carlos and Rachel Pacheco. They don't live here. They actually live in the Dallas area, but they're close family friends to my wife Gina and her parents. They're best friends to my in-laws, and they both passed from within hours of each other from COVID. They both got sick within a day or two of each other, got placed in separate hospitals, and never got to see or talk to each other again, unfortunately. But when Carlos passed, I think that he called for Rachel, and she went too. And so we're very, very sad on the loss of both of them. And of course, our condolences to their families. And it just reminds you just how they went to a family event and just thought it was going to be just something simple, and it caught them. And unfortunately, we've heard this story over and over, and we have local examples of couples who have been lost and family members who've been taken quickly. And so this is just a reminder of that we need to be careful in how we handle ourselves in social distancing and just all the practices that we can. I hope that the medications that are being presented out to the public can help, because we desperately need them, or we'll continue to have more losses like this. Those are the three names I wanted to submit, Judge.
It's like The Notebook. So sad. Commissioner Chesney?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the opportunity. Obviously, we heard from Dr. Reddy this morning about Dr. Guzman, and certainly wanted to put his name in as someone to close in memory of today. He was a great caregiver, and if you saw some of the tributes to him on Facebook, it was quite apparent that he touched many, many lives in this community. Also, Colin Sykes, many of you, I know John remembers Colin Sykes from our city council days. He passed away peacefully at his home in Corpus Christi the morning of July 5th, survived by his 3 daughters, 2 son-in-laws, 4 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren. And he was a very active member of our community, and a well-spoken, well-educated, good man, and our condolences to his family. Also wanted to extend our condolences to Jenny Crone, who used to work, obviously, for the county attorney's office. Her father, Cyril Thomas Crone, passed away on June 27th, and I did not think we had recognized him yet, so I wanted to make sure. He was a wonderful man, and was a great advocate in this community, and was wanted to make sure that we pass on our condolences to Jenny and her family for the loss of her father. Lastly, Leonor Hernandez Villarreal, 78, passed away on July 24th, 2020. She was the mother of a friend of mine who I went to high school with, Tracy Villarreal, and she lived here in the area for many, many years. So our condolences to the Villarreal family on the loss of their mother. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Tomasa Santos of Robstown passed away on July 13th. He probably served in our country. It's Tomas Santos, I'm sorry. Tomas Santos of Robstown passed away on July 13th. He probably served our country in the United States Army during Vietnam era. He was employed with Nueces County at the jail for 15 years. He was a brother-in-law of Sandra Santos, my assistant. My condolences and prayers go out to the family. And also related to our Community Service Assistant Director, Marcy Santos. Ben Bonilla, he is the father of Ben Jr. Bonilla, and also brother of Tony Rubin, and I forget the other brother's name, but
Tony Rubin and Willie.
Willie, there you go. And Willie, he passed away last week. Also was a COVID patient. And Ben, if you ever saw Ben, he always had a cigar in his mouth. Never smoked it, but he always had a cigar in his mouth, and he was a different kind of guy. He was a great guy, a lot of fun, a lot of jokes. So we'll be missed by the family, and condolence and prayers go out to the family. Also, one special guy that I kind of knew and I was really honored to know, and he was Oscar Martinez. Oscar Martinez was known as El Tejano Enamorado and El Gallo Copetón. He had the Oscar Martinez Band Orchestra for a long time, and he acquired from pneumonia, according to the family. He was 86 years old, and he made it to the Tejano Music Hall of Fame inductee. So his music will continue to go on forever, and he made some real good songs and good CDs. So our condolences and prayers go out to the Martinez family, and we'll be remembered forever with his music. And I think that's it.
Okay, I'm trying to pull up the, I've got it right here. I was just trying to get, yeah, can I? Thank you. I've got so many here. First, let me start off with, maybe commissioners, you remember a few weeks ago, we did a resolution for Gary Bushell, who was our representative on I-69 and the Alliance, but really anybody who grew up here in the Coastal Bend knew Gary as an active member of every great cause. He represented us in the legislature as a consultant at the federal level. I think he was Senator Lloyd Benson, Treasury Secretary Lloyd Benson's chief of staff at one point. But he's been involved with the chamber and the port and, just every major political entity. And we recognized him as he needed to get off the I-69 Alliance serving, and he passed away on July 15th. And so I'd like to read his obituary. He passed away as a result of complications from a spinal cord injury, which occurred in a fall in December. And he was 78 years old, and he graduated from Austin High and UT Austin for undergraduate and UT Law School. He was active at the Texas Cowboys. If anybody knows anything about the Cowboys, it's a very, very special honorary men's group. And he was married for 54 years. He was a Marine, Commissioner. He was a Marine. And he was trained as an infantry officer, and he was a judge advocate general, which is a very big deal. He was in the JAG Corps. He served in Vietnam. He was a defense attorney, a prosecutor, a military judge. And once he got out of Vietnam, he went to D.C. and he worked on the Hill. He loved the East Coast. He worked as a legislative assistant, as I said, to U.S. Senator Lloyd Benson, and then became his chief of staff. That's when I first met him, when I was a young teenager. My father was an appointee of Senator Benson's, and I got to know Gary Bushell back then. After 8 years in Washington, he came back to Texas. He practiced law for 30 years. By the way, he was a big sailor here. He was an oil and gas lawyer involved in all the community's economic development. He really was responsible for bringing USS Lexington here to Corpus Christi. He spearheaded the funding, and he was also the guy that really helped us get the dollars we needed for the aquarium. Back then, it was a little aquarium. Now it's a world-class facility. He was also in charge of the Spain's reproductions of La Niña, La Pinta, La Santa Maria for the quincentenary. And he helped get the seeds of change from the Smithsonian Institution. The guy was just phenomenal and always behind the scenes. He wrote a book called A Marine's Lawyer's Journey. And I've never read that book, and we should get that book. And anyway, he's survived by his wife and some wonderful family members. And he just a very special person. And so I just wanted to let you all know that shortly after we did that resolution, he passed away, and Tyner's going to help me get something very nice to his family. I also wanted to recognize that yesterday a member of Clayburgh County Commissioner's Court died. His name was Zaragoza Salinas, but everybody knew him as Shorty. And it was very painful for me because Judge Madrid had called me the night that he got very ill, and his wife called him, and he came to Corpus Christi for treatment. And yesterday he passed away. And so I don't have his obituary, but I just wanted to send condolences. You know, can you imagine a member of our court? I can't even imagine that. I don't care how much we fuss and argue and fight, and I just can't say this enough. Please, I want everyone to take great care of themselves. I mean, it's just unbelievable. He was actually, I think he had just gotten on the court. I think he's very new to the court. So, but what I read in the paper was it said, Judge Madrid said, he was an amazing individual and a true friend to us all. So if you get a chance and you know Judge Madrid, give him a little text and let him know that Nueces is thinking about Clayburgh tonight. And then if you can believe this, I have so many COVID people, 19 deaths that I know. It would take us too long. What I want to do is express my condolences to all of the family members of all the deaths that we've had this week. We are up to 162 as of today. We had 8 more deaths today while we've been in court. And it just weighs so heavy on my heart. But in the middle of right when Dale was finishing, or right when we were at the end, I got a text that a dear friend of mine named Annalise Vela, who was a counselor at Ray High School and counseled all 5 of my children there. I truly believe that all of them were better because of her, and she helped them with all of their dreams and their abilities to get to the best colleges in our country. If it hadn't been for her, as a single mom, I'm not sure what I would have done at Ray High School. But I think the worst part for me is that I hate COVID-19 so much. I hate it because it takes away people that we love. I hate it that since COVID-19's come in, I really think this court has been really just more acrimonious with one another than we were before. And I hate COVID-19 because it keeps me so busy that I can't even think straight sometimes. Because yesterday, Annalise Vela texted me, and I didn't get to text her back. And I can't believe that she was thinking of me yesterday, and I was too damn busy to just say what I really wanted to say. So I just wrote her a second ago, and I'd like to read, because I don't have her obituary, but she was a PhD. She had worked all through Ray High School to get her doctorate. And she wrote this to me yesterday morning. I hadn't heard from her, by the way, since the night I won the election. But I had kept in touch with her just through mutual friends. She had moved away to San Antonio. She writes, "Hi, Barbara. Heard your name on NPR this morning. I think you have a very tough job, but I want you to know that you're fantastic at it. And I've heard nothing but great things. I'm praying for you and as a leader, and I'm praying for all of those in Corpus Christi suffering at the hands of the 2 crazy ladies, Corona and Hannah. Anyway, I hope the kids are well and thriving, and God bless you for taking on the hard jobs. Just know someone is thinking about you from San Antonio and wishing you the best. Take care of yourself because we need you." I wish I had told her back, take care of yourself. She died this afternoon of a heart attack. She was at least a decade younger than I was. I'm just flabbergasted at how just death surrounds us. And I would just ask that everybody do their very best to try to be more understanding of everybody. Try to be a little bit more loving. Try to be a little bit more just compassionate to your fellow man and employee and everything. And it's okay to disagree, but just know this. The real perpetrator here is COVID-19. The rest of us, well, we're just doing the best we can. And we're not perfect, and we're going to make mistakes. And leadership is about going out on that limb and doing what is harder than anybody else probably can realize. And so we're all leaders here on this court, and I would just ask that we try our best to at least end our day better than maybe how we started it, which is grateful that we're serving with one another and that we're all in good health and that we need to support one another in the endeavors that are really meant for the common good. And so I thank you, and we're not going to be doing I'm not going to be doing the press briefing today. I don't want you to worry about that, but every once in a while, I think that, that we need to take a breath. And I'm going to take a breath today. If you'd like to know, the cases for today were 259. That's more than yesterday and more the day before that. So there is really no decline to COVID-19 that I've seen since Hurricane Hannah. But I will say, on a positive note, it appears that our ICUs have dropped a little bit and our hospitalizations a little bit. So I will say that we look for rays of sunshine anywhere where we can get it. But make no mistake, when doctors are dying in our community that are healthy, there is a major problem. So on these family events and things like that, really, please refrain from doing things that are unnecessary risks, because we just cannot predict how the virus will invade. So I hope maybe we guys use Zoom. You don't really need to come in on Friday. If you don't want to, try to use Zoom. Let's limit our time that we have to be all together in one room. It's just smart business. And Tyner, thanks for getting that done. So if you need somebody, Tyner, do we need one person in here, or is it theoretical that we could all be on Zoom?
I've asked that of the county attorney, technically, does
Okay.
anybody really have to be here?
Well, if,
There may be a day, there may be
yeah,
a kiosk with somebody in PPE.
right. Well, I was just
It has
wondering.
to be open.
Yeah,
But
I was just.
don't know that anybody has to be here.
Right. Well, I was just wondering if not, maybe what we can do is be in touch with Tyner. If one person would consent to being up here on Friday, the rest of us can do it by Zoom.
Well, I'll be here, Judge, because, you know,
Okay.
I'll be here. Everybody else can be Zoom.
Okay,
I'll probably be here anyway, too, so.
okay. When anybody in the vulnerable category should be on Zoom. I dog it.
I have a meeting in the morning already, so I might as well.
So, okay, all right, well, we're done. So let's adjourn here at 4:58 PM. And there's cookies behind us, so get a little bit of a sugar boost here.